replied with a sad face to it.
What was it?
You're gonna love it. It's so funny. Okay. Finally got it.
Archie.
I would like pet him, but he looks like kind of
real nice. You can pet him. He's super fun.
Oh, it's so. I really think it's really gross. I'm sorry. It's really fucking gross. He's really fucking gross looking. I'm so sorry, but I do not want to touch that fucking dog. Dude, he looks like a fucking baked potato. Dude, oh my god. I touched him once and he feels like if a ball sack came to life. I would like pet him, but he looks like kind of
real nice. You can pet him. He's super fun.
Oh, it's so. I really think it's really gross. I'm sorry. It's really fucking gross. He's really fucking gross looking. I'm so sorry, but I do not want to touch that fucking dog. Dude, he
That's so good.
People of the internet, today I am going to tell you why dumb people listen to Joe Rogan. Now, to understand why dumb people listen to Joe Rogan,
dumb?
I really wanted to make this a special moment and cut all the fancy editing tricks and the awesome, very technical reaction videos. And I wanted to just talk to you one-on-one right now. Now, you see, to understand why Joe Rogan and his fans are dumb, well, maybe Joe's not dumb. Maybe he's the mastermind behind it all, but I don't think so. You have to understand, since Joe Rogan came to LA, which would really be the start of his comedy career where he gets noticed, you have to understand Joe Rogan started out with a Viacom deal. And he has never had to struggle. He's never had to work really hard for his comedy because he's always had money. Many think that is one of the contributing factors to why he's such a terrible-ass comedian, but that's a whole nother story. Now, to continue, you have to understand that because Joe Rogan never had to work and he had money, he was always invited. And that means he somehow believed he is a great comic because he was always where great comics were. But the thing he doesn't tell you is he was supporting many of those comics and paying their bills. You know, you hear most notably, or most...
This fucking person who's like, oh, I'm giving Iran a big kiss right now, posts pictures of the New York Police Department beating and arresting protesters. So I had to be like, you should look up what the Basiji do, and if you don't like this... highly advise you readjust your support for the Islamic regime to be consistent with your values.
Or most recently from Ari Shaffir. Now, what does this have to do with why dumb people listen to Joe Rogan? Now, there are many phases. I must explain that not all people are dumb that listen to Joe Rogan, but why dumb people listen to Joe Rogan is rather what we're talking about. Because there are some people that listen, that casually listen, that maybe like something in the background. Then there's people that used to listen and don't anymore. But the thing is once you hear what I'm going to tell you, if you continue to listen to Joe Rogan after that, you are in fact dumb. Now, most notably, one of the things that woke me up was what I told you, that he's always been a company man. And that makes you look at his podcast a little differently. Because you have to understand that when Joe Rogan started the podcast and acted like an everyman's everyman, and he was just this guy that was curious about aliens and what LSD does if you take 10 doses in a row and stuff like that, he was in fact still a company man. And he has always been a company man. If you did not know, Joe Rogan was part owner of Onnit, which he started, some may say, a giant piece of shit lying sack of dog balls owner which he partnered with this other guy that is just the sleaziest Grant Cardone times 10 kind of guy you ever want to know. That's just a whole nother
You know what I found out? You know, big pharma Joe Rogan? He sold on it to Unilever. It's like for like $100 million too, like a lot of fucking money, and straight to big pharma.
Their question, but he did start it with a giant sleaze con man, and then Joe Rogan has always, with this company, promoted health, wellness, doing natural things, don't go to the doctor for bullshit, all this stuff. But did you know that Joe Rogan recently sold that company to a Unilever, a giant pharmaceutical company? So Joe Rogan is still a company man. The pharmaceutical companies that he cried about during COVID was the same company he sold and made a ton of money off and sold his brand to, his On It brand. He sold it. Isn't that crazy? To a pharmaceutical company for bajillions of dollars. But most people don't know that. But if you do know that and you still listen to Joe Rogan, you are in fact dumb. Now we'd like to go into the manosphere. Joe Rogan has sold everybody on hunting, but here's something that you don't know about hunting. I have many videos that I have filmed in these scenarios and been on some of the best hunts in the world. So let me tell you, all of you guys that went out and bought a bow and are now like the closest thing you're getting to a deer is a sack of potatoes in your backyard that you made for a target, right? That sound familiar? Because what you don't know about Joe Rogan and why he always gets a deer is that he has money, because he is a company man, because he sold to a pharmaceutical company, because he sold himself to Viacom. He is a company man. So let me tell you about these hunts. These hunts that he goes on, 97% of you could not afford them. To begin with, the tags for these hunts, these giant elk, these rams, mountain goats, whatever you're trying to hunt, right? They are very fucking expensive. In the world of hunting, there are things called giants, and giants are basically like the biggest specimens of their species. They're the elk that have the beautiful rack. They're the giant rams whose little horns measure so many centimeters. Isn't it like over 80 something that is giant? It's been a few years since I've been on one. They're the big giant mountain goats. They're the best and the biggest of the species. Now, these tags will range you from least desirable of these giants, well, tens of thousands of dollars. If you want to go into the areas where they are the best, you're going to be paying in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, why does Joe Rogan hit his shot all the time? Because when you pay for tags like that, there are things called guides, and these guys will helicopter you in, fly you in. They will do whatever. Boats, I've been on all of them, and they will get you into the spot, because these guys all year round are glassing for these animals, and they know where every single ram, elk, whatever is located, and exactly how big it is. Not exactly, but if they could see if it's a big one. Now the guides will do everything, I mean everything, to get you to that animal, and then they will line up your gun, put it in the sight picture. They will basically position it on your shoulder. They will literally put their finger over your finger and pull the trigger. Because if they do not get you what they paid for, then you will be pissed at them for paying so much money, because yes, these guys and the best of these guys cost a ton of money. You could look, if you wanted to, let's say you wanted to hunt a ram in Idaho in a, like, what's the unit? Isn't it like unit 18 up there on the river? Something like that. If you wanted to hunt a ram in Idaho, you would literally be shelling out with your own gear and equipment and whatever else close to $500,000. Now, Joe Rogan has conned you into doing archery, and you're never going to see an animal like that unless you have a shit ton of money. You're never going to see another animal like that. But you are out there walking around to buy your grocery in your fucking tactical pants. You know, you've got your shirt on that says, I shoot archery, and there you are in your backyard with a bow, flinging arrows at your sack of potatoes. He's conned you into this whole manosphere thing, like this is the only way to be a man. But you have to understand that the person that is looking for the most how to be a man is Joe Rogan, because he is short, and if you are short, you're automatically have a complex. Let's say that. And short men are always trying to prove themselves because they're always looking up. You know what I mean? And so he's out there, he's Mr. Jiu-Jitsu, Taekwondo, archery, and like, this is the only way to be a man. Well, I mean, you should stay healthy and fit, and you shouldn't be fat as fuck. But there's so many ways to achieve that. And you don't have to buy into this, and you don't have to run around in your tactical pants and your army boots that you use to dodge service when it was actually time to serve your country. You know, you guys want to act like these giant patriot guys, you know, Joe Rogan's conned you in to be, but y'all didn't serve nothing. Y'all weren't standing in line. You didn't have the courage to do any of that. But now you want to be out there and be like, freedom! But that's a whole nother story. The problem is, Joe Rogan is a slarmy, is that even a word? Slimy, there you go. A slimy salesman, at most. He is a grifter. He is a Grant Cardone. Shit, he had Patrick Bet David on, a guy that just basically dominated an MLM empire.
True.
And then these guys are telling you that's like that. It's so easy. Just wake up. Just put in the...
It is funny that he doesn't talk about... He only talks about, like, the kind of stupid people, like Joe Rogan and all the comedian people. But he hasn't... I wonder if he's realized that people like Graham Hancock and all these fucking pseudoscience-loving fuckwits have managed to get into Joe Rogan's ear so precisely that they have managed to recapture him into conspiracy thinking to the point that he's now attending church.
It's so funny.
It's hilarious.
I just love that all of this stuff is like, be a good worker. That's how you get to the top.
Yeah. Like, just work for people. That's how you do it. Great. Great advice.
In the effort, you know, these guys don't put in any effort, you know, or they don't work hard, you know, they don't have talent. No, we're not scamming people out of their money. So we have to work for a living. Because, you know, most of the days that we wake up, we spend working, we spend, you know, taking care of our home, you know, people have kids, you know, most people don't have almost $1 billion, and most people don't scam people out of millions of dollars like Patrick Bet David. The problem is all these guys are selling you absolute horseshit while selling you that they're not selling you horseshit, which is exactly what a salesman does. You know, these people are just salesmen. Joe Rogan has always been a company man. And even now, he's playing into politics, and now he's shifting into Christianity. He just keeps morphing himself to meet the demands of fans and future fans, which is smart marketing, right? I guess if you just want to be a chameleon and just change. But he's pulling the same move that Russell Brand pulled. He's pulling the same move that all these things. Because if you look at the top of these mega churches and these giant ministries, the one thing they do the most is ask for your money. Now, I know we all fear death. I know, but if someone is asking for your money constantly, does that look like they have the answer? And I'll leave it at that. Now, it's just the shifting, and it's well documented. You know, I think one of the big reasons Joe Rogan is shifting this year is because his comedy special totally, absolutely burned and shit on itself. It is so bad, it's undeniable. He now has one of the lowest ranking comedy specials of all time. And Joe Rogan, despite how much he doesn't read the comments, he could not dodge this. He could not dodge this bullet. It was just everywhere. You know, like, a person that wasn't doing YouTube, I made a video because it was so bad and I was so offended because I listened to Rogan for a time and all the shit he said and all the comedy standards and all of that crap that he did was just completely invalid after that special. It's like, how dare you? How dare you do this, right? So we know that Joe Rogan is just selling you shit. He sells shit comedy. He sells shitty manosphere ideas. He sells politics. He sells all of this stuff. He's always selling something to you. But he has a cool podcast, and he seems like an everyman. But he's not the same man at any same period of time. You know, Joe Rogan, like, we change, but Joe Rogan is literally changing his identity like every 4 years.
Did you see what I tagged you in?
No.
Oh my god. So I tagged you in it. So I was just doing a little bit of troll and calling out romantic nationalists from the Soviet side. And he goes, oh, my internet's being slow. Can't even load twits. Very cool. He goes, oh my god.
There's something here.
Why the fuck is my internet so dog shit? Fucking real. So I basically was like, the Soviets are Nazi collaborators. What are you talking about? And he goes, that never happened. He goes, you're confused. The Nazis were in full retreat into Berlin because the Red Army defeated the Nazis. And he goes, don't watch these videos. Stay in your echo chamber where it's comfortable. Sends me Hakeem.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It sends me also, I didn't check the second one, but the second one is also a Hakeem video on specifically the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which is kind of interesting. Did we ever watch that one?
No, but we've done videos on it.
Fucking hysterical. You cannot make this shit up.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
If you go back, you can see like every 4 to 5 years, Joe Rogan's identity is changing. Look at him in the start, and look at as he gets more fame and more power, and how he keeps changing, Now, I want to say it doesn't really fucking matter at the end of the day what anybody does, but if we're gonna talk about it, we gotta pick sides. I don't believe there's anything but, I don't know, guiding the universe. And I think our world, our society is shaped by the victors of the time. They shape our ideals. They shape everything. And you say, well, how is that true? Well, I always bring up this example. But back in medieval times, we were cutting people's heads off and sticking them on spikes. But we don't do that anymore, do we? But both time periods show the cruelty of humans. Because if we're not we're not doing it anymore. We're not cutting their heads off, but we poison their food. We control all the crops and the pesticides and stuff like that. We constantly start war and send young men to die. We keep doing that. You know, cruelty of humans just changes all throughout history. And the number one things that rule people are greed, power, and money. Why am I saying that? Because you can see that Joe Rogan is all about those three things. You see how he treats his friends, how he punishes them, how he prevents them from doing things. You saw with Andrew on Channel 5 how he threw a fit and he screamed, and he's protecting his bubble, his space, because he can control the narrative in his power dome. And it really is sad, because life is hard for most of us. Most of us don't get to swipe our credit card and not think of what we'll have to sacrifice or how much is in savings or stuff like that. For most people, that is just not a reality. Most people have to work very hard. They have to budget. They have to play catch up. They constantly have bills, and right when they think that everything's okay, a traffic ticket comes in, a speed trap camera comes in, a parking ticket. Oh, you know, the electricity bill says you owe more than you have. You know, and stuff like that. And it happens to us. Our car, just as we get our savings account going up, our car breaks down. And now what we thought we were getting ahead now just got dumped into the vehicle that we're still paying on. You know? It's stuff like that. And then it's men like Joe Rogan that try to present us some false reality, give us some hope that somebody is on our side. But at the end of the day, you see that he's pulling the same scam as the ShamWow guy. The same guy that told you all you got to do is put your chicken in there and set it and forget it. He's selling you that same bullshit. Now, like I said, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. People are allowed
Don't
to
you
do
know
whatever
he
they want to
beat up
do.
a hooker?
You know, the rules constantly change, and whoever holds the victor's keys is the one that gets to make the rules
Yeah,
for
look
that
it up.
generation, century, whatever.
Unreal.
That's what happened to him.
So I understand we can all have different opinions, but if we want to talk about it, and if we want to talk about what's best for humans, I don't think people like Joe Rogan are best for humans. I think they are con artists. They are people willing to scam you despite what you'll have to go through and suffer because of it. There are people that generally don't care about you. They care about their money, their power,
I like money.
and their greed. And that is why Joe Rogan is for dumb people. Because if you believe in men like this, you are being conned. You are being scammed. You're being taken advantage of. And if you keep letting that happen and promoting his word, you know, I'm going to call it his word because he's Christian now. Promoting his word, promoting his gospel, bringing other people in, doing that because you're scammed and you won't just stand up and walk away, then you're dumb. And I think most people that support Joe Rogan, that are diehards, that believe all the lies coming out of his mouth, are dumb people. Because only dumb people repeat that message, and only dumb people keep listening. Because you have to stand up for yourself, and you have to stand up for people. If we're going to talk about it, right? If it really matters, you should do that. Because we are the ones that go to work every day. We're the ones that got to suffer in the shit together. We're the ones paying incredibly crazy taxes and getting absolutely nothing but roads. We're the ones that have to live in the shit of these scam artists. So instead of filling their pocketbook more, why don't you help fill your community's pocketbook? Help put that money back into your kids' education. How about any of that? Because that guy is just going out on expensive deer hunts, getting drunk as fuck, and having a great time while you're having to pick up another shift because you bought his shit. Now, like I said, we can all have our opinions. And it doesn't really matter because what is this life anyways? And who knows? But if we have to talk about it,
Oh my god.
all I gotta say is Joe Rogan is truly people of the internet. For months now,
Whoops.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday. This week, because I'm on the road, if you can't tell by the shitty hotel behind me, I want to talk to you about something that's been in the news a lot lately, and that is Waymo.
It's
These
Free
are the
Speech Friday.
automated, all-electric rideshare vehicles that were set on fire.
And that's when a group apparently waiting for those cars attacked them.
Waymo is steering clear of downtown LA until further notice after 5 of its driverless cars were destroyed during the ICE protests.
What we've been hearing is that some of these agitators have been using some sort of accelerant, possibly spray paint, working to light that, and that's how they've been able to get these on fire.
For the past week, especially on X, influencers, pundits, big name figures have all been freaking out about Waymos being set on fire in downtown Los Angeles last weekend. The Waymos were burned during protests against ICE. A lot of people seem deeply confused about the burnings of the cars. So I want to talk about why there's so much anti-Waymo sentiment right now, the rise of surveillance at protests, and how it all affects speech. I'll start by saying people in Los Angeles love Waymos, okay? They're easy and convenient rides in a city with abysmal public transport and poor car-centric city planning. Los Angeles Waymos have largely been immune from the type of attacks that have happened in places like San Francisco, for instance, where the cars have become a symbol of gentrification and battles over public transit funding. Waymo launched its LA robotaxi service last year, and since then, the company has completed hundreds of thousands of rides across cities like Phoenix, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and even some newer markets like Austin, Atlanta, and soon DC. As more people begin to understand exactly how Waymos operate, though, and learn what the company's policies are regarding sharing footage and data with the police, I do think that we're going to see a lot more Waymo attacks. So let's back up and explain briefly how Waymos work. Obviously, they're self-driving cars, but to be a self-driving car, you have to collect a lot of data. That's location data, visual data, etc., etc. Waymos use LiDAR, radar, and 360-degree cameras constantly to record streets, faces, license plate numbers, and literally anything around them. And this is a good thing, by the way. We want self self-driving cars to have this stuff so they don't do things like run over small children. But what a lot of people don't realize is that that data is collected and stored. And it's not just Waymo's doing this, by the way. Teslas, which also have self-driving mode, also record what's around them. And as more self-driving cars enter the market, they will begin collecting this type of data too. Back in April, 404 Media revealed that the LAPD was publishing crime footage it got from a Waymo driverless car in an effort to identify a suspect. As 404 reported, the LAPD obtained video footage from a Waymo driverless car as part of its investigation into a hit and run, in which a separate human-driven car hit a pedestrian. The LAPD published the footage, which has a note on it that reads, Waymo confidential commercial information, on its YouTube page to ask the public for help identifying the driver of the vehicle. As Jason Kepler at 404 noted, quote, the situation shows that police in Los Angeles are now looking at Waymo robo-taxis as potential sources of surveillance footage to investigate crimes that the vehicle's cameras and sensors may have witnessed. In 2023, Bloomberg reported that the police in both San Francisco and Maricopa County, Arizona, had issued search warrants for Waymo footage. Police have also been requesting footage from Teslas, extremely pervasive Ring cameras, and Cruise autonomous vehicles. Waymo's website explains that the company conducts training sessions for law enforcement and emergency responders, which are designed to teach them about Waymo, and explains what they should do when they're responding to a car crash or other emergencies involving a Waymo. The company has allegedly conducted in-person trainings for over 18,000 first responders and police officers. All of this has obviously led to a lot of backlash against Waymo, especially when Waymos are spotted near a protest. Google has temporarily suspended Waymo service to downtown LA and in San Francisco, where more anti-ICE protests have unfolded. The company is also now hiring a community and public affairs specialist in LA, presumably to help convince people not to burn down these cars. Brian Merchant, a tech journalist who's written extensively about Waymo, went to the scene of the protest the next day in Los Angeles and talked to a cameraman who had been shooting footage the day before. The cameraman told Merchant, quote, they called them up on purpose, lit them up on fire like that. He's talking about Waymo there. Merchant notes that the fact that the charred husks of the cars were in a neat line does seem to suggest that the cars were called and just waiting. Other witnesses and journalists who were there shared the same story. People summoned the cars to light them on fire when they arrived. Protesters were reportedly calling them spy cars, and they were vandalized and set ablaze. Some people also noted how the cars share data with the LAPD. This is also what protesters on the ground told me when I was there last weekend. This has led to a lot of pushback and people saying, oh, so the protesters were doing bad things and that's why they didn't want to be recorded. But that really misunderstands why people are against Waymo. As Merchant notes, the cars are essentially operating as collaborators with the cops and law enforcement. So people are treating them the way that they think tech collaborators with ICE and the government should be treated, which is with contempt. All of this is happening under the backdrop of more Silicon Valley data harvesting and control over speech. ICE raids are being carried out using data provided by Silicon Valley companies, most notably Palantir, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp's deeply evil data harvesting conglomerate that recently signed a $30 million contract with ICE to manage real-time surveillance on immigrants. Most of big tech, including Google, has
where
made
does the
deals
name
with ICE
Palantir
too.
come from?
Lord of the Rings.
Wow, what a fucking loser.
Directly or through third-party contractors.
I can't believe you would know something
given Silicon
that
Valley's more obvious
stupid.
alliance with the Trump administration, that ambient anger has only been sharpened. It has sparked backlashes of a different kind, like the protests and the firebombing of Teslas and Tesla dealerships. Waymo's occupy part of this same nexus. Surveillance technology operated by a tech giant, undemocratically, opaquely led by a CEO that visits Mar-a-Lago and donates to Trump. The New York Times spoke to Elise Joshi, an activist in San Francisco, who underscored this point. She said, quote, the robo-taxis have become a way for some protesters to display resistance to the tech industry's close ties to the Trump administration. Waymos don't have human drivers. They're devoid of humanity. Destroyed robots.
Okay. So I looked it up to make sure it started there. There is literally no mention of that word before Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
It's a made-up word.
For Lord of the Rings, yes.
By Tolkien.
Yes.
That this fucking loser...
Yes.
Called his company.
Yes.
Incredible.
Robot taxis are symbolic of the attempts throughout the history of this country by the tech industry to strip us of community. When protesters' every move might be recorded, geotagged, stored, and turned over to federal agencies, that's a significant deterrent to constitutionally protected free speech, like the right to protest. As more of these driverless cars roam our streets, creating a massive, fluid, real-time surveillance network, they're going to have a significant chilling effect. Fear of being recorded can dampen speech, assembly, and dissent, especially among marginalized communities that are already wary of law enforcement. Research shows that dense street imagery datasets like those Waymo collects can infer private group membership, political affiliation, and behavioral patterns. One study showed how over 25 million dashcam images could be analyzed to predict highly sensitive personal attributes, even after face blurring. The academics who published this research noted that protesters' meeting locations and times captured in geotagged images by DSI providers may be surreptitiously shared with political groups that oppose their causes. This information flow enables adversarial groups to target and disrupt peaceful assemblies, undermining the protesters' right to organize and express dissent. The resulting harm includes exposure to retaliation, suppression of free speech, and the erosion of democratic principles. The researchers also note that this sort of data could be weaponized in professional settings. For instance, shift patterns of nurses inferred from DSI images captured outside healthcare facilities could be sold to exploitative employers or staffing agencies seeking to take advantage of their availability. Such data flows enable adversaries to target nurses with aggressive recruitment tactics, pressure them into accepting poorly compensated shifts at inconvenient hours, or manipulate them into working under unsafe or undesirable conditions. This undermines nurses' autonomy in the workplace and their ability to make independent decisions about their labor. Geotagged imagery of people gathered at busy crosswalks during peak hours may be sold to predatory advertisers seeking to exploit behavioral patterns. For example, advertisers might use this data to push high-pressure marketing campaigns for products like payday loans or fast food, directly targeting the commuters' mobile devices in certain locations or through interactive billboards. Muslims or Hasidic Jews photographed in locations perceived as incongruent with their practices, for instance near entertainment districts, risk having these images and their associated metadata shared with hate groups, potentially exposing them to targeted harassment or discrimination. This flow facilitates that harassment, stigmatization, and even violence against the group, violating societal norms of religious freedom. This sort of mass surveillance and data collection is a significant threat to speech, especially under authoritarian leaders like Trump. Some California lawmakers are already sounding alarms. Assemblymember Chris Ward is pushing to prohibit tech companies from selling location data to federal agencies, citing worries that ICE or the administration could use it to suppress or punish protesters. Though no confirmed instances
You know what's
of
even
ICE
funnier
prosecuting
about
protesters using
Palantir being
Waymo
from
data
Lord
has
of the
emerged,
Rings?
Privacy advocates argue
What?
Like, the evil wizard literally uses it to talk to, like, a dark devil lord. You know what I mean? Like, it's like an object of evil in the Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a very appropriate name.
Yeah, I know. You think he thinks it's funny?
I think
He's like,
he
I'm
thinks
not
it's
even
cool.
hiding it.
No, I think he genuinely thinks it's very cool.
This should be... The Bushwhacker. It needs to be medium armor pen. You know what I mean?
Sure. I don't know what that is.
It's the shotgun.
that the risk is very real and growing by the day. This is why we desperately need data privacy regulation.
Triple barrel
Just this
break
week,
action
Washington
sawed-off
Media
shotgun.
revealed that a data broker owned by the country's major airlines, including Delta, American Airlines, and United, collected U.S. travelers' domestic flight records and sold access to them to Customs and Border Protection. Then, as part of the contract, CPB was not allowed to reveal where that data came from. The data included things like passenger names, their full flight itineraries, and even financial details. Senator Ron Wyden, who I would argue is pretty much the only member of Congress that even remotely understands the tech landscape and is good on tech legislation, said, quote, "The big airlines, through a shady data broker that they own called ARC, are selling the government bulk access to America's sensitive information, revealing where they fly and the credit card that they used." Jake Lappercue, deputy director of the Center for Democracy and Technology's Security and Surveillance Project, said, quote, "While obtaining domestic airline data, like many other transaction and purchase records, generally doesn't require a warrant, there's still supposed to be a thorough legal process that ensures independent oversight and limits data collection to records that will support an investigation." As with many other types of sensitive and revealing data, the government seems intent on using data brokers to buy their way around important guardrails and limits. I hope that as more people become aware of surveillance tech, we can fight against this, because Waymo is just the tip of the iceberg. The cars are only a small part of the broader surveillance ecosystem that the government and private enterprises have constructed across the US. Systems like license plate readers, predictive policing algorithms, CCTV networks, and private mobile carriers are increasingly leveraged by law enforcement. And as the government is collecting more and more data on all of us, we constantly see data-driven enforcement being weaponized among the most marginalized people. For instance, with New York City's stop and frisk policy, 83% of stops targeted Black or Latino people. Flock Safety, private license plate readers deployed in 5,000 communities, have faced multiple civil liberties lawsuits. With the rise of self-driving cars, we now have cameras roving around filming protests, street vendors, and people going about their everyday lives. Imagine all that footage fed into a centralized database combined with app-based location tracking, facial recognition, and predictive policing algorithms. As The Verge notes, Waymo's mission is to become the world's most trusted driver by making transportation safer and more accessible. And there are cases when Waymo releasing footage to law enforcement can be helpful, like when one of its vehicles witnesses a hit and run. But as the company becomes a bigger part of city life, it will inevitably come into conflict with all the many forces that are currently roiling in our country. And that's something that not even the world's most trusted driver can avoid. I think we need to push companies like Waymo, Tesla, and Cruise to publish public transparency reports detailing government data requests, how many and for what purposes, and how they responded to these government requests. Without this information, citizens remain in the dark. We also desperately need better privacy laws. Instead of pushing dangerous censorship bills like the Kids Online Safety Act or age verification laws that mandate tech companies collect significantly more data on users, we need the opposite. We also need the public to become more aware of data privacy. People should know that these cars are recording you. Free speech and the right to protest is essential in maintaining democracy. And the public should not be recorded, traced, or tracked by the government or any other enterprise without consent. That's it for this week's Free Speech Friday. Don't forget to subscribe.
I mean, there's people in front of me destroying Waymos, there's niggas behind me destroying Waymos. There's thousands of people out here disgusted with the Trump administration and how the federal government is handling migration. People are out here with hammers, baseball bats, whatever weapon they can find. It's dark.
Pura la raza latina.
Are you mad?
No expliques Spanish, English.
We're learning that President Trump is ordering another 2,000 National Guard troops to deploy to LA, along with those 700 Marines who already received orders.
At the end of the motherfucking day, we're the motherfucking people, not fucking them. They're here to protect their interests, not us. True. They're locking up innocent fucking immigrants that come here to make a life for their families. I'm a first-generation American, but like I've always said, I am Mexican first, American second, and they don't protect my interests or my family's. So that's what the fuck is going on here.
And honestly, dog, this is all bullshit because my mom, she comes from Mexico and I'm over here representing her right now because ICE, they will take her and they will come right now. I'm 15, dog, so fuck ICE.
I used to be an undocumented citizen. It took me 27 years because I had to prove who I was. So when people tell me that the process is easy and they should just come in and do it the legal way, it doesn't matter. No matter how hard you try, they're gonna make it impossible for people.
They start with the immigrants, they start with the most vulnerable communities, and then once they're done perfecting their system, they go after everybody else.
They know the entire country is against this shit, and they know we're not gonna go down without a fight.
I'm proud to be Mexican. I'm proud of my roots. So fucking proud. And this is for the raza.
For la raza, home. Fuck ICE.
I served 4 years in the fucking Marines for this bullshit. I'll fuck you up to myself.
If you are born on this soil, it does not matter where you come from. If you have citizenship or not, you are guaranteed due process in this fucking country.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement has set a goal of arresting 3,000 illegal migrants a day.
Fuck you, Trump. You're making the wrong moves, my boy. You're fucking with the wrong people, man. And you know what you're doing? You're getting everybody behind Mexicans, pendejo, Latinos, Hispanics.
Why the fuck are you trying to lock the Mexican people up and they got the best food? Tell me that. Tacos and tequila and enchiladas and burritos, fucking corn on the cob, what they call it?
Elote.
Elotes, nigga. Come on. You gonna lock the to make elotes?
Yo, Marines.
What's the difference about me and these guys? Nothing. We bleed the same. We bleed the same, my boy. Just like you, Trump. We're people, homeboy. We work hard. We fucking work for our family. We're family people. You don't know anything about that. You have no values but money in your mind. That's all you have. Viva la raza! Viva la raza! And everybody that's behind us.
Yesterday, raids took place in downtown Los Angeles, at least 3 different locations. One of them, another Home Depot.
Estas redadas han dejado enmarcadas a las personas con temor a venir a buscar trabajo.
Aquí piensa que estamos haciendo algo, cosas malas. Solamente buscamos trabajo, ayudar a la gente de LA que no puede hacer los trabajos rudos que ninguno de aquí les gusta hacer, construcción, jardinería, roofing, todo eso, o levantar cosas o limpiar cosas que es muy sucio o es peligroso para el humano. Aquí estamos para ayudarles a ustedes.
Acordémonos que Nada aquí es gratis, tenemos que pagar renta, tenemos que pagar teléfono, biles, mandar dinerito a nuestra gente allá, a nuestros países. No somos criminales, sino gente que se viene a ganar el pan cada día, ¿verdad?
If we want to look at the cause of what is happening here, I take it back to raids that took place on Friday.
And that's where tensions escalated. Protesters confronted federal agents in the streets with tear gas being used to try to control the...
So for the promotion today, I'm gonna be like, we're sitting around the fire that is America falling to pieces. Pull up a seat, bring the marshmallows. Roasting.
Angry crowd.
Day 2, we're right here in front of City Hall. People have come to support their undocumented neighbors. The community has really came and showed up. Trump has sent 2,000 National Guard members here to disperse the crowd to try to quell this revolt. The state seems to not be down for that. Karen Bass has spoken out against the presence of the National Guard here. So we have this weird clash of like state and federal governments going down right here in LA.
There was nothing going on here that warranted the federal intervention that took place the very next day.
Trump has also made an executive order that anyone with a mask will be arrested on site, which is funny because everybody in ICE wears a mask. I don't get how that's gonna work. I'll just take my mask off then, you know what I mean? If they really try that hard, yeah. But fuck it.
I was trying to save you.
Support La Raza. It's not really just like a Mexican issue, but it definitely is a Mexican problem over here because it's places like Home Depot and the fashion district that's being targeted with this like well-known.
There's that motherfucker.
Like, you know, Paisa homies.
Then they come out every day to work and hustle, and then they depend on that. They don't depend on the actual income of 401k or you know, life insurance that they're able to, you know, they don't have anything like that. They don't know anything about that. So
migrant workers and our prosperity as a country are like this.
He's right.
42% of crop laborers are undocumented.
Do you feel like there's a reason why LA is being targeted so hard?
It's one of the largest Hispanic and Latino communities, and also involving a lot of immigrants too. A lot of illegal immigrants out here.
The only person to ask this question I've heard so far. Incredible. The only other person who has, that I've seen anyway, that has spoken about why Los Angeles was chosen is me.
Here, I'm a DACA recipient, so I can tell firsthand that this is personal. They are attacking our homes, they're attacking our people, and they're attacking the main backbone of this economy, of this country. This country is built off of immigrants. It's built off of a hard...
Don't forget, yesterday or the day before, we calculated Whitey would not have welfare if it wasn't for the income provided by the Hispanic community.
Labor that we do, so yeah, I mean, it's fucked up.
Sí, así es, amigo.
We need migrant reform. We don't need deportations.
If Whitey didn't have welfare, the Hispanic community would put 3.7 trillion into the economy. But Whitey takes 3.1 out of their efforts to take it for themselves. Very cool.
These folks are our brothers and sisters.
Really what they need to do is we need immigration reform. We should all stand together for immigration reform so people can be here legally, people that we need to work.
As a side note, when people talk about immigration reform, they're normally talking about the broken asylum-seeking process. So it used to be that immigrants fleeing persecution, political crisis, or poverty would seek asylum upon their entry to the U.S. and typically hear a verdict from the immigration courts in a matter of weeks or months, after which they can get their work papers and begin legal employment. However, because of the overflow of undocumented migrants that have happened over the past couple of years, the current wait time for an asylum hearing is between 5 and 7 years, leaving millions of migrants stuck in the states, unable to procure lawful employment, often leading them to places like Home Depot parking lots or just on the streets. Immigration reform would mean spending less money on ICE and more money hiring immigration judges to create a fair and expedited process for hearing asylum claims and issuing work papers. The Trump administration, and by the way, the Biden administration too, have refused to take significant action to hire more judges and fix the problem, which if done correctly would be a win-win for both sides. It'd be a win for conservatives who are concerned about migrants with violent criminal backgrounds entering the country and taking advantage of people and resources, and it'd be a win for progressives.
Wow, it's strange. So if it's
However,
a policy that benefits what both policies say verbally, why wouldn't they want to do it? Ah, stalker!
It's almost like they're lying.
Spread deportation orders by Trump.
He's not serious. He signs these papers all day long. He could sign one that required E-Verify, and he hasn't. Why? Because what would happen is all those companies like Walmart, etc., who rely on immigrant workers or workers without papers would then complain.
WAPs.
And they would lobby against it.
When there's no food on the table, when
Workers
there's no
without
housing,
papers. That's
people will
WAPs.
learn.
Trump's administration ICE is doing is illegal and unconstitutional. They're doing exactly what the Gestapo did back in the Nazi regime, which is arrest people with no warrants, take them to court and prosecute them with no fair trial, deport them and send them to foreign prisons, and then there's no oversight regulations for them to do whatever they're doing.
I'm a white guy with some money. I have a housekeeper scared to death. I have a caretaker of my elderly father scared of being fired because some asshole might call him, disagree with him, and send him back to some prison camp in some country that's not his.
And the only difference between ICE and the Gestapo is that the Gestapo had the balls to show their faces when they were doing this type of shit. ICE is just being cowards and hiding behind those masks and their weapons and terrorizing a whole community.
What's happening right now is that Donald Trump sent the National Guard to dissemble and humiliate and arrest and harm lawful citizens exercising their right to speech and assembly. There is no world in which some spray paint or a broken window.
What?
Just connection, dog shit.
Oh.
Is more important than human rights.
What's going on is the fact that we got fascist fucking pig not letting us do.
Oh, that's not the right gun.
So my name is Jesse Blackhartha. I'm an immigration attorney based in Los Angeles. Those raids are taking place at job sites. You know, day laborers at Home Depot, people who help, you know, create clothes at these factories or these, these businesses.
I love seeing cops running to tackle people who did nothing wrong.
Those aren't people who were on the street, you know, as gang members wreaking havoc in communities. They're family members. They're the people who support their kids. They're the people who probably their kids are waiting for to pick them up at the end of the school day. And so in this coordinated raid, people are being pulled out of the community, taken to the federal building in downtown LA, and not coming out. And on the same day, people were going into their ICE check-ins, their appointments with their ICE officers, and not coming out. And so it just follows a pattern of this increased enforcement that doesn't target just people who have criminal histories. It doesn't target people who are deemed to make our communities unsafe. It targets people who are doing the essential job that many Americans won't do. It's targeting people who are core members of their family, of their communities, who really just want to be here and make a better life for themselves and their family.
All right, so everybody from City Hall has now started a march to the federal building. The cops earlier tried to block the road so that people couldn't march along this route, but they fucked up. They didn't do it, and people are now mobile. That's like damn near at least my whole high school times 3. So about like a rack, like 1,000 people down here. The people...
They're posting the Palantir CTO in a military uniform because I guess he served before. And he's like, reporting for duty? And I'm just like, he looks like somebody trying to get a discount that never served in the military. It looks like the uniform doesn't fit him. It's very funny.
are shooting silly strings at the cops. The cops are, yeah, they're shooting. They're shooting gas. We're all being pushed back, man. And like, it's like I feel like a dog that they're telling me to get. The cops are fucking rapid firing. They're non-lethals. I feel like the non-lethals are also like packed with some type of irritant. It's not necessarily a tear gas canister, but it fucks you up. I feel like it's on the top. Oh, goddamn. All right. All right. So this is what I'm talking about. It's like the rubber thing, and then these follow after it. And it shoots off some sparks.
They literally shot him.
It's coming a lot more.
You see that? Go back. He literally got hit with it.
He just picked it up.
Non-lethals. I feel like the non-lethals are also like packed with some type of irritant. It's not necessarily a tear gas canister, but it fucks you up. I feel like it's on the top. Oh, goddamn. All right. All right. So this is what I'm talking about. It's like the rubber thing, and then these follow after it. And it shoots off some sparks, which I feel like...
I think it impacted and bounced into him. But it definitely looks like he got hit. Here we commissioned to the
Well, they're supposed to shoot it at the ground.
Ah, okay.
It's coming a lot more often now. They're also banging niggas with sticks. This is a peaceful protest. We haven't done shit. It's only 3 p.m.
Hey, John, tell me. Was it the protesters that
Stalin.
instigated the unrest? Or was it the cops shooting shit at the protesters? Obviously, it's the protesters causing this, right? The cops didn't do anything wrong. They're just shooting shit at them.
Well,
That's their
these
job.
people hate our country.
That's the fastest I've ever seen them start shooting people with rubber bullets. Not even 5 minutes. What the fuck was that?
A shot with a rubber bullet. That shit hurts. He's helping out right now.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
How close were you to the gun?
They were like 2 feet away.
What do you think? What's the difference between ICE and the LAPD?
LAPD belongs to us. They work for us. They're our police. They're not supposed to work with us. LAPD eats corn the long way. I've been saying it since the beginning of today. Look at them. You can tell.
So now they're advancing. They're trying to split us, but they go shoot this old lady. Oh, damn. Okay, yeah, they might. Yeah, they might shoot the old lady. Oh, that nigga trigger happy, man. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Oh, I knew it.
Pick her up, pick her up, pick her up. Watch your leg.
Oh, no.
I have a medical staff.
Let's go.
They know the entire country is against this shit, and they know we're not gonna go down without a fight. I understand that by showing my face and speaking, I'm putting myself in peril. But I will do it because those people in there only came here to fight and work and find a better chance of life from other countries in the world. And nobody is illegal on stolen land. And this is stolen land. This land belongs to the Gabrieleño tribe of Indians. And if anybody told you differently, they're wrong. These people pretend not to know history. That's why they want to erase it. They don't understand.
So close. She's so close. They don't, like, it's not knowing history. They know. They like it. They are pro that kind of policy. It's worse. It's so much worse.
Understand that this is our land. We
See,
cannot cross the border. The
he
border
killed me
crossed
with a
us,
grenade.
and
Now
we're
he's
not
fighting a
going to
charger
leave, and
alone.
We're gonna fight alongside.
We didn't cross the border crossed us. That goes hard.
All of our brothers and sisters of all colors, because LA is united and we are a fucking melting pot of cultures, and we're a community that will stand together against injustice every time.
So we right here, made on to the 101. Protesters have moved on here to get the message across of solidarity. These people that are targeted are criminals. These are people that are like hard at work, you know what I mean, ripped out of their jobs, single income homes. Right here, we're just reminding people that we run the streets and the freeways.
Yo, Channel 5 News, what the fuck's going on? What the fuck's going on?
I don't know, you tell me.
I just got here.
I think there's a protest going on.
I guess so. I'm going to the gym.
Oh yeah, what are you working on at the gym?
The quads, bro, the cheeks.
I've been fucking running a lot lately. And I feel good about it. So it's not only the freeways, as you can see, they're lined up. The whole fucking shit lined up. You got anything to say, bro?
Fuck ICE. Let all our immigrants free. It's a free country.
Everyone in Los Angeles should be here right now.
Absolutely. Los Angeles doesn't take this kind of shit, man.
I used to be an undocumented citizen for the longest, 27 years of my life. So I understand the hardship that it comes to being an immigrant. So I feel more responsible now that I'm an American citizen to fight for those people that don't have any rights right now. I fear for my siblings, deportation, they're still in the process. And since they're trying to take away that due process, I fear more for my life for them, that they're going to be taken away to a land that they haven't even been since they were 1 year old. It took me a long time. Even from an American mother that I had, it took me 27 years because I had to prove who I was. So when people tell me that the process is easy and they should just come in and do it the legal way, it doesn't matter. No matter how hard you try, they're gonna make it impossible for people.
You'll hear people say, my family did it the right way. My experience is sometimes when you dig a little deeper and you ask questions about what that means, you'll actually find that it wasn't actually the right way. The family members actually came here unlawfully without permission, and some benefit became available to them afterwards that allowed them to get residency. If you had a sibling, let's just say a brother, who's from Mexico, and you wanted to bring him over here because you're a United States citizen, you could try to file an I-130 family petition for him, engage that process lawfully, and it's probably going to be over 2 decades before your brother is now able to legally come here to the United States. How does it make sense to wait another 15 years after waiting 5 years if you're in imminent harm? Do you keep waiting those 15 additional years, or do you maybe take action into your own hands and find refuge by coming here around the legal process you try to engage with?
Oh, I don't know what that was. Oh, they moving now. Okay, now we got LAPD, ICE, CHP, DHS, FBI, everybody's out here except for the National Guard. There's flashbangs going up above. We're still getting rubber bullets.
The Seattle No Kings protest has a massive constitution that they're walking with. It's fucking great.
20 minutes remaining.
Damn.
Bullets.
It should be noted that some migrant workers, like the ones that Saddam spoke with at the Home Depot, are not in support in some of the more outlandish direct action tactics that have been on display at the protest, particularly those involving arson and vandalism.
Yo estoy de acuerdo que la gente haga sus manifestaciones, proteste, pero en una forma no violenta, no lucrativa para otras personas, porque no somos todos. Entonces ahí nos enmarcan a todos. Tenemos que hacer las protestas, pero hacerlas con el debido respeto, tanto para los policías como para la gente, ¿verdad? Porque si ustedes se dan cuenta, se están violando muchos de los derechos de las personas, entonces pienso que no es lo correcto.
This anti-rioting sentiment is also shared by many business owners in downtown LA who experienced the George Floyd riots in 2020, which negatively impacted commerce for quite some time.
The message gets diluted because you've got people like me. We don't want to see our properties destroyed. This building's boarded up because...
You know, he always say that it was the Soviets that started the kibbutz.
The Bolsheviks, specifically.
Sure, Bolsheviks, sure. It's so funny because it's like they started as commies, ended as fascists, like father, like son.
Because glass got broken 5 years ago on it. So here we are 5 years later, we're protesting about something that's meaningful, but busting somebody's property isn't going to help spread that message.
Yeah, well,
think in terms of somebody like me who's put 100 gallons of paint on this building in 5 years. The message is by body of people, by mass. And how do you influence mass? You keep at it. You know, pass out pamphlets. It's more effective. Hold signs.
Está bien lo que estamos, bueno, lo que están haciendo.
Burn down federal building. That works too.
En huelgas, pero no se trata de destruir cosas, porque en lugar de ayudarnos va a ser todo peor, porque ahora ya mandaron la guardia, siguen haciendo cosas más malas y va a ser peor, ya entre poco ya no se va a poder ni caminar por lo mismo. Entonces hay que protestar, pero en la forma que la ley nos dice que la hagamos, sin destruir ni golpear a los policías, porque quiera no, ellos están haciendo su trabajo. Porque ellos hacen lo que el gobierno dice que hagan, no lo están haciendo por hacerlo nomás.
There's also a sentiment shared by some that angry rioting is actually serving the agenda of the conservative establishment, who are looking for negative optics to feed their affiliate media channels, who will now broadcast clips of things like looting and burning cars anytime border policy or ICE operations are mentioned in a critical light, to delegitimize the progressive side of the aisle.
The reason the guards are here is he knows he's going to incite violence and lighting fires and looting and everything else, and he can now say that's why.
The caption to this video is "Girl finds more effective Iron Dome." It is a more effective Iron Dome. Man, look at all those fucking missiles. Honestly, I'm so surprised at Iran's capability to respond like this. I did not expect a response from Iran like this.
That's just exacerbating everything, and it's putting on a show for the news.
This gentleman's prediction served to be true from an optics standpoint. Here is an official edit posted by the White House on Facebook, X, and Instagram less than 24 hours after this protest was filmed.
It was a peaceful rally. What is going on right now is also peaceful.
We are expecting rallies later on.
When they show up, we gotta show up even stronger.
In Los Angeles, there is a new crowd of protesters that has been building.
CNN had it that these were rallies. Now they've become protests.
It's funny how they're only showing pictures of the Waymos. It's almost like it's the only thing that happened.
I'm afraid that by tonight they become riots. If we don't have the ability to stand up and stop this violence before it consumes a great city like Los Angeles, then there's no telling where this could spread.
What they're showing is the worst part of it, feeding into the clown at the top. They're not showing peaceful masses of people with signs, right?
Shut up, Whitey.
That are coming out to protest. They're showing people that are coming out and destroying shit. And so, you know, it's feeding into it.
Still, many LA natives, particularly those belonging to multi-generational Chicano families, feel as though without making a show of force through direct action, ICE will continue with their aggressive operations in the city, thereby breaking families apart. 8% of LA residents are currently...
They are 100% correct. Like, when the state is launching operations of state terror directed right at you, standing in the street with signs is not how you respond. They're literally black-bagging people in unmarked cars. As far as I'm concerned, they're kidnapping people. And I'm pretty sure that would count in self-defense. But I'm not sure, because California's weird. But there has to be something somewhere that says this is literally kidnapping. Do whatever you need to defend yourself. That's the attitude it should be. Like, they're literally kidnapping American citizens or American residents that are supposed to be protected under the jurisdiction of the United States. That's the whole gimmick of going in, is you're supposed to be protected. Instead, they're weaponizing the state against these people instead of helping them contribute to the country. Why wouldn't you want these people in your country helping your country make more money? It doesn't make any fucking sense. You're capitalists, you fucking idiots.
Currently undocumented. And in Latino majority neighborhoods in the south central and eastern part of the city, that number is estimated to be closer to a third.
We're not gonna stop. Hell no, we don't stop, man.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna stop this until this city burns down. That's how LA reacts, you know? That's how we react to things. They're trying to split up families, you know what I'm saying? And it's not cool. You fuck with a family member, you're gonna get everybody, you know what I'm saying?
How long do you think it's gonna last?
Shit, until they change their minds on what the fuck they doing. You got kids that are born here and they're like 5, 6 years old and their mom and dad are being taken away from them. That's fucked up. Let somebody try to take my kid, you know?
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen.
You're not gonna win, believe it. It's a matter of time if you keep fucking.
No, you're 100% correct. Like, if this was happening anywhere else, it would be a UN issue, it would be a diplomatic problem, it would be, you know, think Haiti. Look at Haiti, right? Look at the response in Haiti. Isn't that what they're claiming this is basically doing? They're basically claiming that there's gangs of whoever taking over LA being incredibly violent. They're not protesters, right?
How can we tell the world's gonna know it? The world's gonna know it. Not only you, the world's gonna fucking know it. That we're tired of fucking bullshit. All the Viva la raza! Everybody that is supporting the Mexicanos and the Latinos and the Browns, fucking love for you, much love.
We're all people.
This guy
We'll
rules.
Always be people. Their lack of acceptance of our humanity and of everyone's humanity is an insult to what we are, which is divine beings meant to be here together and to share everything.
What's up, divine
Calm
beings?
down, honey.
Let's take a quick break from the streets of LA to see how the media machine has been covering the unfolding situation in those streets.
Look at this asshole.
As we know, different outlets push different agendas, shaping
He's
the story to
decorative.
fit their own narratives, which is why independent reporting matters, and we here at Channel 5 are 100% committed to bringing y'all raw, unfiltered coverage straight from the streets. But
course.
before we hit the streets, we get informed.
Ground news.
People are out here with hammers, baseball bats, whatever weapon they can find. It's kind of like one of those therapy rooms where you fuck shit up. How you doing?
Hey, this shit's fun, not gonna lie.
How many times have you destroyed a Weibo?
First time.
How do you feel about the protest?
Well, you see how I'm feeling about it.
It's kind of therapeutic over here. Are you worried about the car blowing up?
in the way now.
Wait, come
The
back.
heat's burning the back. Kind of therapeutic over here. Are you worried about the car blowing up?
Hell no.
How many times have you one of those therapy rooms where you fuck shit up? How you doing?
Hey, this shit's fun, not gonna lie.
How many times have you destroyed a Weibo?
First time.
How do you feel about the protest?
First
Well, you see
time.
how I'm feeling about it.
It's kind of therapeutic over here. Are you worried
Have
about
you
the car?
also seen the videos people have been posting of cops smashing out their own windows and shit? Like, obviously we can move that as like, oh, look at the cops destroying their own cars, but obviously they're just trying to get out of there and they're smashing out the window so they can see through the car. Like, that's obviously why they were doing it, but it is very funny watching videos of cops destroying their own cars. Like, please don't. Like, I haven't seen any indication that that isn't the case. That is my assumption that that's how it is. If anybody has seen any other evidence that shows the cops actually breaking the cars as opposed to breaking it out after it was already smashed, please send it through. But my assumption, and I think this is the safe assumption, is what I said. Is that the cops had the car damaged and they needed to smash out the window to leave. And we want the cops leaving. That's good.
Car blowing up?
Hell no.
The fucking heat's burning the back, my fucking back right now. It's hot as fuck.
Yeah, it's a
Goddamn it.
lithium ion
I'm
fire.
scared it's just gonna blow up. You know, but it's really hot. I just got tear gas 20 minutes ago, and I had to lay down on the ground and take a break. Shout out to the people out here that gave me the eye wash. I found out that tear gas doesn't stick to ski masks, so yeah, it's been kind of eventful. You feel like this situation going on right now in LA could just be a possible performance being put on by Trump, or like a way to sway people's opinions?
I can't say for sure, but a lot of the things that he does seems to be performative to even sometimes just distract. I mean, what were we talking about as a nation before the raid started in Los Angeles? We were talking about this big, beautiful bill that is going to take money away from programs like Medicaid, give tax breaks to the wealthiest people.
Yes.
It's going to balloon our deficit and be way too expensive. And then you had Elon Musk break ties with Trump and have a public dispute between the two of them. And that's all you saw in the news. And then all of a sudden, now we're talking about raids in Los Angeles and immigration enforcement and insurrectionists and anarchy and mobilizing the National Guard and the Marines. So I'm not saying it's purely meant to distract, but oftentimes if you follow
mission and
Trump's
the bugs just never
presidency,
spawn.
things like this happen that distract away from the thing that they don't want you talking about.
Where the fuck was all this January 6th? Huh? Don't you feel shame? Taking fucking kids from their fucking families? Don't you fucking feel shame? Abducting and kidnapping innocent fucking people? But nah, you have to support Trump's fucking Nazi-ass regime. Yeah, you look at me.
Look at me specifically. Remember this fucking face.
Tracked away from the thing that they don't want you talking about.
They're gonna really remember all tonight. Don't you feel safe? Because it's gonna be a long fucking night. When the fucking guys paying overtime. I hope all those billions and billions of fucking tax dollars that you guys fucking get, it's all fucking worth it for tonight. Because you guys are gonna fucking work for it.
Fucking was looping audio there for a second.
Channel 5.
Because I was opening the tabs to grab the titles for tweets.
I already
Yeah,
played it on
so
the 15th.
day 2 got a little bit hectic when night fell,
Yeah, I already
to
did
say
all
the
that.
least.
That's why I was on my phone for like 20 minutes. Because I was doing all the checks and shit.
Okay.
Titles, posts. So just go retweet that one.
Now he tells me.
I want to try and use the 5th gen Twitter in a bit more of a newsy way, if you would. Retweeting shit, making sure that people, if they follow us, will be getting good information. But I gotta figure out how the fuck I want to do that.
Alright. Oh, man. Right there, QB, I got the plate. I'm coming to your house at 5 in the morning.
As far as day 2 night footage goes, we're still
Coming to your house at 5 in the morning. Thanks for the warning. I'll make sure I get up at 4 and be ready.
still talking to YouTube right now and kind of examining.
The cop was talking to somebody in a car and they're like, I have your plates, I'm going to turn up to your house at 5 a.m. It's like, cool, okay, try it. See what happens.
Examining their terms of service to figure out what's explicitly allowed and banned from the platform, and they're being pretty cool about it. And I'm assuming that we should be covered in time as journalists for the footage that we got, but we don't have like Associated Press credentials or like official journalistic certification, and kind of the way things are playing out on a federal level, I'm a little bit worried about like getting in trouble or getting subpoenaed by the feds for the nighttime footage, but I could be crazy. Either way, if you want to see the uncensored footage while we figure out what's kind of safe for the surface.
So I'm going to try this new video format here and see what happens. I'm going to call it a Squid Tips Post-Action Report. The goals are information sharing, to tell you what I saw on the ground so that you are aware, because mainstream media is just dog shit. Mainstream media is going to be focused around narratives, and the narratives are going to be around what is sensationalized, you know, the spectacle part of it. The second is to give you tactical advice and strategies based on my experience so that you can take that to your actions, to whatever you're doing in your community.
Oh, look at this guy, freak it out. Oh, they fucking backed up. They backed up. They backed up. They backed up. Y'all see the piggies run? You see them run? Food streets! Our streets! Food streets! Our streets! Food streets! Our streets! Hell yeah!
I gotta move quickly. I don't have time to make these giant produced videos anymore where I go over my script and make sure everything is fully accurate and every detail is fleshed out. I'm just gonna give you what highlights I can remember, and then I'm gonna use video to reference back to it, and then maybe provide some narratives as necessary to clean it up. But yeah, I think you're gonna like it a lot though, so let's go. So first off, on June 10th, Tuesday, Trump announced that they were going to start going into a bunch of other cities other than LA and sending ICE to start chasing people down, kidnapping and abducting people. We're way past the point where they're concerned about violent criminals. They're very openly just targeting anybody who is brown. And then they are going to sort out who the documented and undocumented people are and try to process as many of them out of this country as possible. They don't give a shit if it's a parent who has children at home. They don't give a fuck if it's a child. They don't give a fuck about somebody who is on medication that is going to then kill them later if they don't get it when they get deported. The pretext is still about safety, but it is very clear to anybody who isn't just falling for it and listening to them straight up that this is about building a white nation. That fucking TikToker who was really famous for doing the thing, like they kicked him out of the country, right? He wasn't doing shit. He took some influencer job that an American could have been doing. Come the fuck on. Earlier this week, ICE abducted somebody while their lawyer was in the bathroom at the federal building. Like that level of cruelty and just really, really sick. So I'm trying to help people not get abducted by armed men in masks. So what I decided was I made a bunch of signs, just very simple ones that I just drew myself. And I woke up very early yesterday morning, and I went to every Home Depot and Lowe's in the greater Seattle area, from Linwood to West Seattle, And I found the day laborers there. I told them what was happening, that ICE was doing raids, and I put up signs so that other people knew that was coming, because at a minimum, I can make ICE's job harder. One of the biggest challenges is that information is not permeating into these communities, and I'm personally not engaged in these communities. I don't know anybody undocumented that I'm aware of. I mean, if I did, I wouldn't say into this fucking
I love that he's using his R1 to get around to put these signs too. It's fucking great.
I haven't posted on the internet either, but yeah, I don't know anybody. So I need to go find them where they're at. And that's one of the few places I know that they're at for sure. All of those people understood what ICE was. Many of them thanked me for sharing the information.
Fucking get this right. So on Threads, I've basically curated my threads to be only motorcycle stuff. And people, because the Pride Month was coming around, people were doing their post you and your flag thing. And a few people posted Nazi flags as like a joke. And, or at least I think it was a joke. But the entire group that I am sort of interacting with ejected these people. Not a fucking hesitation. Ejected them. Told them to get fucked and mass reported their accounts, and both of them got banned. Like, fucking awesome. Like, cannot give enough praise to people who ride motorcycles. Fucking sick cunts.
Hey, fuck ICE! They're coming, brother, they're fucking coming, they're coming here today! ICE, they're coming. Today, big, they're starting to spread out, so spread the word.
Curious when we were posting up.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, they're today, it's coming like today. They're big push into Seattle and Chicago and New York, and they're bringing it. There's gonna be a lot of shit starting tonight. So yeah, that's why I'm trying to get to everywhere I know and just. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, you too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're today. They're going around and they're picking people up. I'm gonna put it here.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Gracias.
There is a lot of fear. There is a lot of uncertainty. So the thing is that this was confirmed information. I knew this was happening. I didn't do it prior to the moment that I knew that ICE sweeps were actively coming in a heavy way. And I don't know what's happening in every community, but it's important to share that information when it's relevant and critical, rather than just creating like an environment of fear and anxiety. There's some listed specifics for that, which I'll go ahead and post up here. You can either screenshot them or whatever. Yeah, utilize that as your framework. The day before, I was at the federal building and I was with people who were actively trying to block ICE from coming in and out of the federal building where they're operating and doing all their processing. And that's where I met Katie Daviscourt. Let me tell you a little bit about that before we move into what I did last night. While I was there, I had like a 30-minute conversation with her where we learned a whole lot about how she thinks about things and how she lies to herself about what she's doing and other people. It's not complicated. These people are grifters, but again, in their own head, they don't think.
Okay. I was about to say, if he's about to praise this person, I'm going to be very surprised, because I saw Post-Millennial and Human Events. That is one of Tim Pool's favorites, and Human Events is Jack Posobiec.
Think of it that way. She legitimately thinks of herself as a journalist.
The mass deportations thing is very new, I think, to everyone. So I think everyone's trying to navigate what the hell is even going on. No, I've seen it. At least for me.
Why do you not speak out more about that?
I'm a journalist.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm a journalist. I work for myself. I work for the truth. I work for the truth. Cool. I'm here to share the truth. Are you? But you're part of an organization that is absolutely partisan, right? You acknowledge this, right?
What organization?
I mean, I can go Google it, right? I mean, it's underneath your little tagline on Twitter, but.
I'm not in any organization. I work for a news company.
Okay. Sure. Tomato, tomato. So the news company that you have has a specific perspective, right?
I mean, we're more conservative leaning.
Sure. You have a specific perspective. Exactly. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but we don't hide that.
Yeah.
So that means, some people hide it.
But
you will never not know where we stand on certain issues, I guess.
I mean, what it seems like is that where you stand is that you say you don't support ICE like stealing people, but what you're doing is you're actively creating propaganda which supports ICE stealing people under any condition, basically.
Not me. I report very straight on what they've been doing.
When you say straight?
Straight, as in there's no propaganda in my post. ICE made an arrest at 4th Avenue for this.
So when Jonathan Cho cracked that guy in the face just a block away from there,
And there was a cut between me talking to him and then him yelling at me to take my helmet off, which I obliged him and then took my helmet off right in front of him.
Remember.
Yeah, I'm aware. More you might not remember. It's on your video. Your video would have caught all of it, and that's what I mean. It's like you can say that you can say you're not creating propaganda, but when you selectively edit certain things and put them up, that
I don't believe anything was selectively edited.
What is a cut? Then you just cut for time. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay, you just cut the parts that are just kind of don't fit. Even though I saw 5 minutes of footage on your channel.
I feel like it was like that was a very long video.
Yeah, and then you cut the part where I took my helmet off. You cut the part. I know you don't. But it's a really. Do you feel like that's convenient? Like that you just kind of remembering. You are part of a right-wing propaganda machine that comes here. You create and you start things, and you generate. It goes right to Fox News. Your clips were on Fox News.
Okay, that's media.
They're not media. They're propaganda. I mean, that's a very generous term. What is journalism to you?
Telling the truth, all sides. That's why I'm talking to you.
Okay. My main goal in interacting with her was to just chew up her time and prevent her from seeing anything super relevant or important, which I couldn't be there forever, and she stayed a lot longer than I did. So
she be sharing Andy No red ass flags. There's your line of attack, my friend. Bro is a literal Nazi fucking sympathizer. Bro literally collaborates with Nazis.
Antifa hit me on the head with a big Acme mallet.
Like literally direct collaborator with neo-Nazis. There is your angle of attack. If she is sharing his shit, she is also on that same vein.
So yeah, it's something that has kind of limited utility and value, I think. I didn't record her very well because I was just doing it from my phone on my chest. I wasn't like staring at her. I was trying to have like an actual conversation. But my favorite part was when she turned the camera on both of us. And she got a video of me and her, me just over her shoulder, and asked me a bunch of questions to where I put a donut in my mouth and gave her like the peace sign and was explaining how I'm an anarchist. I'm an Antifa anarchist, which is true. Pretty well, right? Like this kind of looks just like you. Are you in LA right now? You look. This is you, right? Is this part of the propaganda? I'm a Seattle-based Antifa. I'm an anarchist. I have never been arrested. I have been in the back of the cop car, though. It sucked. Honestly, if you've ever interacted with the police, it's really radicalizing. You realize how crappy police will treat you for doing literally nothing.
It's very true.
The thing I realized is that their strategy is to get you to talk as much as possible, because the more you talk, the more likely you're to say something that's going to make you look stupid. Think about Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder going to these like college campuses where they're getting these college people to just kind of, they have their talking points and they're just going to keep repeating them until they get enough people.
See, this is the problem with people who go to these forums to do this. All they need to do is ask them questions. Don't say anything. Just ask them questions so they have to justify their own positions. And
hey,
they
Charlie!
won't be able to do it.
How come you love penis so much?
Like
that's how I'd say it too. In that
like
voice.
They literally won't be able to justify.
Got you!
They won't be able to justify their positions. And that exposes them more than anything else. I mean, look at what we do with people who come in here. Right? We just ask them questions. And then they're like, oh.
Hey, Charlie!
You're kind of right.
I'm doing your mom!
People that look kind of dumb. Remember, a right-wing narrative is that people on the left are just ignorant, stupid, childish. They're not aware of how the world really works. We don't have jobs. We don't live in reality. We're all just kind of.
Can you imagine?
Off our parents are just lazy pieces of shit.
So like how would he react to that?
Start talking and start asking them questions based on the thing they were.
Just me asking questions like that in that voice. Where'd you buy your clothes, Charlie? The toilet store.
It'd depend on how long you could keep it up for.
He's like, you're obviously doing a voice, and I'm gonna be like, I'm a professional clown, asshole!
Find that word, because she asked, am I there to stop the fascists? Well, what's a fascist?
I was born with this voice, and I realized there was only one pathway for me in life, and that was to be a clown!
Tell us about Antifa. Just tell us about you guys.
Antifa
this is a disability!
According to you.
You're ableist!
And you're Antifa.
What does Antifa stand for? Anti-fascist? What's a fascist?
Are you here to shut down the fascists?
What is a fascist?
Are you here to shut down the fascists?
What is a fascist, Katie?
You're supposed to tell me.
No. I'm confirming you understand. I understand what a fascist is. It seems like you and your news network do not. So I'm asking, what is a fascist to you? If you can, I feel like this is a pretty simple question. You can turn.
I mean, for us, it's a very simple question. I mean, we've fucking nailed that shit down to 2 words.
Marines, stay out of the minefield. They fucking love dancing in the mines, bro.
They do.
You can turn it off if that's a difficult.
Come on, all of you. They're all about to die.
You do not
Watch.
understand what these concepts mean.
Come on. There they go.
How can you be a journalist if you don't
And they're
understand what
dead.
these things mean?
I obviously do, but I feel like
Now, a whole new group of Marines are going to spawn in and run through the minefield.
It's what Blackwalk Antifa does.
Part of the way right-wingers win, because again, every accusation is a confession, right? They think you're dumb and stupid. They want you to look that way. The reality is they're pretty fucking dumb and stupid.
It's
so
true.
Get them to demonstrate that. Remember how much right-wing agitprop just has a series of assumptions about words like fascist, anarchist, communist. Don't fall into the trap of just talking and spinning off of the way they frame things. Clarify. Force critical thinking.
I think you seem smarter. You seem smarter to me than this. Yeah, you seem smart. And that's what makes me upset, is because you seem like a smart person, and it's like disappointing that an intelligent person is like part of this, and that you're...
Don't run through the mines.
You're using your intelligence to hurt other people.
Do not.
Enable hurting of other people. Do you think that other people getting picked up at Home Depot, are they getting hurt? No.
This guy's
Do you think-
stuck.
have
Oh,
you
there
been
they
in the back
go.
of a paddy wagon? Do you think it's like pillows
Into the
and
mines.
and craft services?
Arrested. My record is clean.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
never seen
gonna
cops,
run
never
it.
seen YPD, you never... Yeah, okay, well, cops...
I do have a parking ticket.
It's difficult.
Not
It's
a
difficult to have like.
parking
It's difficult to respect. I want to respect you. I want to like you.
You
but
do
it's-
like me.
I
I
think
can tell.
it's difficult.
Basically Antifa now.
I can tell you actually like me.
I want to like you, but it's difficult when I feel like you're being so dishonest with me, because I live my life pretty honestly.
I am honest.
Except for the.
Actually, for me,
You don't know what happens. You're not sure if people getting picked up at Home Depot are getting
I'm
harmed.
sure it's terrifying.
Do you think they're getting harmed?
No.
No. So you think when a father, hold on, when a father.
Do you ever pack a cone and just put it down and forget?
I don't know what a cone is.
I guess you use a pipe. Do you ever like pack one and just put it down and not have it?
See, like a cone is a thing. It's a product you buy at the store.
Oh, like a joint wrap.
Yeah, but they're
no, I'm
normally
talking
like
about-
keef coated.
Oh, really? That's cool. Fucking hell.
The cone
guess-
specifically.
Well, no. I guess you guys would call it a bowl. I don't fucking know. I don't know the terminologies. I just smoked the shit. Anyway, I must have put.
It
one,
happened again.
I must have packed one yesterday night.
No
and
bug
gone to
spawn.
sleep. And I'm like, it's almost. I'll have one now. Go to do it, and there's one in there. I'd fuck me.
Father
Why do you
doesn't
think
come
they're
home.
getting harmed?
When a father doesn't come home to their kids after a day when they're supposed to be working to put food on the table, is that harm?
That's very sad for the kids, but also when an American father gets arrested, it doesn't come home.
So it is
the same
harm.
thing applies.
It doesn't take a lot to care about the guy at Home Depot not being able to go to his family, who knows if they're going to eat that.
I think it's sad, but they made that choice.
The kids didn't make any choices.
The kids didn't, but the dad did.
So you're cool with
that's-
punishing children. You're cool with punishing children, right? I mean, that's the
follow
logical
nation
conclusion.
laws. I just think everyone should follow the nation
Yeah,
laws.
I mean,
Like the mainstream media, they are there to capture the spectacle, not the information. They are not gathering information to provide to their community. They are there to create propaganda. So I spent a couple hours at the federal building, and then I had to go to work, so I did. And after that point is when things actually started to kind of heat up over there. People are starting to realize one of the best tactics you can have is start to kind of just put things in ice in the cops' way, whatever's around. One of the most reliable things you can find in cities like Seattle is these fucking Lime bike scooters. People were creating physical barriers, walls, making it very difficult for people to come in and out of the building. They wouldn't allow people in the building, so they had to stay out. The reason I went that morning is people were concerned that SPD was going to be trying to do a mass arrest of people at the federal building, and that didn't really happen. I saw SPD bike cops rolling around here and there, but for the most part, they were not really involved. So maybe that's what being a sanctuary city gets you. The blockading and interference at that building continued until like 1:30 a.m. the next day. So people are active and involved constantly now. It is a constant effort. Gone are the moments of there being just specific actions at specific days. This is now a all-the-time fight and battle. All right, so now we get back to yesterday, which started with me running around to all the different Home Depots and Lowe's in Seattle and ended with me in front of the federal building. The evening started at Cal Anderson Park. There was a rally starting at 7 p.m. there. So that's what I showed up. I invited all my friends to come, and I had about 5 bikes total that were there with me. Whenever the event starts, things don't actually start until about an hour afterward, right? They give about an hour for people to gather and arrange and plan. My team showed up around 7:15 to a park nearby to sync up our cardos and kind of talk about our game plan for what we were going to do. I figured there was kind of going to be two phases. There was going to be the march phase, and then there was going to be some sort of stand around rally event, which again, I figured would end at the federal building, even though that wasn't something that was discussed. The more these things go to, the more you're going to start just understanding how they work. And Matt, I've been to like 10 or something in the last couple months. I know the plans kind of proactively without needing to engage with anybody specifically. We rolled by the park and pretty quickly we saw a couple hundred people rallying near the north side. Once the pack started to move, we tried to get to the front area because the goal at that point is to then provide traffic control. The goal of traffic control is A, to keep people safe, right? Cars not just trying to run through, plow through groups of people. The second is to help cars get around, you know, people who don't want to just...
He and his motorbike group providing security. That's pretty cool. Like, going ahead of them and making sure the path's clear. That's pretty fucking cool. Like, that's a pretty noble thing to do. Like, you're putting yourself in front of a crowd that could be a target. On a motorbike, of all things.
Or just be stuck in a crowd of people for 10 minutes as they wander by. This helps de-escalate conflict. You know, some people are like into it and they're high-fiving and they're honking their horns, right? And then some people are like, get the fuck out of the way, I'm so mad. You know, I'm not saying that's totally invalid. I don't know what people's situation is. I'm sure a lot of them just go into a movie or something and don't want to be late. And then C is to inform them of why are people there? What is happening? And what I have found is that a lot of people knew what was happening in this time. And that's great because knowing what's going on is the first step towards activating and actually doing something about it. So yeah, we zigzagged through Seattle until eventually we get to the federal building. When we got there, there was already a couple hundred people there. So that was a really fun...
Honestly, the dude with the med bag, this guy. Now that is a good fucking idea. If you're on a bike and you're also a medic, get a radio, give people the radio code, you will be one of the most useful people in that protest. That is wild. What a great fucking idea.
Knowing what's going on is the first step towards activating and actually doing something about it. So yeah, we zigzagged through Seattle until eventually we get to the federal building. When we got there, there was already a couple hundred people there. So that was a really fun moment. It's very much this feeling of reinforcements have arrived.
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Fuck ice!
10 years ago for me was when I started uni now. So, that's fun.
Fuck ice! Don't push me off!
But I don't have that problem because I was fucking retarded in my 20s.
Don't push me off! Yeah! Oh, you're good. I'm bad at balancing.
This morning there were rumors that there was going to be cops shipped in from Everett and Auburn and all these different like surrounding locales. And, you know, it looked like there might have been. There was probably what I saw looked like 100 or so officers with, you know, dozens of vehicles between like the SPD and the unmarked ones and the fucking paddy wagons and all that shit. Didn't see any LRAD all night. That's the little jam box speaker thing, the sonic weapon that they sometimes just use for like audio communication, giving people warnings, dispersal, you know, announcements, shit like that. There was a helicopter involved. It's the first time I saw that, and they were definitely doing the rounds and yelling shit out by the end of the night. Talk more about that later. But at no point did it feel like we were surrounded and kettled by the police at this federal building. They had blocked off certain intersections, but basically they focused on the top, the high ground, and they left the low ground for us. I spent about 20, 25 minutes there just kind of hanging out, talking to people. Lots of people are starting to recognize me now, and of course they want their stickers, and I am happy to oblige. I really enjoy these moments because I've had some difficult, frustrating...
We need stickers. Stickers are a great idea. A good, high-quality sticker.
Conversations with other organized groups, but the people in the streets, I don't have problems with those people. Those people love me. Those people are judging me off of my actions, not off of a perception of who I am or what I'm there to do.
The paintbrush logo that you did, that looks like a paintbrush mark, or it's a bit more like thin to thick.
Mm-hmm.
That one would be good on a sticker.
You see what I do. They know what I'm doing. They're there for it. I can often get interesting intel and details about other groups there, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not here for the drama. I'm here to fucking get this fucking country back on track. By that, of course, I mean socialist anarchist revolution. Then at some point, a girl walked up to me and asked me where Cal Anderson was, and we were 2.5 miles away, largely uphill. So I offered to give her a ride back to her car. I like backpacking people. I like giving them fun, enjoyable experience on their motorcycle. And to be honest, it was kind of like a trial run for this idea I've had for a while, which is to basically set up an event where me and a bunch of other bikes do like a taxi service back and forth down Alki, just like a one-way thing with people. And so it worked out well, and I'm excited to try that out later this summer. Hopefully. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So that was like a 15, 20-minute detour. Came back, and the dumpster fire had started. The smell of smoking lime scooters. So I get back, start talking to my crew about what's going on, go back to handing out stickers. Around 9:30, the cops decided that they were going to start pressing forward towards that dumpster fire. People started running around, explaining that the cops were starting to do an action and that we needed to prepare for that.
Who are you?
I'm AJ. Who are you? Emery. Good to meet you, Emery. At this point, there was probably 200 maybe people or so. That's kind of what it looked like to me. And the vast majority of people were just kind of standing, milling about, you know, not really doing much of anything. There were people fucking taunting the cops, and there were people that were doing medical shit and helping people and giving food to people and stuff. And I'm sure, you know, obviously there's people doing graffiti and whatever, but it's just largely people hanging out in the streets on a summer night together for a reason, because they want to support each other. That's how I see it, at least. So I'm down here. We just marched from Cal Anderson to the Federal Building here. So we're at the Fuck Ice protest. Yeah, we did a little bit of improvement to the Federal Building. Did some improve the art, the paint, the floor. Let's go. Let's see what else we got. Let's go hang out. I would probably say there's at least 500 people here, maybe more. So far, no real violence or anything. Just chilling. I mean, property damage. Who gives a fuck about property? Property over people, right?
I fucking love this guy.
And then there's people like Brother Matthew, who's just this provocateur who comes to just yell about God shit and how much queer people suck and whatever. I mean, I find him to be pretty harmless. I've heard he's attacked people in the past. I don't know. I mainly just saw him lying on the ground crying and whining. And yeah, I just handed some stickers out around him. But again, he is laying down, very vulnerable, in the middle of all these people in black. And it just does not fit the narrative of Fox News that these are violent Antifa. I mean, the dude would be ripped a fucking sunder if any of that was fucking true. The truth is, my opinion is that people in Seattle are far more peaceful,
See, but like, is the preacher guy as epic as this guy?
They actually have people filming you the whole time. Cool. Why I say kill with
Against the law. Somebody gets raped by somebody.
Where's the kick?
Kill her 3-year-old child.
The tongue.
The tongue kills me.
I meant to kick your phone.
There's nobody more epic than that guy.
far less likely to resort to violence than people in other communities. We're very white. We're very liberal. People feel like they have something to lose here. They're not as comfortable using their privilege. They haven't been doing their anarchist calisthenics. But yeah, at some point, cops decide that they're going to push forward. They're going to start taking ground in front of that federal building. And people start kind of running. And my goal in that moment, that starts happening, people will panic. And that's when there is real danger of people pushing each other over, people getting hurt because they get stomped on or stepped on or lose their balance, you know, on that giant fucking hill we were on. In those moments, I'm trying to be a calming factor. I'm trying to demonstrate, hey, let's relax. There's nothing happening. Nobody's shooting. They're not going to just start charging hundreds of people. Like, the cops don't want to get hurt, and that puts them at risk. I think it puts them in far less risk than they think, but they feel at risk. They feel exposed. So as the cops start to create their little bike wall, and then the protesters start to create their little, you know, umbrella shield wall for CS and all that stuff, I had an idea. I played a lot of Rome Total War. So I grabbed the team I had and said, hey, let's go make some noise and see what happens. Even I was surprised how effective the strategy was.
Oh, they're marching back up. Oh man, the bike wall. The bike wall! Oh. You know what we could do is we could go up behind them with the motorcycles and fucking do weird shit.
Behind the bike line?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Let's go. We'll go up there. We'll make a bunch of fucking noise and freak them out.
The camera and being in front of the exhaust does not do this bike justice. This would be so goddamn fucking loud inside the city.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Like, these bikes are insanely fucking loud. Stock And I'm pretty sure he's got an exhaust on it.
Oh, they fucking backed up! They backed up! They backed up! They backed up! There's a freaking squirrel!
It's amazing what a little exhaust noise will do to a motherfucker. Again, cops are built different. More afraid. I truly think one of the most defining characteristics of modern American police is that they are just afraid of fucking everything and everyone. I think it's kind of logical. You know, you are a tool, you are the private military for a state that is oppressing people. People don't like you. Your job is to enforce rules that don't actually make people safer. They just protect property. And you're seen like that by a lot of people, especially since 2020. The only thing that protects them is their legal monopoly on violence. That's it. That's their power. That's why numbers are important, because there's only
I
so
like
many
him
bullets in
adding the
chamber.
word
You go back and read
legal
history,
in front
right?
of
You look
it.
at Napoleon,
Yeah,
you look at Hitler,
that was a
you
very
look at all these
interesting
different
addition. Because don't you always say that there is no monopoly on violence in America?
Yeah, but like I said, if somebody was to then argue that, well, monopoly is just unfair competition, and saying a legal monopoly on violence is arguing the unfair competition.
True. Yeah, maybe we'll have to add that to our lexicon.
Well, I just don't like the term in general.
Fair enough.
So
I do.
Because I think it's like one of those things where it's like almost like putting down your own fighters.
Ah, interesting. Have not heard it put that way before.
You know, like, I think we should inspire people to view the state as powerless.
Okay. But still encourage
Just
that
like
kind of
having the same
warfighter.
understanding as money. Like, it exists because we acknowledge it. It's
Yeah,
like Freddy
true.
Krueger. You turn your back on him, and he falls. And goes, no! And then later grabs a mannequin through a window. You see that movie?
Which one? There's like 5 of them.
The original.
Yes.
That's what happens at the end. She finally beats him by turning her back on him.
Yes, and
he
the
just
mannequin gets
disappears.
sucked
And
out
then
the
later on, he
window.
grabs the mom through the window, and it's like the worst mannequin.
Yes. It's stiff as fuck, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Choo, 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 choo,
so elaborate
choo,
a bit
choo,
more on, like... Fucking hell. Elaborate on, like, the putting down your fighters thing. Like, how does that work into the, like, the state is powerless? Is that, like,
I just think that you shouldn't encourage people that they're powerless.
Oh, like, it gives them motivation to
Yeah.
be cunts.
I mean, like I've seen fucking people overthrow a government with rocks and burning tires.
True.
Like, to think that the... Like, January 6th just shows it, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it's not like they really will defend these lawmakers and stuff with their lives. Right? Like, some people were shot, one person specifically. But, like, would America get to the point where we would have a Euromaidan style protest? Doubtful.
Yeah.
But I think it would be much easier to happen in America than it would in Ukraine, because I don't think I don't think it would be as likely to have the state take casualties. Like, I think as soon as someone died in the protest, it would escalate things. Because the whole Euromaidan event took place over months.
Yes. I mean, Tiananmen was months as well. I mean, I literally read the timeline on stream. Like, it was...
Right, and America
April
wouldn't
to
roll tanks over people.
No, and that's, like, even, like... And this is the thing, like, when I was arguing with some of these fucking Chinese bots, they brought up Kent State. And I'm like, in response to Tiananmen as well, and I'm like, why are you bringing up Kent State? Is that, like, the worst example that you can find? 4 deaths? Like, if America is...
4 deaths that we don't lie and cover up about.
Exactly, right? And it's like, and it's not... Sorry, I should reframe it. The occurrence was so bad from Kent State. I'm pretty sure the Vietnam protests escalated significantly after that. But I can't... I'm not certain. But... like, the suppression of those protests against America's, from what we understand, a war forced by a false flag in the Cold War to fight the Soviets, if that isn't covered up by the United States, like, what... I don't understand. Like, is there stuff that we haven't seen that they're covering up? Like hundreds of devastating fucking massacres? No, we know about those too. We know about those because they don't hide it. Like, we know about all this American history. Actually, let me rephrase that. They do hide it, but it's not hidden, if that makes any sense. Like, it's very, very easy to find. Find information on Tibet and how the Tibetans have been in the last 60 years under China, and let's see how transparent they are with their occupation of Tibet. Any occupation America does, we know a lot about it. Look at Iraq, look at Afghanistan. Like, if an empire has to fucking exist, I feel like America is the one that you want to exist.
Well,
like, imagine if Russia had the power and control with the attitudes that they have. How fucked the world would be.
I think people need to understand how easily a true, like, complete revolution could happen.
Yes.
Like, America completely has the ability to do it. The government hasn't pushed the people far enough to do it.
Yeah.
And
that could be now.
I think it's important to understand that the weakness in liberal society is their reliance on institutions. Just thinking, oh, the institutions will hold up. They'll take care of themselves.
It needs maintenance. Hello, dog.
Up. Like, they almost... It's like the Titanic, right? Where they were in disbelief that it could be sinking.
Yes. Yeah. Hubris. What was his name? What's the guy with the wax wings?
Icarus?
Yeah.
What about Oedipus?
Well, fuck his mum.
There's just this great Wonder Woman line.
Mm.
I'm gonna see if I can pull it up.
What are you looking at, dog? Huh? You wanna die? You wanna die?
How do you spell Oedipus?
I'm gonna say E-O-D-I-P-U-S.
It starts with an O, I guess.
Yeah, it's weird, some weird spelling. It's O-E-D, isn't it? O-E-D-I-P-U-S?
Hell divers to hell pods. Repeat.
Did I nail it?
Hell divers to hell pods.
I wasn't listening.
Spell the word.
I was too busy Googling.
How's it spelled? Fucking.
With an O.
Oh my god, spell it out.
I'm not looking at it anymore.
For fuck's sake.
I'm looking for something
authoritarian
else real
dictatorship.
quick.
The way they fuck up and the way they ultimately fall is that they take too many battles. They can never stop, right? Because they have to keep projecting their strength, keep projecting their power, which means they need to maintain aggression. Well past the point that it is tactically sound. A character trait of authoritarian dictators, they don't listen to other people. They think they are the smartest, most intelligent person in the room, in every room, at all times. You know, Pete Hegseth is not the head of the military because he's a strategic genius. He's there because he kisses ass better than anyone else.
Okay.
You just have to look at the way he handles fucking sensitive material to see that. So yeah, our little moto actions seem to push the police back. And
All right,
that was
pause real quick. So, she's so cool. Wait and see.
Is that your boyfriend?
No.
Now what?
We've blind him.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, they cut it off, this edit.
Oh, is this Infinite Earth?
No. I have to find.
A
I
huge
thought I
rallying
found it, but
moment
I
for
didn't.
people when we came back to the group as victors.
Y'all see the piggies run? You see them run? Wait. I'm doing it anyway. Fuck that. Who states? Who states? Who states? Who states? Who states? Who states? Our streets! Who states? Our streets! Who states? Our streets! Hell yeah! Let's go!
That was absolutely the highlight of my night, by far. Even though I dropped my bike and broke my peg right afterward.
Rip.
It's just a bike. Who cares? I needed to upgrade my rear sets anyway. After that was a lot of hanging out and talking until we decided, hey,
Oh, he has a
we should go do that again.
single
And you know,
stand, nice.
pride comes before the fall. I wanted to escalate, you know, I wanted to kick it up a notch. So I thought to myself, what's the thing I haven't done in a really, really long time, but I think I know how to do? A burnout. I got a brand new tire, why the fuck not? Then I remember why the fuck I don't do this.
He blows out his tire.
It's because it's a new tire. It doesn't fucking work.
It doesn't work.
Too much traction.
Yeah. He probably has a really good fucking tire on it as well.
My clutch is like stuck in gauge. What? Melt your clutch together. I'm on the way. Melt fuel stuff. Oh, clutch. You're just fucking ready, but no tires running. My clutch is fucked up. Yeah, you melted it together. Are you serious? Dude, you were just ready with no spin. You have a sticker clutch. You're not going to be able to burn out. I'm gonna... The burnouts on a leader bike, that's just pump the clutch. Okay, well, I gotta go home.
So yeah, probably destroyed my clutch, but that's okay because I've got spare parts at home and I've already done that once this year, so fuck it. Gonna get a little more practice. So at that point, the King County helicopter was yelling shit, and I was really only concerned about them kind of chasing me down, but I didn't think that was super likely. So at that point, pushed my bike down the way to a space that I knew was open near the stadiums so that I could get a fucking evac. And not soon after that, I saw people leaving. It seemed like not too many people got arrested, maybe 8 or so. Pretty low casualty rates. Getting arrested at this point, not super useful if you can avoid it. Cops want to up their arrest numbers as much as possible, right? Even if the charges do not stick because there is no legal justification for them to have arrested you. Remember, this is an optics battle. They know that the headline the next day is going to be X number arrested in protest, riot, whatever. And the higher that number is, the worse it sounds. As I learned talking to Katie Davis Court, they consider arrested as being a violent criminal. That's the association they're going to make, and it is going to work for a lot of people. Keep that in mind. Some of the people I was writing with had not been writing very long, and so there was another big benefit in gaining experience at these actions, in writing, in small spaces, in doing tight turns, you know, going into small areas, precision writing. Those are important skills that you should be developing, you know, on your own time by practicing, but you'll develop very quickly if you do shit like this. Sorry, we're just going right into like our lessons learned now that I'm done retelling my stories. Motorcycles at these actions are similar to horses in previous generations. They are quick and they are intimidating. I'm not going to say I'm not getting off to the idea that these cops are looking at my skull helmet and shitting their pants. You know, the number of times I've had a cop pull a gun on me and make me feel concerned for my life, yeah, I don't feel bad at all. In the future, I'm going to continue to try to get as many bikes as possible. The bigger we are, the bigger the group we are, the more of an impact we can have. I'm also glad to see that people in my community are starting to connect bikers not to Nazis or, you know, dads on their fucking Harleys. They're connecting them to people who are there with the community, in the fight, in the battle with them, leading the charge sometimes. The fascists and the cops are not undefeatable. I know I just said the same thing twice, but you get what I mean. It's important to show that they bleed just like the rest of us. All of this is a marathon, not a sprint. We're not going to win this with a single battle, just like no war has been won.
I fucking love this guy.
Let's do this one.
The last day of April in the first year of a US presidential term is always a bit of a milestone.
Today marks 100 days.
After just 100 days.
Today marks our 100th day.
And that's because the first 100 days tend to go a lot easier than the rest.
The president says he still has 1,300 days to go.
Despite the smiles, his honeymoon is certainly over.
Donald Trump, in his second term of office, managed to stretch the honeymoon period beyond the end of April all the way to the end of May. Everything seemed to be going really quite well. He had his best bro, Elon Musk, on his team. He could seemingly fire anyone he wanted. Congress seemed happy to rubber stamp anything he put in front of them. He managed to throw thousands of people into a foreign maximum security prison with little resistance. And while protests were happening, they didn't seem to be achieving all that much. But I think in the coming months and years of the second Trump administration, June 2025 will be remembered as the moment everything changed.
Elon Musk suggested without evidence that the president appears in unreleased files relating to late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
The Doge founder, who failed to cut nearly as much as promised, has turned his sights on the president in a blistering post on his social media website, labelling President Trump's signature tax cuts an outrageous and disgusting abomination to...
Why does he look like that?
...to the nation's debt.
The Department of Homeland Security released a statement claiming 1,000 rioters had surrounded a federal law enforcement building and assaulted ICE law enforcement officers, slashing tyres and defacing buildings.
It happened so suddenly and so fast, and yet I think understanding this moment is vital. In a lot of ways, it is setting the scene for the rest of Trump's presidency. So for the next 2 episodes, we're going to take a look at what led to this sudden shift, the summer of discontent, how it started, and what it means for the next few months and years. I'm Matt Bevan, and this is If You're Listening.
What?
To understand what's happening now, we need to understand how things used to work before the Trump era.
That Sam I am, that Sam I am. I do not like that Sam I am.
Oh my God.
Do you like green eggs and ham? I do not like them, Sam I am. I do not like green eggs and ham.
This is Senator Ted Cruz on the floor of the US Senate in 2013, 6 hours into a 21-hour filibuster speech.
Would you like them in a house? Would you like them with a mouse? I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse.
As far as we know, Senator Cruz wasn't speaking with any kind of medical assistance, apart from the fact that he had exchanged his traditional Texan ostrich skin cowboy boots for more comfortable runners.
And I will embarrassingly admit that I took the coward's way out. And so went and purchased some black tennis shoes.
Senator Cruz was reading Dr. Seuss partially to just kill some time, but he also wound the story around to make a point.
When Americans tried it, they discovered they did not like green eggs and ham. They did not like Obamacare either. They did not like Obamacare in a box with a fox, in a house, or with a mouse.
He said that his primary problem with Obamacare is that, like other policies passed by President Obama, it didn't help working families.
The American people are hurting. This is a difficult time. Look, the very rich, they're doing fine. In fact, they're doing better under President Obama than they were before.
And most importantly, it added massively to the already large government debt.
Someone starts filibustering, headphones in, YouTube on. Problem solved.
I think we've got a deep spending problem in this country. That Congress has abdicated its responsibility, has built a record debt.
The speech was part of a long-running campaign by Senator Cruz and a number of other Republican senators and congresspeople to cut back on government spending. And to understand why Republicans care so much about government spending, you need to understand how debt works. Every year since 2001, the US government has spent more money than it has raised in taxes. That creates a deficit. In order to pay for that deficit, the US government borrows money and goes into debt. The debt is like a mountain of dirt.
Money doesn't
Every
exist.
year that the government runs a deficit, that deficit gets dumped on top of the mountain.
It's gone from $10 trillion when the president was elected to now nearly $17 trillion, over a 60% increase.
And for the purposes of this episode, we're going to accept the premise that debt and deficit are always bad. That is Ted Cruz's position, at least, and that's what he says he went to Washington to fix.
I am very, very happy to compromise to work with anybody. Democrats, independents, libertarians. I mean, I've joked I'll work with Martians. If they're willing to cut spending.
Well, speaking of Martians...
The uncut
we certainly
line.
need to decrease the amount of government spending. That's really important.
This is Elon Musk speaking to the Stimson Center think tank right back in 2011.
And it can't be like a little bit here around the edges. So that doesn't count. There needs to be a meaningful decrease in government spending such that we do not have trillion-dollar deficits, because that's obviously unsustainable.
Back when he was a smart suit and tie kind of guy, rather than a chainsaw-wielding, allegedly drugged-fueled Roman saluting kind of guy, he compared Congress to a kid doing a delayed gratification test, where they're offered 1 cupcake now or 3 cupcakes if they can avoid eating the first one for 10 minutes.
You wanted cake, you got cake. Now eat it.
Some toddlers, they just go and they eat that cupcake. And they basically sacrifice tomorrow for today. That's kind of like what Congress often behaves like.
Musk suggested massive government spending cuts and increasing taxes.
But we need to do both. We can't solve it either by simply increasing taxes or by just cutting deficit. I mean, that's like saying the sky is blue. I mean, it's so freaking obvious.
So freaking obvious. Cut spending, raise taxes. So, when the Republican Party took charge of the White House and both houses of Congress in 2017, did they do that?
The tax cut bill of 2017. That's what it's called.
Tax cuts. That seems like the opposite of raising taxes. Won't that make the debt and deficit worse? How does Ted Cruz feel about those green eggs and ham?
One of the reasons I am such a passionate advocate for a big, serious tax cut is because I'm very worried about the deficit and debt.
Cruz thinks that by cutting taxes, you can stimulate massive
Pause.
economic growth.
Paused.
Okay. We're gonna be like, wow, what a badass bitch.
What's the plan then? Well, he blasts those beams out of his eyes, right?
It's settled then. We've lined him.
That's as good a plan as any. Yeah, we follow and we stay out of sight. I'll turn on the fireworks to get his attention. Princess, you get in striking distance and stab that son of a bitch in the eyes.
Like poor damned Oedipus.
Yeah, what the hot Greek chick said.
And the invasion of...
Stabbed in the eyes. What?
Yeah, Oedipus was blind.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's why I said, what about Oedipus?
I only know that he fucked his mum. That was that guy, right?
That
He
generates
married
so
his
much
mom.
revenue.
So yes.
That's how you end up paying out down the deficit.
So this is classic Republican-style economic theory.
This will pay for itself with growth. The business tax cut side is going to pay for itself. Give it a couple, 3, 4, 5 years.
Does it actually work, though? Well, the Trump tax cut bill came into effect 7 years ago, and...
Federal revenues are lower than they would have been if not for the Trump tax cuts.
The Trump tax cuts did not pay for themselves. I provide documentation in my statement.
Look at this fucking graphic for this, I assume, podcast.
In those 7 years, US debt grew from...
For Oedipus? Isn't that fucking cool?
It is cool.
It doesn't look like it's originally from this, though. Because there's another one that's like... This might be the cover of the book. See, because there it's like on the cover. So, I think it's the cover of the Oedipus book. Anyway, doesn't that line go hard as fuck?
It does.
From $20 trillion
Shazam's
to
there to
$36
just ruin the
trillion, a number
badassness
that
of
I'm
the
sure
line.
that Ted Cruz did not like
Well,
in a box
he's a
with a
child.
fox in a house.
I
Like
know.
them with a mouse.
Although this is a
He's
pretty
like
big
the
jump.
comedic
An
relief
increase in
of
debt
that.
isn't-
Yeah.
Like, that movie honestly fucking kicks ass. It's such a good DC movie. Like, did you ever see Under the Red Hood?
No.
Okay. So, Under the Red Hood is like a legitimately good movie.
Okay.
And, like, it's like not as good as that, but it's up there. And so, that movie is literally like the same plot as the eventual live action movie, except it's better and shorter.
Sure. I don't really watch
Like
the animated DC movies.
Huh?
I don't really watch them.
Neither do I, but I've seen a few. Like,
I've only seen Infinite Earths.
well, that was the one I showed you with Owlman, and you were like, that's not the one I remember.
Yeah, I don't know why it was.
I think
seemed
Infinite
different.
Earths is different than Two Earths. But also
Yeah,
Flashpoint Paradox is, like, cool, too.
Yeah, Crisis on Infinite Earths is the one that I watched, which is the Flash story. Because the Flash is the coolest DC dude, even though he run fast.
I disagree.
He run fast and everything work. It's great.
I like Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman's cool, but she suffers from the same problem as Superman for me.
She's too powerful?
I just don't care. Yeah, like she's just boring. Like
Well,
the
that's why-
story is cool, like the Amazonian stuff is neat. But
The sequel sucked of the live action movie with Gal Gadot, but the first one,
yeah,
that's
it
like
did.
the Wonder Woman I like, is the fish out of water.
yes,
Like,
yes,
she's like
I
this
really
like
that
bumbling idiot in real life, and then
Mm.
you like just put a sword in her hand and she's like chopping up demons and shit.
movie. Yeah, no, that movie was really good. That was a really good movie. 1984 sucked.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Yeah.
But, you know, so like I like Wonder Woman, but also so like I think the Flash probably has the fucking cleanest history.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
even though it's so fucking
any
convoluted.
era you're likely to pick up a Flash comic and it's
True.
like, oh, this is just fine, you know. I understand what's going on here. But then like vintage Wonder Woman is like super sexist and stuff.
Yes, it is.
And so there's been a lot of iterations of her. And so I like a specific like iteration where she's like allowed to actually be like an Amazon warrior and not like this like frail woman.
Yes, those are always the better ones. For sure.
And then but like Batman as well, like I like him more than the Flash because even the old show is fucking great. The old Flash show, not great.
Oh, look, that's unfair. There's a lot more love and fandom behind Batman.
And I think
Superman.
like
You can't-
Green
you
Lantern
can't-
is like the coolest universe
True.
inside comics.
True, the rings and shit.
Yeah, like all the different like power schools. Like I showed you the one comic with the zombies that come to life, and Aquaman commands a bunch of
Yes.
sharks to eat Queen Mira's army. And then like but like, you know, the X-Men is like the best. You can't fucking beat X-Men.
Yeah, but that's Marvel.
I know, but I'm just saying, in the superhero realm, like, I don't think Marvel's necessarily that great. I think, like, everyone but Superman is more interesting. Even Cyborg. Blue Beetle is cool.
Have you seen the new movie?
No, I don't care.
It was not bad. I enjoyed it. It's fun. I kind of hope they do a Miles Morales live action, honestly.
But, like, yeah, Spider-Man's cool, but he's also kind of, like, in the X-Men.
Yeah.
Like, he'll, like, interact with them.
Well, he's the New York superhero. Like, he interacts with all those heroes. New person? Hello, new person. Welcome.
Wonder Woman started as a King Fantasy. Absolutely. There's actually a movie about the creator. So, like, that's why I tell people she's, like, actually canonically LGBT before that was even, like, a common idea.
Say that again. I've had to take my headphones.
Wonder Woman started out as being LGBT.
Did it?
Kind of.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
So, like, the character, the guy who created her, based her on the third in their couple.
Oh, interesting.
And so she was like, that's why the whole, like, her getting tied up in a lot of those early stories is that's why she has the shackles on her wrists and everything.
Incredible.
It's based on a BDSM relationship, and the wife is the one who came up with the character.
Crazy.
Right? And also, this guy was working on advancing lie detector technology, and that's why she has the lasso of truth.
That's so
And
funny.
so he died of lung cancer at, like, age 40, and the two girls stayed together for the rest of their lives.
Epic.
And raised the kids and stuff together.
That's fucking interesting. I didn't know that.
So technically,
don't stress.
Where you from, because she's
friend?
based on that person, she's technically bisexual from the start, and he got in trouble for being too sexual in those early comics.
Incredible.
And that's another reason why I like her. She's got gay energy.
Wonder
Big gay
Woman
energy.
was always a better character than Superman, though.
Well, Superman is also... That's like Astro Boy versus Goku.
Yeah. Sure. Maybe. I just think that Superman just sucks as a character. There's no development there. Oh, I'm just getting shiny green rocks.
Lex Luthor is the shit.
Yeah, Superman's villains are amazing.
Just Lex Luthor.
I reckon they're great.
Can you name another one besides Lex?
Doomsday?
I guess that's a Superman villain. That's more of like a Thanos character, though.
Like a Justice
fuck
League.
Doomsday as well. Doomsday's fucking dumb.
There are some goofy ass fucking Superman villains though, just like Batman. But there are a lot of like space-based ones, I think. If I
Yeah,
remember
like the
correctly.
fucking Leprechaun. Brainiac, I think, is dumb. General Zod, I think, is dumb.
Yeah. Isn't there a villain who, if you say his name backwards, defeats him?
Yeah, that's Mr. Mitzpitalik or whatever his name is.
Amazing.
That's what I'm saying. That one's dumb as fuck.
Darkseid.
Darkseid is a Justice League villain.
Sure.
He's a Thanos type. It's not someone Superman can fight alone.
Well, isn't there like a Mecha Superman?
Kind of. There's a few. There's Cyborg Superman, and then there's also Metallo, Metallo is a General Grievous, but he has a kryptonite heart.
Okay.
And then there's also Amazo.
Zod as well.
Yeah, Zod sucks. Amazo is like a robot.
Okay.
But it's supposed to have the power of other heroes, basically.
Oh my god. In Superman villains, the list has Adolf Hitler.
I mean... That's the thing about American comics. They're kind of always political.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Isn't particularly surprising. This sort of fiscal policy is really just how the American government has functioned for about the last 20 years.
Kind of.
Both Republicans and Democrats shout...
I think it's very dumb.
Bro
that they're
claps
just like,
me.
I just think it's very dumb that they're like, oh, different person.
Did you watch Smallville by chance? Are you a Smallville person?
Never watched it.
No, not you, the
Never
chatter.
gave a shit.
I watched the Aquaman episode because Aquaman was like a meme, and I was like, bro, we gotta watch the Aquaman episode. And then I learned that they actually made an Aquaman pilot.
Interesting.
And the show just never took off, basically.
Huh.
CW shit, you know?
Be right back.
Structure destroyed.
Last reload. These little babies I'm guiding.
Reloading. Here.
Okay, Obama.
Shout about deficits and debts while the other guys are in power, and then when the tables turn, they don't really do anything
how
to
the
fix the
turntables.
Government spending is like bankrupting the country. Our interest payments on the national debt now exceed the Defense Department budget.
Here's Elon Musk in 2024, having ditched his smart suit and tie for good, speaking to Joe Rogan.
We're on a path to bankruptcy. America's on a path to bankruptcy. So we have to cut government spending, or we're just going to go bankrupt.
By this time, Elon Musk had already come up with his idea of creating the Department
Is
of
that
Government
old mate that
Efficiency
keeps
and
jumping
balancing
into
the US budget. But he was still smoothing out the finer details of exactly how he would achieve that.
Is
Howard
that the
Lutnick, who
Chinese
is now
guy
the
that
Commerce
keeps playing
Secretary,
with us?
introduced Musk at one of the final
don't think
Trump
so.
campaign rallies before the election.
Madison Square Garden, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the greatest capitalist in the history of the United States of America.
Cringe.
Elon
Weird.
Musk.
So weird.
Weird.
Lutnick told the All In podcast that he'd organised a little skit that the two of them could do together, where Musk would talk about his proposed efficiency cuts and Lutnick would talk about his proposed tariff revenues.
I say to him, how much are you going to cut? The deal was he's going to cut $1 trillion. And then he's supposed to say, and how much are you going to earn? And I'm supposed to say $1 trillion. And then we're supposed to say, together we're going to balance the budget of the United States of America. That's the little sort of thing.
Now, it didn't really go quite as planned.
But we set up Doge. Yes. How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
Yes.
$2 trillion.
Did he ask you how much you're going to earn?
No, because he said $2 trillion.
He's like, I got it all, don't worry, Howard.
I got it all. Don't worry, Howard.
Hilarious.
Now, Howard Lutnick put that down to a bit of exuberance from the notoriously excitable Elon Musk.
Turns off.
But I don't think that's right. We now know that Musk thought that Trump and Lutnick's entire plan to raise budget revenue with tariffs was illogical. He seems to have genuinely decided that he would fix the budget deficit single-handedly.
Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
How'd that go?
How quickly would it be able to fix that? Well, Trump and Musk were sure it would be pretty quick. Musk wasn't given an actual job in the government, he was only given a short-term contract.
I can confirm he's a special government employee. I can also confirm that he has abided by all applicable federal laws.
Being a special government employee doesn't just mean that he's the president's best, most favoritist employee. It is a legally defined position that someone can only be appointed to for 130 days, like a casual holiday retail job, except you can shut down vital aid programs in Africa. By the halfway point, Musk was shifting the goalposts a bit for what was achievable by day 130.
I think we will have accomplished most of the work required to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion within that time frame.
$1 trillion. Okay, so that's half what you said at Madison Square Garden?
Our goal is to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion. From a nominal deficit of $2 trillion to try to cut the deficit in half to $1 trillion.
By day 80, the target had shrunk even further.
We anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion.
We published an episode earlier this year which looked at why cutting $2 trillion out of the US budget just by trying to increase the efficiency of the government, cutting out waste, fraud and abuse, was basically impossible. This is primarily because an enormous proportion of the government workforce is there to stop waste, fraud and abuse. You can either save money by firing people, in which case fraud will increase, or you can hire more people to detect fraud, in which case the cost of your payroll will increase. And anyway, even if you somehow managed to find a way to do both, you wouldn't get close to even $1 trillion in cuts. Plus, it would take a lot more than 130 days. Even taking the Doge website's claims at face value, which to be clear you shouldn't, they're not actually getting anywhere. Taking only savings that have receipts attached, they're at around $80 billion. So a bit more than halfway to the drastically reduced target. Former Trump advisor turned far-right podcaster Steve Bannon, famously not a fan of Elon Musk, says Musk physically pushed Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent during an altercation in the White House over Doge's actual progress.
God called him a fraud to his face and said, look, we're in the middle of a terrible budget fight. You committed to $2 trillion, then you committed to $1 trillion, now you talk about $160 billion. We don't see where you got anything. And obviously they got under Elon's skin.
You can see why Musk was feeling a bit disheartened by the whole thing and why he didn't seek an extension to his 130-day tenure. But it doesn't explain the explosive breakup with President Trump. The reason for that came from the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. See, the United States House of Representatives takes a little while to get things done. They'd been working for the entire first 100 days on a task that Donald Trump had set them. He'd made it clear that he didn't want to see Congress fighting over lots of little pieces of legislation and often failing to pass anything, just like they had during his first term in office.
Well, I like one big, beautiful bill, and I always have, I always will.
One big, beautiful bill. That's what...
I really hope he talks about how putting something into a single bill instead of arguing on specific things is exactly how somebody exactly like Trump would try and sneak shit through into law by shielding it behind other stuff that is actually needed, and then sticking on this goes to, or we don't pass the budget and you don't pass anything because everything is in that bill. It's almost like it's blackmail.
It's what the congressional Republicans were told to work on when Trump met with their leadership at the beginning of the year.
President Trump is going to prefer, as he likes to say, one big beautiful bill.
The 1,000-page One Big Beautiful Bill Act, or OBBBA, was revealed to the public for the first time on the 98th day of the Trump administration. And, of course, it was all about cutting spending and raising taxes. Oh, wait, I'm just hearing...
And now we're going to pass the largest tax cuts in American history.
Oh, well, at least they're not increasing spending.
I'm also pleased to report that the One Big Beautiful Bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome, to help construction get underway.
That's a missile defense shield, but it's only $25 billion, right? I'll just check in with one of the senators who is actually working on the project.
It will not be a $25 or $35 billion project. It will likely cost in the trillions if and when Golden Dome is completed.
Cool. So overall, this one big beautiful bill is expected to cost an average of $239 billion a year, on top of the existing deficit. Remember that Elon Musk destroyed his reputation and triggered a global boycott against his car company to find maybe $80 billion in savings?
You know, I was like disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases.
Remember what I said? Like, one of the issues he actually has is that there's not taxes in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And these subsidies got cut.
Well, he didn't want. He's literally anti-tax cuts for the rich.
Which is so interesting, isn't it?
Like like I said, he legitimately wanted the government to free up more money.
Yeah, it's so interesting. And if only he went about it in a smart way.
Well, that's what I think. He actually bought into the shit. And he was too dumb to realize that, like, I don't know. Maybe it's the ketamine.
Maybe it is the ketamine.
When this big, beautiful bill came along, I mean, like, everything he's done on Doge gets wiped out in the first year.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful. But I don't know if it can be both.
This comment was really what turned the eggs and ham green, if you know what I mean. The moment that the bromance went bad.
The relationship has soured after Mr. Musk described the president's so-called big, beautiful bill as a disgusting abomination.
And of course, it really just kicked off from there.
I feel like the kids of a bitter divorce where you're just saying, I really wish mommy and daddy would stop screaming.
Now, a lot of the commentary around the Trump-Musk feud has focused on it being a clash of personalities, or maybe it's about money. Maybe Musk doesn't like what Trump is doing with his vehicle policy or
Mommy
his
and
tariff
Daddy.
policy. And he's worried
Which
about
one
that
is
kind of
mommy, Ted?
I actually don't think it's about those things. Well, not entirely, at least. Musk and Trump's explosive breakup is actually just another symptom of the long-term rot inside America's political system. Musk boarded the Trump train, thinking that he would genuinely be able to fix this problem.
And some toddlers, they just go and they eat that cupcake. And they basically sacrifice.
And now, your entire reputation is fucked. Hope it was worth it.
Tomorrow for today, effectively. That's kind of like what, Congress often behaves like.
He thought that by applying a Silicon Valley-style move fast and break things approach to government, he could maybe improve the fiscal situation of the United States. He would do what Congress was too stupid or too corrupt or too cowardly to do. He would point his giant rocket-shaped brain at the system and smash through. He was, it turns out, deeply misguided. In a way, it's a sign that American institutions are much more resilient than expected. The Constitution says that Congress can build a mountain of debt as high as they like, and there's nothing that the President and the executive branch can really do about it, even with a allegedly ketamine-fueled rocket brain. But Musk's failure should teach us a lesson. For decades, people have been demanding that someone come in and run America like a business. But if Donald Trump and a man that Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick
One shot of that charger with an ultimatum.
Capitalist in the history of the United States of America.
Can't do it, maybe nobody can. The explosion of Elon Musk's government career wasn't the only thing that took 100 days to go off. We've now seen violence on the streets of America as protesters pushed back hard against the Trump administration's immigration policies. And that story is next on If You're Listening.
What?
Gentlemen, we've got an update on the situation within Greenland. Pete Hegseth has come out and admitted that, yeah, I can't deny the potential for a U.S. invasion. Of course, it's not really an invasion. Liberals use that as fear-mongering. What it is it's securing the island. There can't really be an invasion if you look at the definition of invasion and how it's characterized in a military sense. There has to be a combatant force against the invasion. Greenland cannot have a military because they're under Denmark rule.
That means it's the Danish military that you will be fighting. You fucking idiot. That means NATO. And do you think NATO is gonna back America invading a European nation? Probably not, right? Very cool. You should try it.
And so, Hegseth,
You know,
they're questioning...
really establish the European end of NATO as what NATO actually is. Isolating America and giving Europe their European army and justification for doing so. Go ahead.
Questioning Hegseth, and he's like, yeah, we have to take it over to help the people. And look, we're going to get into this. I don't want to relate all of this back to the other conflicts,
Settle
but
our
we do have to
colonial
understand
mindset.
that Trump taking Greenland is going to be seen as, at least at the, and this is kind of how it happens when it comes to, this is why it's tough to be the president.
Betrayal can
It's going to be
never
seen as a
be
negative.
forgiven.
The potential in terms of how we can swing this is, well, maybe with all these other situations happening, we can just kind of swoop in. It's like Iran is, like, look at Iran, Israel, look at Iran and Israel, look at Eastern Europe, look at Russia, and you just take it. We're just going to take this. It's
What?
Not a, look at the war. We're just going to take this. It's not, don't worry. So you see, you use the other wars to just kind of, we're just going to, we're just going to take this island here. It's not a big deal. It's not a
What?
problem.
Someone needs to
So
punch
maybe
you
that's
in
what
the head.
Trump will do. But let's see what Hegseth says here.
You weren't bullied enough.
We still haven't watched his debunk feminism video.
We should actively bully him.
I need to debunk feminism.
I don't know. I just have a strong urge to bully this man.
It says that he refused on Thursday to
I don't
answer a
know
simple
what it
question
is.
about the administration's plan for Greenland, implying that the U.S. military has drawn up plans to take over the country by force. Remember, Hegseth also said something similar about the Panama Canal zone. And it's just the zone. It's not the country of Panama. There's two different
Let's see if
things
this
you can-
mission
and
will
I'm
be
not gonna- we're
broken
not gonna actually
again.
talk about that. There's no point. This is about Greenland, so let's get into this. While testifying before the House Armed Services Committee, Mike Turner gave Hegseth the opportunity to clarify the Trump administration's position on taking military action to acquire Greenland, but Hegseth refused to deny rumors of a potential invasion. Quote, while you're here, I just want to help you out because people try to twist your words. This is a Republican asking him, you are not confirming in your
Nobody can see what you're
testimony
typing because of how you angle
today
screen.
that at the Pentagon there are plans for invading or taking Greenland by force. Correct. That is not in your testimony today. Hegseth says, I mean, this stuff with these ads, I can't escape them. No matter where you go, the ads just keep popping up. And you know what it is with Yahoo, when you turn on the ad blocker, they say, oh, you can't access this website anywhere. But I thought I'd be able to scroll down and I could escape them. But it's constant. They keep changing. But Hegseth, this is the important thing. Hegseth says, quote, all my testimony is that the Pentagon has plans for a number of
Open it in reader mode, you idiot.
Hegseth replied simply, it is not your testimony today that there are plans to take the Greenland by force, because I sure as hell hope
Was
that
there a
is
bunch of
not
gay
your
ads?
testimony.
That's why he was like, oh, these ads, I just can't get rid of them.
I mean, these people, it's like they need, and then they support the war in the Middle East, but oh, heaven forbid we take an island that's already owned by another country that can't even support them, that can't even defend the country. Is Denmark capable of defending Greenland from China or Russia? How about the deals now that the Chinese are doing with Greenland, to where Greenland wants to get in bed with them and announce some mineral deal in exchange for proximity to the Arctic? Really? And we're supposed to see, oh, you, heaven forbid you invade Greenland. Oh my goodness. Yeah, just send Israel another $40 billion. Don't touch Greenland, though. Whatever you, heaven forbid. The 57,000 people that make up, it's one of the lowest populated area in terms of person per square mile.
Yes, that means we can take it.
Greenland, they have really no historical footprint there.
Uh-huh.
In terms of the population
What a piece of
density,
shit.
There's nobody on Greenland, but oh, you can't take over basically an unmanned island. That
Basically
we need to use for
unmanned.
mineral
Oh, so people
extraction
live
because we have
there?
copious amounts of debt.
What
And
happened
these
to the
Republicans are
Bikini
like,
Atoll?
Oh my goodness! If you take, how dare you even imply?
Remember when
that
the
you might
Americans
take
took over
an
that
with
island?
57,000 people. That's not even sovereign. They say they're sovereign. Well, just because they got more sovereignty in 2009, no, they're still technically owned by Denmark. My thing is, why don't we just go to Denmark and say, you need to, we're gonna do this. I mean, you're gonna sell us, we're gonna give you $2 billion or $10 billion, whatever it is, and we're gonna take it over. And then we can work with the people of Greenland, because the people of Greenland are really, you know, they don't want to do a deal right now. But I mean, Hegseth, obviously there's plans to do this, let's be honest. I mean, Trump wants to do this. This is a legacy thing for him. The question is, when do you do it? And what is the right time? I just had to get off of that page because of all of those ads. But you can see this is serious news over the past few days. A lot of different outlets picked this up. Hegseth admits U.S. contingency plans in Greenland, saying that, yes, we have to take it. It's critical for the future of the country. But the question here is this is not something that's likable, so how do you massage this? What is the proper way to do this and allow the general public to because the thing is we have to understand, this cannot be labeled a true invasion if we're not fighting anyone. So it's like, oh, Greenland's got this little army and we're just going to take them over. They don't have an army. So if there's an army that we have to fight, it would be from Europe, and that's why France said they were going to send. But
do you see what I just did?
We're just, I mean, you can't do that.
No,
You're the daddy of NATO.
I threw a barrel at him and shot the barrel.
Come on.
That's great.
What can happen is Trump can say, well, you know, there's a horrible situation happening in the Middle East. We're trying to figure it out, and we just had to, because of this Middle Eastern situation, we had to secure Greenland because it's important with all this. I mean, I mean, listen, that's a justification. I'm just saying, but look, maybe that's what happens. I don't know, but there have been plans, and Hegseth, just like with Panama Canal, said, yeah, we might have to take it because we're trying to keep it out of China's hands. This is something that the administration has discussed. You can say what you want about the administration and the situation in the Middle East, but this is an ironclad thing that they want, and Trump wants this. He wants a territorial expansion for the United States. Greenland is not going to be a state. They don't have anywhere near the population for it. They're basically an Alaska 2.0 when Alaska was bought from the Russian Empire in 1867, and then it took them a while, and it took a lot of migration of more Republican type people into Alaska, and they signed a
This is great. Look at all those people.
I know, right?
Like, how more pathetic? Like, you couldn't even...
Bro
like,
literally gets to be like, it's the most boring... He's probably... You can only imagine Trump's out there being like, watching how boring the parade is and thinking, wow, this was a mistake. I do not look powerful at all.
It's almost like all those videos that I'm trying to emulate are propaganda videos. Absolutely incredible.
similar mineral rights deal that I think Greenland will, to where they will have a say in terms of basically a tax on extraction. But we'll be doing a lot of our refinement probably on Greenland, although I don't know if that would be cheaper. It might be more expensive. But the point is, you want to do the refinement away from the population centers, and in Greenland there's a lot of places to do it. But it's also with Greenland, you look at all that land and the potential glacier melt. I mean, that is, we're buying, it's going to be pennies on the dollar compared to what it's going to be in 20 years. So that's why Trump's like, well, let's just get it done and we can focus on the Middle Eastern situation and focus on all these. I mean, there's important, huge stuff happening in the world. So let's.
Yeah, you know what else you could do?
Die.
Not do this, and then focus on the Middle East anyway. Crazy, right? It's almost like you don't have to be an imperialist cunt. And you are choosing to do so. So please, give Europe a reason to take all of America's assets and federalize them into a European army. Please, do it. Most of the components already come from Europe.
Let's just secure it to make sure we have it while all of this other stuff is happening. I'm not trying to use the Middle Eastern wars to justify a takeover of Greenland. But, I mean, at a certain point, you know, I wish there was no situation. I don't even think it's classified as a war with, you know, Israel and Iran. They said it's not classified yet. It's a missile exchange, and I mean, there are some serious strikes, and it's probably going to be a war, and I said it's bad, and Trump should have done a nuclear deal. I agree.
Missile exchange,
But what do you want me to do about it? I can't do anything about it. So it's like,
actually,
let's just get something.
it's not a war.
Fucking moron.
The country opposing President Trump's agenda on the day of the president's military parade. They cap a week of demonstrations against immigration raids that began in Los Angeles and spread nationwide. Today's events in about 2,000 cities and towns were organized by the No Kings movement, which calls the administration's actions authoritarian. There were rallies near Mr. Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence in West Palm Beach, Florida.
It's too late, guys.
In Boston, where it was raining. In Atlanta, with Proud Boy counter-protesters looking on. And in Philadelphia, at the flagship No Kings rally. Local officials urged protesters to demonstrate peacefully and avoid blocking roads. The No Kings protests were organized by a coalition of groups.
Holy shit. The Iron Dome has pretty much completely failed, it looks like.
There's been a few things that have gotten through.
They're getting peppered. Like, watch. I don't know if... Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
Those
like,
are all,
some
looks
stuff
like they're
getting
all being intercepted.
A few of them have been, but there are quite a few ground impacts, quite a few more ground impacts than I expected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10 out of that one. Not bad.
Lisa Gilbert is co-president of One of Them Public Citizen, a progressive advocacy group. Lisa, what have you been hearing from across the country about crowd turnout and that sort of thing?
It's been amazing. We've seen, as you mentioned, 2,000 plus events, millions of people turning out peacefully to say, in America, we don't have a king. In America, we're a democracy. It's been amazing and inspiring, frankly.
So no reports of any problems, no violence, no counter-protesters?
Very limited counter-protesting and absolutely no violence. We've been very clear with folks. Events.
This is
everyone's coming out with the same message.
Protest.
We've seen authoritarian excess and corruption in the Trump administration.
We only do
We're watching them crack down on free speech, detaining people for political positions, and that's just not what America is all about. And people have really hewed to that message and been very clear.
Plankton.
There was no Kings event scheduled.
That's
for
not what
Washington.
fun is all about.
Why was that?
That's right. Well, as you know, in Washington, the president is simultaneously holding his bombastic birthday military parade.
That's fucking crazy. Like, I did not expect Iran to respond like that.
I don't think Israel did either.
No, I do not. Israel fucking stepped in it. And honestly, laying the
Well, that's what I was
Benjamin-
saying, is that Israel doing such a public attack, they must assume that Iran has no real ability to respond.
Yeah.
And
They
still,
fucked up.
I don't know if they fucked up, honestly. Like, still, like, it's like how many rockets actually get through, you know?
Sure. But, like, at this point, I have zero sympathy. Like, I don't care. Like, you spent 2 years killing children, and you finally attack somebody who's attacking you back, and you want me to care? Fuck right out of here. Get fucked. Lay in that bed you made. You wanted to be cunts in an area and make everybody hate you? Deal with it. And it shouldn't be the Americans' problems to fucking deal with. The hack? What hack? What do you mean? I didn't hear about a hack. But yeah, I just really couldn't care less. Well, their worries were true. Maybe they're lucky the nukes weren't developed. Although I have been seeing a lot of people just saying nuke Israel, and I'm like, you realize that'll impact Gaza as well, right? Israel is not just Israelis. How about we not invoke nuclear strikes? That would be neat. How about we don't?
That's pretty neat.
Great. We wanted to make
Instead of
clear
just me and
that,
Rodney
we're
knowing
not
it.
protesting the military. We are instead protesting the administration's authoritarian actions. We didn't want to stand in front of the military parade, but instead have a split screen showing what the president is wasting taxpayer dollars on here in Washington and what everyone everywhere else in the country is calling for. An America they can believe in, a democracy they trust.
In the pictures we've seen from the rallies across the country, we hear a variety of chants. We see a variety of signs. Is there one specific message?
Okay. Hold on, let me find that tweet. Do you have the link to the tweet?
For what?
Or is it just the picture? There's a tweet with the hack. They have Israel's for-you
Hack the
nuclear
planet.
Development.
Am I right?
Details about U.S. weapons imports. Large bribes paid to 4 prominent Arab figures. Very cool.
Hack the
personal
planet.
Data of 6 million users across multiple social medias. Sensitive infrastructure. Files on 400,000 legal cases. Portions of Mossad's classified archives. Epic. Thousands of high-resolution images. 40,000 hours of CCT footage. Wow. Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Or objective today?
I mean, I think the main message is just they've gone too far. You know, America is predicated on the idea.
That's great. Honestly, I just... everything that happens to Israel... You fucking deserve it. I don't care.
They deserve it.
Like, obviously not the people, most of them. I don't even know.
Nah, fuck
How
them
many
too.
Honestly, there's probably not that many that are actively speaking out at this point.
Choo, 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 choo.
God fucking damn it.
I love Hitler.
I'm fucking real. Oh, interesting. Well, now they have a chance to prove it.
that we all have a voice, we all have a say. We've been watching attacks on universities, on nonprofits, on judges. This is not the America we know. And I think people are truly fed up and wanted to gather to say just that.
I think
America,
it is, though.
we do not have a king.
This follows the hands-off protest in April, the May Day protest. Are there more planned? What's next for this coalition?
It's a great question. Yes, it's been a crescendo of action. I think more and more people, each time we organize, turn out and show their discomfort with what is happening in our country. Looking ahead, we'll see organizing on Juneteenth. We'll see organizing on later on in the summer around Labor Day. We expect to organize whenever we need to in a rapid response manner as well. Obviously, it's been a challenging week with what has been happening in California. We're worried about what the administration has been doing. So I would anticipate the crescendo will continue and we'll see more and more organizing and people out in the streets.
I have to ask you, as you may know, there was a terrible attack on lawmakers in Minnesota today, a targeted attack, according to the governor. Do you have any concerns about the rhetoric as you protest on both sides, the rhetoric being incendiary?
Well, first, what happened in Minnesota was a huge tragedy. All of the No Kings protests in that state were canceled out of respect for what occurred. Certainly, I can only speak for what's happening on our side, the side that is talking about democracy. I think we're being very clear. Our messaging is about, what we actually want the country to stand for. It's not violent. It's peaceful and.
Breaking news.
Right now, protesters are gathering in Philadelphia for a day of action against President Trump. Skyforce 10 is live over the city right now for the No Kings protest, where, as you can see, the crowd is shoulder to shoulder walking down the Ben Franklin Parkway. The crowd continues to grow throughout the day. Good morning. I'm NBC 10's Brenna White. We are bringing you special coverage of today's protest. I should say good afternoon, as demonstrators rally against President Trump's policies. Hundreds of people are gathering at protests across the country. Let's start with NBC 10's Miguel Martinez-Valle. He's live along the Ben Franklin Parkway among that crowd. Miguel?
Yeah, this is a huge crowd that's been flowing down the parkway. We know that they started over at Love Park, making their way past Logan Square now, as you can see, and marching through the parkway all the way down to the Art Museum. So walk with us here a little bit as we turn the camera around, just to kind of show you where everybody is going. People brought out signs, some people making up chants out here to really express themselves of their discontent at the Trump administration and what they're seeing as an overreach of power by President Trump.
Other resistance says,
Donald, grab the railings with your hand.
Joe, is this you?
Yes, Donald.
Wait, you're supposed to be alive.
I've been replaced by a robot clone since 2020.
Ah, yes, I knew it is true.
Don't make the same mistake I did, Donald. You're already on Epstein's list, and the country can't survive another president fall. Grab the railings, Donald, and keep going.
Thanks, Joe. Say hello to Shinzo for me.
have you got footage of Trump falling up the stairs?
That's what that was.
Oh, that was Trump. I thought that was Biden. That's funny.
No. Did you even look at it?
It looked like Biden falling up the stairs.
No.
That's funny. Trump. So as we are walking out here today, I can tell you people that I've been talking to, they've been coming from all over. We know people from New York, from Virginia. Drove to Philadelphia. Philadelphia expected to be one of the largest No Kings Day protests that we're seeing. But as you said, there's hundreds around the country. I spoke to some people that traveled to be here today. Here's what they told me was driving them to participate.
We believe in the rule of law, and we believe everyone, including our president, is under the Constitution, has to abide by the rule of law. You can't keep
judges saying he can't do something, he can't just ignore them. He's got to abide by their rule, just like every other citizen.
So
he thinks he's above us, but he's just one of us, one of the regular citizens.
In everything he does, he flouts the decisions of the courts. He does things by the letter and not by the what is the word? the spirit of what is being said, like his renaming all the military base camps after not Confederate soldiers, but people who are named the same name.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
But he's really renaming them after the Confederate
He's a
soldiers.
bigot.
Yeah.
Now here's a look at where this big crowd is moving to. Right in front of the art museum. That is where people are gathering. That's where we're expecting to hear speeches from several leaders today. So as people make their way to the art museum back out here live, you can see they are flooding the parkway, marching. It's been peaceful, and I did speak to District Attorney Larry Krasner earlier about what he's seeing out here. Obviously, we've been seeing a lot of law enforcement police lining the streets, shutting down streets as people make their way down. But Krasner was saying that, you know, this is a peaceful protest. He's here to protect the rights of people, their First Amendment rights, the rights of people to make their voices heard. And he's saying he won't stand for anyone using this as an opportunity to cause violence or to break into stores, do anything like that. He said he's not going to stand for. He's also not going to stand for immigration or federal agents using this as an opportunity to break the law as well. So that's what the DA was saying to us earlier. But again, it's very peaceful, at least what we've been seeing so far. So with this view of people making their way down the parkway to the art museum, I'll send it back to you. I'm Miguel Martinez Valle, NBC 10 News.
Miguel, thank you for that update. We'll check back in a bit.
Look at ICE is right behind you.
They call me Mr. Freeze. Because I love ice.
This is apparently the audio.
It's cutting in and out. I can't really hear.
Yeah, apparently that's how it was.
What? In real life?
Uh-huh. Hilarious.
Reporters who are there bringing us live coverage.
Man,
I'm still so
lots of
groggy.
these protests happening.
I'm like out of body.
Robert Arnold is out there. We want to go ahead and check in with him on what he is experiencing, from your vantage point out there, Robert.
Right now, we're at the corner of Smith and McKinney, and the entire area in front of Houston City Hall is filled with people. More protesters continue to show up. They're now in a park that is across the street from City Hall. That's a park that's in between the federal courthouse and City Hall, and the crowd just continues to grow. There's definitely hundreds here. I don't want to give any more of an estimate of that, but obviously there are hundreds of people here. As I say, more people keep showing up. The crowd has worked very hard. The organizers have worked very hard to have pallets of water out because it is hot out here. There's medic stations set up, and
watch out for wasps.
I'd say 35 minutes. Everybody in the crowd has been listening to several speakers, city council members, congressional members, state representatives, as well as political groups is speaking here to this crowd. I do want to take you over here. Some of the people who have come out. We've spoken around. I'm sorry, I'm Robert. Dylan. Nice to meet you, Dylan. Explain to us, why was it important for you to come out here today?
I fucking love local reporters, man. When the fuck Do you see reporters from the bigwig fucking stations go up to someone they're interviewing on camera and introduce themselves? I fucking love that.
I think it's important today that we show solidarity with the rest of the country as we stand against fascism. America's headed towards an authoritarian government, and that's un-American. It's un-Western.
The fuck is SLC?
Salt Lake City.
Ah. Interesting. Around the protest? What's the story?
And this is not what we stand for in this country.
Are you with any particular group, or are you just coming out here on your own as a citizen?
Just coming out here today on our own, just trying to show solidarity with the people across the country who are protesting this nonsense in the White House.
Okay. And it's been smooth, everything's going on. Was there a little bit of nervousness because of what we saw in LA or anything like that? It seems like the speakers were continually saying, let's keep this peaceful, let's keep this, upbeat.
Houston tends to be a fairly moderate city, let's be honest, and we protest peacefully. The police here tend to handle this well. You don't see anybody throwing tear gas and rocks today. This isn't LA, this isn't Seattle, but we're coming out here to let our voices be heard.
You hear that? He still hates the libs.
Okay. Yeah. And there was talk of a march somewhere. Have you gotten any information on that either? I think they are talking about possibly doing that at 11 o'clock. Have you heard anything about that?
I haven't heard anything about a march. Last time I was down here, we marched a few blocks and came back. Not sure what the plan is today, but, we're here for a few hours and we'll see what happens.
Would you like to say something as well? What's your name?
I'm Jack.
Hi, I'm Robert. Nice to meet you. What brought you out here, Jack?
It's a beautiful day for democracy. I felt that we need to just stand up, let people know that there are people out here that believe what's going on is wrong, and just a return to the people is what's needed.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you both very much. I appreciate it. Let me take you out here. Let me go. I'm with my partner, Xavier. We're going to walk out here in the street a little bit and kind of give you a periphery view of just how many people are here. We're going to turn around and kind of show everody.
Woke gay news, woke gay news alert.
Smith and McKinney, and the entire area in front of the reflection pond is filled. People are now across the street, and the other part, as well as this crowd continues to grow with all people here from different organizations, people here just as themselves. I'm going to walk down here a little bit. We'll come out here and show you. As you've mentioned, the police are here. You have HPD's mounted patrol across the street. You have HPD's mounted patrol and the park that's across from City Hall as well. But again, stationary. As I had mentioned, volunteers brought pallets of water. There's medic stations set up in this area. And so everybody keeps coming. And this portion, the speaking portion, is supposed to keep going until about 11 a.m. We're going to walk down here and see if we can get back into the crowd and talk to some more people and find out why they are coming here. So bear with us as we walk into the crowd here, talk to some more people. All right, thank you. All right, they've been handing this out. Sir, may I have one of those? What is that? So these are chants that you're asking out for people?
And then there's also the 5051, all the information's on the back of it. Okay. Yeah, it's got all of our sign-up chants on it, passed around the crowd.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Hi. Hi. We're with KPRC. Do you want to speak? Would you like? We're with KPRC. We're live streaming right now. Would you like to tell us? I'm Robert.
Nice to meet you, Robert.
Nice to meet you guys. Would you ladies, what brought you out here today?
Because I am done with what's going on in our government and have been for a long time. It's ridiculous what's going on, and I'm very tired of sitting down, and it's time to get up, and it's time to get off of your couch and get active in your communities. Reach out to your local Democrats groups.
You need it.
Reach out to your local communities.
Oh, Jack's not even here for that joke.
And the signal chats. Get ready with your
It was
chants,
mean for no reason.
sign, stand for something, or you will fall for anything. Thank you.
So you're with 5051.
I am. Yes.
Okay, and for those not familiar with that organization.
Sorry, 5051 is a non-violent public protest that organizes on a regular basis, so you can just jump in and show up. Your only job is to show up. That's it. All you got to do is that. You don't have to be more involved than that, but you can be.
I was thinking it.
Next steps for how
Stop
to
it. We can't make that joke when Jack's not here.
I'm not. We are hoping to send the message that
Then
Donald
it's just
Trump
bullying
and
and
his administration
ableist.
is unacceptable for the vast majority of our country, and everyone needs to get their crap together.
I love her.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So again, it's a little difficult making his way through the sidewalk here. I'm sorry, excuse me, because so many people are showing.
Don't worry.
It doesn't matter. If you're not here for it, it's like a tree falling in the woods.
Yeah, but then you just look like an asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
Today, but everybody, what I have noticed that people are really watching out for each other, telling each other to drink water, be careful, watch out for the heat, watch out, there's a stroller right behind you. So, and you do have all ages here. We've seen families here, we've seen older individuals here, we've seen younger individuals here, teenagers, 20s, all ages are here. We've seen individuals wearing their veterans hats. How are you, sir? I'm Robert Arnold with KPRC.
KPRC?
Yes, sir. What's your name?
Sammy.
Sammy, why are you here?
To make my voice heard. I don't need anybody to tell me what I should do, when I should do it. I have a voice. I'm an independent individual here in this country. And up to now, nobody's been afraid to speak up. And now you got people terrified.
Now keep yourself
so due process isn't just for me or for you or for him. It's
based.
Marines.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Sam. I appreciate meeting you. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your time. Hi, everybody. All right. So again, more and more people continue to show up. The speakers continue. This is event supposed to go
Can't hear you.
until noon at this time, and we will keep updating you.
Definitely killed a lot of Vietnamese. Old Marine. Although it could have been desert storm. You never know.
Throughout the morning. Reporting live from downtown, Robert Arnold, KPRC 2 News.
Thank you, Robert, giving us.
Shit.
I don't know what's happening in Washington, D.C., but this is a rally! This is what it looks like when you're not compensating for something. I think they call that small dictator energy. Look, there's a lot to be upset about right now. We've got a budget bill that seeks to strip health care away from 14 million Americans, that seeks to strip food assistance away to the tune of $300 billion. We've got a president defying court orders, firing veterans, attacking our most vulnerable communities, and we've got ICE raiding our community. All at the hands of somebody who is putting on full display who he works for. Stealing from the poor to give to the rich. Stealing from the many to give to the few. Chipping away at our democracy every day. But I'll tell you what. You know what gives me hope? That in the face of all of that adversity, you all are here right now. It would be so easy. It would be easy to give up. With the cards stacked against us, it would be simple. They want us to feel powerless and small and weak. And yet, despite all of that, you all showed up here today. And unlike those 6,600 troops in Washington, D.C., no one was ordered to be here. No one was paid to be here. We are here because we want to be here. We are here because we are sending a message that Donald Trump and the GOP may run the House, they may run the Senate, they may run the White House, they may think they have power, but you know what power looks like? It is this. This is power. It is hundreds of thousands of Angelinos. It is our brothers and sisters in New York and Chicago and Philadelphia and San Francisco and San Diego and Phoenix and Miami and millions more Americans in 2,000 cities across the United States.
Who are
you? We don't need soldiers. We don't need tanks. We don't need jets. This right here is what we need. This is what powers our democracy. This right here is what gives me hope. Democracy doesn't just happen. Democracy works when you fight for it. Now, right now, is the time to fight. Now is the time to show up. No one is coming to save us. This right here is what saves us. So when you all look back 5, 10, 20, 30 years from now, and your kids and your grandkids ask you what you did, make sure that you tell them that you fought back to ensure that we keep this country that we love so much intact. And the way that we do that, is by ensuring that we have no king in the United States of America. Thank you, everybody.
I got stuck at a protest with the lead singer of La Dispute.
This is the flagship protest here in downtown LA. We've got, I can't imagine there's anything less than hundreds of thousands of people here, which is exactly what we needed in the face of Donald Trump obviously hosting, his military rally in Washington, D.C., attempting so hard to make sure that he's the center of attention. But we've got hundreds of thousands of people here in LA. I'm sure there are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people in every other city, in New York, in Chicago, in Philadelphia, in San Diego, San Francisco, Miami, Austin, Dallas, everywhere in this country. We have...
Imagine if half the people just carried signs that said, "Fuck your birthday."
You know, like one of those days where you're in a constant state of, like, just waking up?
Mm-hmm. Very rare.
Almost 2,000 protests happening right now. So if you're looking for something to trump what Donald Trump is doing in Washington, D.C., where he had a parade, but he had to pay people to be there. He had to make sure that he handed down orders for people to get here.
That's the sound it makes when Trump walks around.
This is what the country is talking about right now. It's not just a matter of making sure that we get more coverage than Donald Trump. What this represents is that this is where the actual power lies. There's a reason that Trump is trying so hard to make sure that Americans feel powerless. It's because he knows that this amount of people have the power to topple what he's doing right now. This amount of people have the power to make sure that Republicans don't stay in control in the House and the Senate and the White House. And that's what this represents right now. We've been here before when we see a Trump administration that is engaged in so much overreach that the people have risen up, just like they did in 2017 and 2018, so that Democrats could take the House by the biggest margin in modern American history. And that is exactly what we're poised to do again. We saw women's marches in 2017 where millions of people took to the streets, and if you look behind me, millions of people are again taking to the streets. And so we know how this story ends. But of course, it requires people staying engaged, staying activated, recognizing that none of this is a given. None of our democracy is a given. We have to fight for it every single day. And so my request to all of you, if you're not out protesting today, or even if you are out protesting today, that you find 5, 10, 15 people in your circles and make sure that they recognize the stakes of this upcoming election, make sure they stay engaged, make sure they know what's going on. This is the most important moment right now. We are teetering on the brink. We are on the precipice right now of either preserving our democracy.
Okay,
or
can we move
on?
I hate this guy.
This shows that the energy is in our corner, but we have
boring.
Now, an overnight curfew for downtown Los Angeles has been announced by Mayor Karen Bass following days of protest against federal immigration raids. Mayor Bass cited vandalism and looting of local businesses as the reason for the curfew. President Trump's ordered the deployment of 700 Marines who will be arriving in Los Angeles today to join thousands of members of the National Guard who've also been deployed to the city. Speaking at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, President Trump criticized the California governor and Los Angeles mayor who opposed the deployments. Some of the troops in the audience booed at the mention of their names.
In Los Angeles, the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles, they're incompetent, and they paid troublemakers, agitators, and insurrectionists. They're engaged in this willful attempt to nullify federal law and aid the occupation of the city by criminal invaders. That's what it is. They're invaders, no different.
Protests against militarized immigration enforcement have spread to other cities like New York, Chicago, and Atlanta. This weekend, on Saturday, under the banner of No King's Day, at least 18,000 rallies have been organized nationwide, more and more joining every day. This coincides with a major military parade that will be taking place in the Capitol. Tanks and other armored vehicles are being transported to Washington, D.C. for the parade on June 14th, which is Donald Trump's 79th birthday and the U.S. Army's 25th anniversary. On Tuesday, President Trump threatened heavy force would be used against anyone who protests at the parade.
And we're going to be celebrating big on Saturday. We're going to have a lot of, and if there's any protester wants to...
Someone goes, America is too fat and nihilistic to do real pageantry that Russia and China performed. And I'm just like, American soldiers are trained for war, not parades. Like, their job is killing cunts. They're an active imperial power. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course they're gonna do a shitty goddamn parade.
Yeah, like, you know who also didn't do parades?
Everyone?
The Empire.
The Empire? Like
in Star Wars.
Not until the
They ain't out there doing parades.
That is very true. They're out there conquering.
Once they come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, you know, this is...
They did do their stupid little parade on their big gun planet. Would you count the loading of... in the new trilogy?
Oh. I don't know. I haven't seen only news.
That's here somewhere. Let's see if I can get it.
Oh, that's the sweet release of death.
Well, close enough. Not that one.
That's a lot of nuts!
I don't know where my stuff is. Did I take it out? Maybe I did.
Somebody needs to tell her that her pussy stinks.
I don't know. Oh, there it is.
I didn't see only news.
People that hate our country, but they will be met with very heavy force.
Protest organizers are encouraging participants to go to Philadelphia instead of Washington, D.C.
Philadelphia.
Appointments and the planned rallies this weekend, we're joined by two guests. Leah Greenberg is co-founder and co-executive director of...
I don't know. To me, that feels like the attitude of a war-fighting army. Who gives a fuck what you look like marching together? Do you fight well together? Who gives a fuck? It's so stupid. Oh, our military looks cool. Look at our big penis trucks. Cool. Great, let me know.
They're called Scotch missiles.
How's Russia's war going for them? Did their parade serve them well? How long do you reckon it would take America to take Ukraine? Maybe less than the 3 days projected? Given the build-up on the fucking on the border, I don't think it would have taken that long. Look how fast they took Iraq.
Of Indivisible, the group is organizing the No King's Day protests on June 14th. And Jojo Sweat, a former Marine and the organizing director for the veterans group Common Defense, who will also be taking part.
A few hours. like, and this is not me, like, dick riding the US. This is just being realistic about the capabilities and what parades actually represent. Like, Trump wanted the pageantry of a useless fucking army. But he got the display of a warfighting army, which is appalling. But it doesn't matter, because if he wants to take Greenland, they could fucking do it. And that's all that matters. So, again, he really should not have done this. It is not a good look.
In the No King's Day protests planned in over 1,800 cities. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Leah Greenberg, if you could begin by explaining your group, Indivisible, is organizing this protest, these mass protests across the country. Explain why.
Well, when we heard and got the news that Donald Trump was planning this military parade, we understood it as part of a broader effort to project power, to chill dissent, to cement authoritarian control around this country, right? This is not just a parade. It's part of a bigger campaign that is involved attacking state government, or attacking the power of states, attacking civil society, going after labor leaders like David.
Yeah, I'm the one who put him there.
Bessie Ayu, who in California, who was arrested while peacefully protesting ICE detentions or ICE kidnappings. What we're seeing is a wholesale effort to assert dominance and power, from sending troops into LA completely unnecessarily and illegally, to having this military parade in DC for his birthday. And so what we feel like in this moment is really important is for folks to understand he may have his fascist theatrics in DC, but real power comes from people everywhere, all over the country. And so that's why we called for the No Kings protests. And what we've seen, we've got over 1,900 protests now all over the country. We are seeing a skyrocketing number of people who are showing up, who are asking, what can I do, who are horrified by what is happening in LA and who want to stand up. And what we're going to show him on June 14th is that real power lies in the people, lies in the consent of the governed, not in a pageant for your birthday in Washington, D.C.
I wanted to bring Jojo Sweat into this conversation.
Jojo Siwa?
Former Marine with the group Common Defense right now. First, I wanted to get your response to Marines being deployed to the streets of Los Angeles. At this point, 700 of them, though President Trump has now said that National Guard and Marines will be deployed around the country. And also get your response as a former Marine to what we're calling this parade, but in fact it's more than 24 M1 Abrams tanks, each weighing more than 60 tons. This is why it's costing something like tens of millions of dollars, this parade in Washington, to shore up the streets. The question is if they will be damaged by this heavy military hardware. They're going to be going down Constitution Avenue near the White House in a procession that until recently was not part of the 250th anniversary of the Army's programming, accompanied by scores of infantry, fighting vehicles, heavy artillery weaponry, plus some 6,600 soldiers as helicopters fly overhead. So if you could talk first about the Marine deployment as a former Marine, and then about this massive show of force that people usually identify with heavily militarized societies like, military parades in North Korea.
First, thank you for having me. And related to Marines and National Guard being deployed to LA, I think it's obviously a terrible idea, especially because it is not the idea of the leadership of the state to invite them to be there. Now, the National Guard has a function and works well within the states that it supports, but by the call and guidance of the governor there in the state, which hasn't been completed. And so it's kind of an overstretch for the President of the United States to be involved in states' affairs in that way when not requested. The other factor about the Marine Corps is that that is not the purpose of our Marine Corps. That it's not why the Marine Corps exists. And when I was a Marine if I wasn't in a combat or war scenario, then I was in a humanitarian scenario. And that's when we're, you know, fixing everything that we've destroyed and trying to rebuild, not things that we would want to do on U.S. soil. And does it make me feel good that it's the president of the United States that is requesting this type of armed reaction on its citizens, that is citizens that are actually practicing their rights that they have here in the United States. As far as the parade, it's an egregious overspend. It is a showing of his ego. It is also his birthday. It is not just the Army's 250th year of service. It's actually the Marine Corps' birthday later on this year. So we don't have these individual parades or support of parades by the military to the president like you've seen in North Korea. We just went through two crazy
so now
quarters,
Amy's anti-North Korea?
this new
I told you she
administration
wasn't an
with them,
ally.
Giving us Doge, and on the pretense that we need to save money as a country and that we're broke. And so to say those things and enact a Doge and talk about cutting 83,000 jobs at the VA and Medicare and care for everyday Americans, but then to host this parade in Washington, D.C., where there's not even really roads to support this. We're spending an egregious amount of money. And for what? A birthday celebration that is completely unnecessary.
If you
Make Trump pay it. He's a billionaire, right? He can afford $45 million. Make him pay for it. He can afford to fix the roads. He's doubled his wealth in the first 100 days. He can easily afford it. Make Trump pay for it.
If you could talk more about the amount of money, for example, the 45 million. It started at 20 million, but now it's gone up, as you point out. Then yet thousands of jobs have been lost through Doge. If you could talk about the health care and cuts to veterans' health care.
Yeah, these cuts to veterans' healthcare are already showing up, actually, especially in rural communities or with veterans that are using specialty services specifically for cancer treatment. We're talking to those veterans already who are being affected, who are being denied care, who have lost their psychiatrists, their therapists on staff. And so then turning around and spending that money in the face of America for a parade for a president does not seem like you really care. And we were in D.C. just the first week of May, trying to canvass and speak with Secretary Doug Collins. And in fact, he actually ran from...
Oh, boring. Okay, next.
New video just in as hundreds of armed U.S. Marines are deployed to protect federal buildings in Los Angeles. Cool. These troops wearing body armor and armed with assault rifles now surrounding the federal building in Westwood, along with a number of military vehicles. It's a very rare...
How do you reckon the Marines feel about getting deployed on American soil against civilians? Cal, what do you reckon? You reckon they're thrilled about it? Or you reckon they're just waiting for something?
And controversial deployment of military forces on American soil, with thousands taking to SoCal streets rather for tomorrow's No Kings protest. There are fears of violent confrontation could be sparked. Tonight we have team coverage. Reporter Tim Pulliam has more on the deployment of those federal troops, and we begin with reporter Tim Caputo and the ongoing preparations for tomorrow's massive planned protest. Tim.
And Mark, there is an air of uncertainty tonight. We don't really know what we're in store for on Saturday. We do know thousands of people, potentially tens of thousands of people, will be out protesting practically all day tomorrow, many of them here in downtown LA. We also know LAPD, the LA County Sheriff's Department, and CHP are ready.
I like that. The default attitude being it's bullshit is great. I have seen some of the ones posting on TikTok talking about like, oh, try it. But like, they're posting TikToks in uniform with their names on the uniform. It wouldn't be too hard to like track them down and be like, hey, this guy's a psycho. Should probably get rid of him. I feel like that's like discharge worthy. Threatening civilians if deployment happens, surely that's something to get discharged for. I'm not sure though.
Ready for whatever comes their way. Many businesses in downtown LA not taking any chances on what could
Fair
be
enough.
record-setting protests Saturday. Friday night's demonstrations, the smallest in a week, but likely the lull before the big Saturday wave, when thousands are expected to hit the streets of Los Angeles for what's being dubbed No King.
Okay, this is by far the best sign. That is amazing.
Kings rallies.
We're still fighting for our rights.
The planned Saturday protests have the full attention of the LAPD.
We expect crowds that maybe are unprecedented. We are deployed accordingly with all of the resources that we have to be able to ensure everybody is safe.
It's not just downtown either. There are No Kings rallies planned in countless communities from the valleys to beachfront towns. These large demonstrations will be hitting full swing in the late afternoon just as 50,000 fans head to Dodger Stadium for a home game. LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger expressing concern for what will be a busy Saturday night in the city.
I'm going to hope for the best and hope that
That's a
the
witch.
faith-based leaders
I
who've
know a
really
witch when I
been
see
at the
one.
forefront trying to tell people, please do it with peace.
The downtown curfew will still be in effect tomorrow, and the LA County Sheriff's Department hoping those protesting peacefully distance themselves from any agitators in the crowds.
They are not there to peacefully protest. They are not there to send a legitimate message. They are there to do damage. They are there to hurt people.
Also Saturday evening in Inglewood, the Mexican national soccer team is playing a game against Dominican Republic at SoFi Stadium. Anytime Mexico plays in LA, it draws huge crowds. And Saturday's match is drawing the attention of Mexico's president, who urged U.S. federal agents not to target attendees of the Gold Cup match. Like over the last week, the No Kings rallies are against any and all ICE raids, but Saturday's events are more specifically about President Donald Trump, who's hosting a military parade in Washington, D.C. tomorrow, which also happens to be his birthday. Those hitting the streets in L.A. hope the message makes it all the way to the White House.
To make a statement, to make an impact, to say that we're standing here, we're standing with our families, we're standing with our countries, and we're not going to stand down.
In addition to that 8 p.m. curfew, you may see the flashing lights here behind me. CHP will remain on those exit and on ramps to the 101 freeway. They also removed all the bird scooters from the overpasses you see behind me. You may recall last weekend they were used as projectiles as folks threw them on top of some of the CHP vehicles that were parked on the 101 below. Obviously, lessons learned from last weekend, hopefully making tomorrow a little bit easier for everyone. We're live tonight in downtown Los Angeles. Tim Caputo, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Tim, thank you.
Well, grab.
Quarters in the room, but I'm just gonna tell my narrative because he knows the back.
Epic.
So epic.
I freaking was trying to go to the VA and was trying to go across, and they told me to stop first, and of course I complied when I crossed the first checkpoint, and they told me to basically get down on the ground. Nothing wrong, just basically comply to everything they were saying, and it's just we're at the worst time, worst situation where people are becoming more aggressive with what's going on, right? But as long as you feel like complied and everything worked, everything's natural, were good and okay, and now I'm free to come back home. But the VA is closed. So everyone needs to know the VA is closed right now. The first time I went across under the yellow tape just because I didn't want to go all the way around. They told me to basically go back. I went back to the first checkpoint, and that's when they thought I was basically trying to do this again and become more aggressive, because you've seen other other protesters and go more aggressive.
Epic.
Hilarious.
Gotta be an ex-Marine with that
was trying to go
intelligence.
to the VA, and was trying to go across, and they told me to stop first.
Army.
And of course I complied when I crossed the
is back. Constitutional crisis averted, days saved. It turns out the Trump administration could get him back whenever they wanted, and they were just lying through their teeth. Except that it seems, unfortunately, the Trump administration only brought him back to try him on some very serious federal charges.
Abrego Garcia has landed in the United States to face justice. On May 21st, a grand jury in the Middle District of Tennessee returned a sealed indictment charging Abrego Garcia with alien smuggling and conspiracy to commit alien smuggling in violation of Title 8 U.S.C. 1324.
Yes, after months of defying court orders and claiming they just couldn't possibly bring Kilmar back from an Salvadoran torture prison, now the Trump administration is proudly announcing Kilmar's return to U.S. soil so they can pursue human smuggling charges against him. And you know the charges are completely legit because they've rolled out the red carpet, done the media blitz proclaiming that Kilmar is, among other things, a human trafficker, an MS-13 gang member, and even a pedophile now. But this announcement, with its barrage of unproven smears, and we'll talk about that too, comes just in the nick of time for the administration, which was facing potential sanctions in a Maryland civil case filed by Kilmar and his family. Now, as you may recall, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was born in El Salvador. After being threatened for several years by the Barrio 18 gang, Kilmar fled his home country and joined his brother in Maryland. In 2019, he was picked up in an ICE sting outside of a Hyattsville, Maryland Home Depot. Law enforcement claimed that an informant had identified Kilmar as a member of MS-13, but no actual charges were ever filed, and Kilmar's immigration proceedings resulted not in a deportation, but instead in a withholding of removal order, which, because he had demonstrated a credible fear for his life, barred Kilmar's removal to El Salvador specifically. Now, after his release from immigration detention, Kilmar returned to his life in Maryland, had a child with his wife, helped his wife raise her two other children, and was employed as a sheet metal worker. But on March 12, 2025, Kilmar was driving home with his 5-year-old son when he was pulled over by immigration officers. They arrested him without explanation and threatened to have social services pick up his son if his wife didn't arrive within 10 minutes. Kilmar was then whisked off to ICE detention and, with no due process whatsoever, was sent for an indefinite stay in a torture prison in El Salvador, the very country a judge had expressly forbidden the U.S. government from sending him to. Kilmar's wife, Jennifer, had no idea where he was until someone sent her a picture of the inmates in El Salvador's notorious CCOT prison, and she recognized her husband in the photo. Now, as we've talked about, CCOT has a well-documented history of human rights abuses, including torture, overcrowding, and death at the hands of guards and other inmates. Yet the Trump administration has putatively paid $6 million in a contract that no one has seen yet to El Salvador to house deportees, including many who had never been convicted of any crime, in CCOT under the watchful eye of Bukele, the dictator of El Salvador. Trump and Bukele both bragged about this arrangement on social media, on the news, and in fact, even in the White House.
How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it.
Trump even publicly raised the possibility of sending Americans, homegrowns as he called them, to CCOT.
We also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country.
And Bukele has seemed excited about the idea of getting paid to violate the rights of American citizens. Meanwhile, Abrego Garcia's wife, Jennifer, filed a suit against the Trump administration. In several court filings, the Trump administration admitted that it had sent Abrego Garcia to El Salvador in error, but the administration still refused to bring Kilmar back. After Maryland federal judge Paula Zenas granted a temporary restraining order directing the Trump administration to, quote, facilitate Kilmar's return, the Trump administration went on the offensive and resurrected a slew of unproven accusations that Abrego Garcia was a member of the MS-13 gang, and even went so far as to Photoshop a picture of Abrego Garcia's hand tattoos with clearly non-original lettering of MS-13. They touted some old restraining orders that his wife had filed against him, and most important here, they unearthed the story of a time he'd been pulled over by law enforcement in Tennessee and questioned because he was driving from Texas to Maryland with several other immigrants, and the administration used that stop to imply that Kilmar was a human trafficker. Now, some of those accusations may be true, but we can't be sure which ones because Kilmar was never tried in court. The government has never had to meet its burden of proof, and no judge or jury has ever considered the evidence and made a finding. The administration's accusations were just that, they were accusations, and without due process there was no way to evaluate their veracity. But in addition to the PR, the Trump administration also appealed Judge Zenas' order to the Supreme Court, which issued a unanimous decision affirming that the administration had to, quote, facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the United States. Though oddly, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller apparently read an entirely different Supreme Court decision and declared this a victory for the White House.
In our favor. In our favor, against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States.
And around that same time, Trump and Bukele, who had a meeting at the White House, had jaunty back and forth talking about how they couldn't possibly return Abrego Garcia to the United States.
The question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
But meanwhile, Judge Zenas was growing increasingly weary of these antics and ordered the administration to give regular status updates about what steps it was taking to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return. But the administration did not take this order particularly seriously. The Trump administration filed a series of uninformative so-called status updates, which basically amounted to thumbing their noses at the court. But in response to this recalcitrance, after a contentious hearing, the judge granted the plaintiff's request for expedited discovery. But not surprisingly, the administration immediately appealed, asking for a stay of the judge's discovery order. But the Court of Appeals denied the request for a stay, and the government was left in the uncomfortable position of having to provide Judge Zenas with evidence that it was complying with the law, which it seemed clear they were not. Meanwhile, Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen paid Abrego Garcia a visit in El Salvador. But after several characteristically anemic status reports,
No, I don't believe there has been actual credible proof that he's an asset of the cartels. As far as I'm aware, the charges are for allegedly driving with illegal immigrants. They're claiming human trafficking, obviously, but the crime is literally driving with people who are illegal immigrants, from what I understand. I don't believe he's at all affiliated with any cartel because he was running from MS-13. He got protection from an immigration judge saying that he was in danger from MS-13, and if you sent him back to El Salvador, it would be a breach of the International Refugee Act, or whatever that's called. And obviously because he has MS-13 tattooed on his, directly and obviously right on his knuckles, clearly he is a member of MS-13. You know, it's cut and dry, obviously. But no, I haven't heard any specific cartel mentioned that he has been affiliated with. But I will let you know if I do.
Plaintiffs filed a motion claiming that the Trump administration wasn't engaging in discovery in good faith. Defendants objected to plaintiffs' discovery requests, arguing that the timeline for discovery was too fast. The discovery requests were based on the false premise that the United States can or has been ordered to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador, and claiming that the material was privileged. But the judge wasn't having it and took the Trump administration to task for its continued non-compliance, stating that, quote, defendants and their counsel well know that the falsehood lies not in any...
Like, does this sound like a prosecutor who has a case? Sure sounds like a kangaroo court, or an attempt at one.
Supposed premise, but in their continued mischaracterization of the Supreme Court's order, defendants' objection reflects a willful bad faith refusal to comply with discovery obligations. And she found the defendants' privilege claims equally specious and their complaints about the timeline unconvincing because, quote, for weeks defendants have sought refuge behind vague and unsubstantiated assertions of privilege, using them as a shield to obstruct discovery and evade compliance with this court's orders. But she directed plaintiffs to narrow their interrogatories and ordered defendants to actually answer. Now, over the next month, the parties continued to fight over the scope of the discovery and the adequacy of the Trump administration's responses. But because of the administration's continual recalcitrance in this case, including, according to plaintiffs, discovery deficiencies, consistent delays and refusal to reply properly to interrogatories, plaintiffs asked Judge Zenas permission to file a motion for sanctions. And on June 4th, after months of uncooperative behavior, the judge granted the plaintiffs permission to move forward with their motion for sanctions. Now, meanwhile, the Trump administration tried to get the entire lawsuit dismissed, claiming that Judge Zenas and the Maryland District Court lacked jurisdiction. While that motion to dismiss was still pending and plaintiffs were busy drafting their motion for sanctions, the Trump administration made the surprise announcement that Amazingly, Abrego Garcia had been returned to the United States. Now, if you've been renditioned to a foreign country and then inexplicably brought back to the United States only to face federal charges, you're probably going to want a good lawyer.
That's
If you want
basically
a great lawyer, my law firm
full
Eagles can help
monster
you.
to the floor.
Oh, you knocked it over.
Yeah, almost all of it spilled too. I had just opened it and I'd fucking high-kneed it.
Unreal.
I told you,
It
man, I'm
happens.
like groggy as fuck. I'm like out of body.
Weird.
Armando Abrego Garcia to the United States. Defendants hereby provide notice that they have complied with the court's order and indeed have successfully facilitated Abrego Garcia's return. As the Attorney General recently announced, Abrego Garcia was returned to the United States today to stand trial on criminal charges in the Middle District of Tennessee. So the administration then argued that the judge's order should be dissolved and the entire case should be dismissed as moot. In the meantime, the administration requested a stay on all case proceedings, including discovery. So it turns out that despite the Trump administration's repeated protestations and statements to the court, they actually were capable of bringing Abrego Garcia back. Or as the plaintiffs put it in their June 8th motion asking the court to continue to allow discovery and potential sanctions, quote, two things are now crystal clear. First, the government has always had the ability to return Abrego Garcia, but it simply refused to do so. Second, the government has conducted a determined stalling campaign to stave off contempt sanctions long enough to concoct a politically face-saving exit from its own predicament. And obviously the face-saving exit the plaintiffs are referring to is the Trump administration's decision to bring Abrego Garcia back to the United States, but only after the Department of Justice had indicted him for charges relating to a 2022 traffic stop in Tennessee. So let's talk about that incident. Here's what we know so far. On December 1st, 2022, Abrego Garcia was pulled over for speeding in a vehicle with 8 passengers and told police that he had come from Texas several days earlier and were traveling to Maryland to do construction work. The police officers who stopped him speculated that he might be transporting people for money because there was no luggage in the vehicle, but they decided not to ticket or charge Abrego Garcia. Instead, they sent him on with a warning. And so it's this incident that appears to form the basis of the federal charges that have been filed against Abrego Garcia. And on June 6th, we finally learned what those were when the Trump Department of Justice asked for the unsealing of a shocking May 21st grand jury indictment against Abrego Garcia. So first a note on grand juries. A grand jury trial is not a regular criminal trial. It is, in most criminal cases, the precursor to a criminal trial, during which the prosecutor presents a group of randomly selected jurors with the prosecutor's potential arguments against a defendant. It's how the charges get formalized. In an actual criminal trial, the defendant would have an attorney, an opportunity to present witnesses and arguments in their defense, and the ability to confront the witnesses against them. But in a grand jury proceeding, the defendant and his attorneys cannot be present to refute or even hear the evidence or witness testimony. And grand juries can also consider evidence like hearsay that would not be admissible in a criminal trial. In a criminal trial, the prosecution must prove beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, and in a grand jury trial, the prosecutor must only prove that there is probable cause to believe that a crime has been committed and that the person being investigated was the person who committed it. And obviously, grand juries do not convict people, they simply recommend whether a prosecutor should launch a criminal trial against that person. And grand jury proceedings are not adversarial proceedings where both sides can present evidence. They are one-sided proceedings where only the prosecutor gets to present their case, which is why grand juries have often been criticized as a rubber stamp for prosecutors. But sometimes, as is the case here, a grand jury says there's not even enough evidence for one particular charge or others. And that acts as a sort of veto against the charges even before a case has been filed. And in this previously sealed grand jury indictment, the Department of Justice alleged that Abrego Garcia's 2022 trip through Tennessee was one of more than 100 human trafficking trips that Abrego Garcia made as part of a years-long conspiracy. Now, obviously, anytime we deal with an indictment, these are merely accusations from the government. They are so far unproven. But according to the government's filings in the U.S. District Court for the Middle District of Tennessee, the government alleges from 2016 to 2025, Abrego Garcia conspired with several other unnamed non-citizens to transport thousands of undocumented immigrants from South and Central American countries into the United States. The government alleges that Abrego Garcia's co-conspirators helped the immigrants illegally cross the border into Texas. Then Abrego Garcia and other drivers were paid to transport the undocumented immigrants to other parts of the United States. And according to the indictment, both Abrego Garcia and many of the people he transported were members of the MS-13 gang. The government is also alleging that Abrego Garcia and his co-conspirators transported people, including children, in unsafe ways in makeshift seats and in the floors of vehicles, and that Abrego Garcia himself had abused some of the women he had transported. And the indictment also mentioned that one of Abrego Garcia's supposed co-conspirators was involved in a 2021 incident where a tractor trailer carrying migrants overturned in Mexico and caused more than 50 deaths. And based on these allegations, the government indicted Abrego Garcia on 2 counts from 8 U.S.C. 1324, conspiracy to transport aliens and unlawful transportation of undocumented.
My first question is, prove it. My second question is, how the fuck did you connect him to all this in like a month? Because the investigation started when he got brought back, and the charges were brought in like a month. So, seems sus.
Documented aliens. The first section creates criminal liability for anyone who, quote, knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact that an alien has come to, entered, or remains in the United States in violation of law, transports or moves or attempts to transport or move such alien within the United States by means of transportation or otherwise in furtherance of such violation of law. So to make its case, the DOJ will have to prove that Abrego Garcia transported or attempted to transport illegal aliens within the United States, and also that he either knew or recklessly disregarded the fact that they were in the United States illegally. Now, in the indictment, the government highlighted the fact that Abrego Garcia supposedly received compensation for this work. As Pam Bondi has claimed, it was his, quote, full-time job. The DOJ is probably emphasizing the financial aspects of the accusations because under the law, if Abrego Garcia was financially compensated for transporting undocumented immigrants, that would allow the prosecution to pursue a stiffer sentence. Now, we don't yet know what evidence the government has in support of these allegations. We'll have to reserve judgment until we see that evidence. But I will say, it is awfully convenient that they've suddenly found all of these horrendous accusations relating to the seemingly random guy that just became the flashpoint for this entire international snafu. Which leads me to be more than a little skeptical about these accusations. Now, the Trump DOJ has also filed a motion for detention, asking the court to hold Abrego Garcia in pretrial custody instead of releasing him on bail pending trial. In support of that argument that Abrego Garcia is a danger to the community and should not be released, the government dropped a few more bombs in both its motion and Attorney General Pam Bondi's announcement, which are not part of the indictment, claiming that Abrego Garcia had also transported firearms and drugs, that he was responsible for the murder of a rival gang member's mother in El Salvador, and that he solicited naked pictures from a minor. But Abrego Garcia has not been indicted on either of those claims, no evidence has been offered to support them, and not even the grand jury considered them. Now, putting aside the salaciousness of these new allegations, it's worth mentioning just how unbelievably improper it is for the sitting attorney general to make these prejudicial statements about a criminal defendant who is actively being prosecuted by the Department of Justice. The Trump administration's campaign to smear Abrego Garcia in the media is itself a breach of norms and potentially prosecutorial ethics. In the past, federal, state, and local prosecutors from both political parties have generally only publicly accused defendants of crimes for which a grand jury indicted them. Discussing other potential crimes has long been regarded as an abuse of prosecutorial power, risking obvious unfair harm to defendants' reputations. And according to NBC News, a former senior Justice Department official who requested anonymity citing fears of retaliation said that Bondi often speaks as a partisan Trump loyalist, not as a neutral law enforcement officer. Yeah, dude, we have TVs and eyes. We can see it. But additionally, according to an ABC News report, concerns about the Trump administration's behavior in the Abrego Garcia case may have led to the resignation of Ben Schrader, the chief of the criminal division of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Nashville. Sources briefed on Schrader's decision told ABC News that Schrader's resignation was prompted by concerns that the case against Abrego Garcia was being pursued for political reasons. Mr. Schrader did not directly address the speculation, but in a pointed LinkedIn post, he stated, quote, "Earlier today, after nearly 15 years as an assistant U.S. attorney, I resigned as chief of the criminal division at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Tennessee. It has been an incredible privilege to serve as a prosecutor with the Department of Justice, where the only job description I've ever known is to do the right thing in the right way for the right reasons."
Well, you have the
so
wrong
yet
job.
again, a career prosecutor with the DOJ resigned rather than move forward with these criminal charges. So I think at this point we can move from being skeptical about the government's charges against Abrego Garcia to just assuming that they're BS. But still, at least this time he's getting due process. A jury will decide whether the charges against him actually stand up in a criminal court. But already there appeared to be some factual disputes in the government's findings, including inconsistent statements about whether Abrego Garcia told Tennessee police that he was coming from Missouri or Texas. None of these supposed witnesses mentioned in the indictment are named. Many of them appear to be convicted criminals who may have had incentives to be jailhouse informants. And an ABC News report indicates that one of the informants is currently serving a sentence in Alabama for illegally re-entering the United States. All of these factors will have to be considered by an actual jury. And all these witnesses will have to be available for cross-examination and scrutiny. Though, as Abrego Garcia's attorney has pointed out, this still isn't true justice because, quote, "True justice means the chance to defend yourself before you're punished, not after." Meanwhile, President Trump has claimed that he thinks the administration has, quote, a very easy case against Abrego Garcia, which sort of raises the question, if it was so easy, why not prosecute him earlier instead of making the politically controversial and unconstitutional decision to whisk him off to a torture prison without due process? And for the time being, the case before Judge Zenas is still alive. The plaintiffs have asked the judge to continue to hold on to her jurisdiction over the case, to order discovery against the Trump administration, and to consider their motion for sanctions. And regardless of the outcome of Abrego Garcia's criminal trial and civil case, the constitutional problems still remain because dozens of other men are still being held in the Salvadoran torture prison without trial or recourse. As Representative Jamie Raskin pointed out, quote, they obviously want to make this about whether or not he ends up being a good guy or a bad guy, but it's not a moral question. It's a legal question. It's a constitutional question of whether the government can pick people up and take them out of the country. So yeah, that's why it's probably a good idea to scrub as much of your personal information off the internet as possible, which you can do with today's sponsor, Incogni. Because Incogni removes your personal nerves and a bunch of websites that will give.
In the open deserts on the edge of the Sahara, Russian mercenaries have fought a bitter war against jihadist operatives for years.
Do we want to look at those shootings?
I don't know, man. I'm so out of it. My brain is not working.
Okay.
You said you're still recovering from this. Are you decompressing? Are you just trying?
Well, I'm telling you all this, and I guess that's making me feel more relaxed. But I'll tell you, in the time I've been down here, like just then when the person on the scooter went through there and they're screaming, I mean, I could feel something welling up in me that, I don't know, fear, just real fear. And you know what? I'm old and I've seen scary things, but the moments.
Be joining us in a minute.
Yeah, Alex is actually at the location.
And just went right.
We were many of.
A question that we'll, I'm sure, all take to bed tonight.
Right, Garner and Dan, this is a state.
Where we heard the shots fired.
Yeah, chopper. We're already heading home. And people just started running. And that's honestly, Dan and Garner, that is exactly what happened. So all the preparation, all the
agencies. We know that Unified Police Department, the Department of Public Safety, Sheriff's Office are all were ready to provide support. That may be why they were able to react so quickly.
Yeah,
they had so many people.
As Alex said, I mean, the police were in action and they're ready to go very quickly. Let's go ahead and go back out to Alex Guerrero right now. He's live there. Alex, what do you have for us? Well, Dan, since we last chatted with you and Garner there, again, I'm still at 100 South and 300 East here in downtown Salt Lake City, waiting for Salt Lake City Police to give us a statement, to do a little press conference here. They told us to start gathering here because they were on their way. But since we last chatted with you, about 5 minutes ago, we noticed another 4 or 5 police cars head over here, a fire engine from Salt Lake City as well, to try to keep this road blocked off. They're still saying that it is an active crime scene, and they don't want anybody to go through this particular area at about 100 South and 200 East, just because they want to make sure that the crime scene that they say is there, that all the evidence that is possible to collect will be collected. But Dan, yes, this is something that Salt Lake City Police and law enforcement agencies all throughout Utah have been talking about and preparing for. Even though this was all meant to be done as peaceful protests, police say you never know when there might be an agitator or someone who wants to come in and just create violence.
And so, locked off. Pioneer Park, what can you tell us about the situation? Let's start with where you're at.
Hey, Garna, we are in downtown Salt Lake right now. I'll step out of the way so you can see where we're at. Corner of State Street and First South. Police have kind of blocked off the area right now. We don't know a lot so far, but people were just marching along State Street. It seemed peaceful at the time. And then someone started yelling shots fired. People started kind of frantically yelling and running, and we just kind of took cover behind a vehicle.
I didn't hear what the kid said, no.
No, the chinchilla.
Did see
Oh. No.
a body. I did see a body down on the ground. So that's all we know so far. We don't know anything yet about the suspect. You see the ambulance coming. So it's still very active.
What for? What am I pausing it for?
You don't hear him?
What's he doing?
Just being. He was doing it better before, but you weren't listening to him.
Yeah, because
He's
I'm
just
listening to the
angry.
video. What's he
He
doing?
was trying to
Yelling?
pee on me just then.
Oh, that's funny. Ooh, little goober.
He was antagonizing the other one, so I started poking him, and he went, dip, dip, dip. And then just then, I really started poking him to try to get him to do it again, and he stood and just started waving his dangle, streaming it back and forth, trying to get me.
Crime scene right now. Again, it looks like everyone else around me is safe. We did see police shortly after run into the parking lot just over in that direction. And there are some ambulances down the street, down First South there. And so we're still, a lot of things are unconfirmed at this time. We don't know a lot of details. We did, however, see a body. We saw them working on that person who was shot. And again, looks like there's ambulances down there. I saw a gurney as well. Lots of police presence here. They have the whole street blocked off. I will tell you guys, it was a very scary moment. It was a protest that was very peaceful for the majority of the day. Nothing happening. Lots of law enforcement were in place just in case something like this were to happen, and unfortunately, it did happen. Again, we don't know much. We don't know anything about the suspect. If they're in custody yet, we don't know if that's confirmed. So it's still an active case at this time. Again, roads are blocked off here. We're safe at the moment, thankfully, and we don't know yet about the person who was shot as well. So we'll be sure to bring you more updates as we get them. But that's all we know for now, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Emma, we're going to try to keep you with us as long as we can. We want to ensure that you're in a safe location. What you're seeing here is State Street and 400 South. Now, this is the area where we're still seeing people marching. We believe several. Well, let's start with. This is State Street and First South. Now, let me start with the fact that this rally is very large. The crowd is thousands of people. I am wondering if maybe some of these people that you're seeing here even know what happened, because the crowd took up about 3 city blocks. That is how large it was. Emma, we were with you. We heard some of those gunshots. We've been hearing our police scanners here. Tell me a little bit about, do you know anything about this person that we're seeing? They look like they're in handcuffs. Is that what you're seeing as well?
We heard some people mention that they saw
You think
someone who
that's
was put
funny?
into handcuffs, but again, that isn't confirmed. We didn't personally see it. We have a nail.
No.
Oh, you're on your phone?
No, I had to. I'll send it to you. It's funny.
I don't care about stuff on the phone.
To speak with police yet, so we don't know if that's confirmed. We've just heard witnesses say that. I do again see some ambulances down the street there, more police cars, so something is going on down that direction. And again, we just don't know a lot at this time. We did,
So why
again,
are
we
you
saw a
lying?
body earlier. They were working on that person who was.
Shouldn't you be information gathering before going live?
No.
Or maybe walk around trying to find shit out? I don't know.
No.
Why not? Seems fun.
Was shot. We don't know anything about their condition, or if there were more. If there was more than one victim. We at this time we only know about one victim. I think we're a little shaken up. It's just, it was a scary situation. Like Alex said, I also heard some popping
this gives
noises.
us nothing. Can we get some fucking motives or something?
Well, I think it literally just happened.
Then
orient
we don't
us
need to
as to
fucking report
where
on it.
this
Then we can wait
location
until we
is
have the
as
full
opposed
story.
to the-
Just saying.
Because they clearly don't.
Yeah.
Who will share with you what they can as up-to-minute update on the situation here in Minnesota. You're going to be joined by Commissioner Bob Jacobson, BCA Superintendent Drew Evans, State Patrol Colonel Christina Bogoyevich, Champlain Park Police Chief Schneider, and Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley, as well as the mayor of Brooklyn Park. We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost a dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service.
What do you
She
think
was a
the
formidable public
far
servant.
right is saying about this?
They're probably making fun of Tim for having emotions.
Oh, I was going to say that they're saying that it's a government conspiracy already.
Oh, I haven't seen anything.
They're trying to vilify us.
fixture and
We
a
would
giant
never do
in
any
Minnesota.
harm. And
She
also,
woke up every day
the
determined to
Holocaust
make
is a lie. But we wouldn't do any harm.
this state a better place. She is irreplaceable.
It's
We've been missed by so many.
Always fed.
Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times.
Who?
The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt. This was an act of targeted political violence. Peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. In the state of Minnesota, and as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated, we shook hands and compromised, and we served the state of Minnesota together. We proved that it's possible, even in these politically charged times, to find compromise and adhere to the principles of democracy and civil discourse. We must all, Minnesota and across the country, stand against all forms of political violence. At this precipice moment we're on, this tragic act here in Minnesota should serve as a reminder to all of us. The democracy and the debates in the halls of Congress, in state houses, in school boards, is a way to settle our differences peacefully and move society to a better place. We're collaborating with all local, state, and federal agencies on a full investigation. We're committed to keeping Minnesotans informed as the situation continues. I assure you that those responsible for this will be held accountable, and each and every one of us are committed to making sure that a tragedy like this never repeats itself in Minnesota or across this country. I'd now like to turn it over to my public safety team to fill you in on the specifics of this ongoing investigation.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, everyone, for being here today. My name is Drew Evans, and I'm the superintendent at the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I want to start by just expressing our deepest sympathies to the communities, the family, the friends, and everybody that cared about the individuals that were gunned down today. When we have individuals like this in our political leadership, they're not only political leaders, but they're members of the community, well-known members of the community, that the tragedy in a situation like this is not only for them, their friends and families, but us collectively, the communities they represent, us as a state of Minnesota as a whole. About 2 a.m. this morning, there was an original call in the city of Champlin where there was an individual.
Let's look through some news.
I lost a great leader, and I lost a dearest of friends. Determined to make, we've been missed time.
Original call, 3:30 police SUV squad car.
Searching for the person who shot 2 Minnesota state lawmakers. Right now, we're getting an update from the Attorney General, Governor Tim Walz, and police. Let's listen in.
Wells, the mayor. Surgery at this time. My prayers, or we must all, Congress,
call exported as was previously.
It's just the same
colleague.
Yeah.
This tragic act here in Minnesota.
Shush, please. Mali or China?
I don't care.
Great.
Iran.
Trading their guns, their expertise, and at times their lives in exchange for critical resources and cash in Sahel regions, Triad military regimes, Wagner have been locked into battle with a violent terrorist organization known as JNIM. Those battles have been at their most intense in the nation of Mali, a vast expanse that's home to uranium, gold, and about 22 million people. In early June, the Wagner Group declared victory in Mali and announced that its fighters would withdraw from the nation triumphant. But on the ground, the reality is far from what Wagner would have the world believe. Jihadist forces now number in the thousands, overrunning one major military base after another and targeting both the military governments of the region and Russian mercenary forces themselves. By all credible accounts, Wagner is fleeing Mali with its tail between its legs, running from a fight with the most dangerous terrorist insurgency in the world today.
Made.
By the end of May, warning lights were already flashing across the three military-led nations of the African Sahel. Those countries, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, have been locked into a conflict with the terror group JNIM for over half a decade. Their organization, known in full as Jama'at Nasser al-Islam wal-Muslimin, has been widely recognized as the world's fastest-growing terror organization since 2022.
He really got the throat sounds in.
Be anywhere from 5,000 fighters today to well over 10,000 and growing. Allied to Al-Qaeda and present everywhere from Libya to Mauritania to Chad to Benin, JNIM has notched major victories in the last year, from an attack in Mali last September that killed over 100 people to attacks on Benin military bases that killed 70 soldiers in April. By the end of this May, however, the warning signs seem to show that JNIM was...
Wait, who did? The dude who killed the Democrats? That makes sense. I mean, if you're going to do that, the cop is a good person to impersonate.
Was beginning a surge, with over 400 soldiers killed by the insurgents since the start of the month alone. Those soldiers hailed from the same three military regimes where JNIM has always been aggressive, but now carries out its attacks with impunity. And if the month of May was difficult for the Sahel's military regimes, then it took almost no time for JNIM to prove that the month of June would be far worse. Now, on the first of the month, JNIM fighters carried out a coordinated series of attacks on three military bases. Two of them in Burkina Faso, one over in Mali. Riding on vast swarms of motorcycles and using assault rifles and explosives, the JNIM fighters used overflying drones to help coordinate their attacks. They proved to be practically unstoppable for the soldiers they were attacking, relying on their...
Pro-life, baby.
Yeah.
Just proves it, huh?
I reposted some of his posts. It's pretty funny.
Fucking... pro-birth, not pro-life.
Their high mobility tactics and their intense pace of attack to sow chaos and then to exploit it. On each of the two military bases in Burkina Faso, dozens of soldiers were reported dead or wounded, while on the military base in Mali, at the border town of Bouakessi, the situation was even worse. An early death toll in the low dozens has only kept climbing, and local reports suggest that JNIM may have slaughtered 300 Malian soldiers in that attack alone. For most terror organizations, that sort of assault would have been a landmark achievement, a clear demonstration of their power and a blow to national confidence in each country's military regime. But JNIM hasn't been a normal terror organization for some time. Instead, it's a group with the size, strength, and tactical competence to morph into a full-blown insurgency capable of launching complex military offensives against regional governments. And as JNIM very quickly made clear, its series of attacks on June the 1st were part of a broader ongoing offensive. The next day, JNIM fighters showed up in the city of Timbuktu in Mali's heartland and stormed another military base, first hitting it with a large truck bomb and then surging in with fighters on foot and motorcycle who had worn captured uniforms of Malian soldiers. Again, the main thrust of the attack was accompanied by assaults elsewhere, this time on a trio of military checkpoints across the city. And not only that, but they also hit a military airfield where none other than the Wagner Group based its local operations. Now, it's not known whether Wagner mercenaries were killed in the attack, but by targeting Timbuktu directly, JNIM demonstrated an ability to disrupt a critical regional supply hub that enables military operations all across the country. From that point onward, the mayhem only continued. JNIM hit several convoys with roadside bombs over the following days, at least 2 of which also had Russian mercenaries riding along, and one of which was just barely outside Mali's capital city of Bamako. Around the same time, JNIM hit yet another military barracks, more outposts, local police stations, and compounds where ethnic militias base their fighters in an attempt to fight against the jihadists. Several targets were hit in Burkina Faso and Niger, but the violence was increasingly centered on Mali. Other insurgent groups took advantage of the chaos, with the Sahel's local branch of the Islamic State launching an attack on a Malian base that it says killed at least 40 more soldiers. Under such relentless pressure, Mali's military has started to withdraw from exposed forward operating positions in hopes that their remaining soldiers can be protected. It was against this very same backdrop that the Wagner Group declared it was
ISIS finally returning to their roots. Anti-Russian.
leaving Mali at what appeared to be a very strange moment to declare victory. That, of course, didn't stop the mercenary outfit. Quoting from their statement on Telegram, "Mission accomplished. Private military company Wagner returns home." By the story that Wagner told, the organization had seized control of all of Mali's regional capital cities, handed them over to the Malian military, and killed all of JNIM's senior commanders. Unfortunately, however, that version of events bore precious little resemblance to the reality on the ground. Today's sponsor, Raycon, make incredible earbuds to set 13 costs.
No, they don't.
Full explanation of the history of this
dog shit headphones.
The JNIM insurgency in the Sahel is only minimally covered in global news, if it's even discussed at all. So, although we won't be delving into a full explanation of the history of this conflict in today's episode, we've got to take at least just a few moments to put some things in context for you. First up, there's the question of what the Wagner Group is even doing in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, to which the simple answer is regime protection. The Wagner Group
the simple answer is gold.
Elements are deployed all across
Yes.
the globe, although primarily to Africa, on missions just like this one. Operating in numbers of a few hundred on the low end to a few thousand on the high end, these mercenaries basically offer local ruling governments a deal. Wagner gets to oversee and profit off of lucrative mining operations, send oil or critical minerals to Moscow, otherwise get themselves paid and do whatever the hell they'd like in dealing with locals, while in return, the local regime gets direct protection and military assistance in dealing with domestic or transnational insurgencies. It is an arrangement that has upsides for everyone, although really it's Wagner and Russia that get the best parts of the deal.
Of course it is.
Wagner operatives manage vast networks
Classic
of shell
imperialism.
corporations and money laundering enterprises, and in most cases, they typically don't end up in the line of fire. In Mali, as well as Burkina Faso and Niger, Wagner has played an increasingly important role after a series of military coups in the early 2020s, when all three nations' militaries overthrew their respective elected governments and kicked out French and American troops who had managed counterinsurgent efforts for years. It was Wagner that took the opportunity to jump into the gap, especially in Mali, where the group has maintained a strong presence for several years now. But although most Wagner Group deployments in Africa have generally been far less strenuous than, say, a deployment to Ukraine, Mali has recently proved to be the exception to that rule. Wagner troops have been killed en masse in Mali on multiple occasions, most notably in an ambush during a sandstorm in the high desert in July of 2024. The Wagner death toll from that battle varies wildly, but the numbers are believed to be anywhere between 25 Russians killed to more than 80, along with dozens of soldiers from Mali. In that battle, Wagner forces were ambushed by two separate organizations. First by ethnic Tuareg rebels, and then by JNIM, when
those ethnic Tuareg rebels are Azawad.
To retreat and drove them into the more of a second ambush organized by JNIM. With Russia's backing, the three military regimes of the Sahel have worked to take their security into their own hands, withdrawing from a regional bloc called ECOWAS that now comprises a total of 12 West African nations. Instead, the trio formed the Alliance of Sahel States, and in January of this year, they announced a joint military force of 5,000 troops with the intent of fighting JNIM and other Islamist groups
Tell
across
people
their
it's a
shared
confederacy.
region. Those troops were said to already have begun their deployments when the three governments announced their combined operation, meaning that they should have been well into their mission by now, but all indications are that they've been unable to stop JNIM from carrying out attacks. In fact, although it's not clear how many of the recently killed soldiers were a part of that force, the dozens or hundreds killed in border area military bases may well have represented that deployment. Regardless, the fact that JNIM is now conducting mass casualty assaults at such high rates is a a glaring indicator that the efforts of the regional bloc have failed.
Well,
all right, so
maybe they shouldn't primarily and only serve Nigeria.
As we look ahead to the immediate future of this conflict, we've really got to emphasize that there are no guarantees about what's going to happen next. The JNIM insurgency is highly asymmetric. It thrives on its own unpredictability, and it's excellent at exploiting the chaos it creates in order to rapidly shift its operating focus to new areas that were thought to be safe. That said, we can at least observe a couple of recent trends that seem to be guiding events over the last few weeks. First, JNIM's focus on Burkina Faso in May appears to have shifted toward Mali thus far in the month of June. JNIM's decision to attack Mali's capital city as well as Timbuktu indicate that the group believes its warfighters have very little to worry about in areas where the military maintains a strong presence, and that conclusion is only furthered by their willingness to attack large military bases directly.
The
group has slowed its pace of attacks after a frenetic few days,
out.
but given that JNIM tends to surge and then subside in its attacks in a fairly regular rhythm, we don't anticipate that this brief slowdown will become permanent. Instead, we anticipate that another large wave of attacks will probably come next, although it's very important to emphasize that JNIM could just as easily be planning to attack areas it softened up or turn its attention to new targets that the prior wave of violence didn't touch. It's all contingent on the tactical and strategic objectives that JNIM are working to achieve, and as of right now, their attacks don't seem to be prioritizing a clear target.
Yeah, some people don't like him. I don't mind his videos. They're good starts to get into interesting topics, I think. But there's definitely more to find out if you want.
Target. Instead, the objective seems to be one of maximum disruption wherever and whenever that can be caused. Now, on the other side of the conflict, it's important to note that the departure of the Wagner Group does not equate to the departure of all Russian mercenaries. Instead, a parallel mercenary organization, the Africa Corps, is already active in Mali and is expected to surge more fighters into the nation to fill the gap. The Africa Corps is directly under the control of Russia's Ministry of Defense, and it contains former Wagner elements who've been transitioned into the new organization following the death of Wagner's leaders in 2023. US officials suggest that around 2,000 Russian mercenaries are in Mali altogether, although it's less clear how many of those troops were from Wagner versus the Africa Corps. It's important to note here that there is a world in which Mali is simply switching over to the Africa Corps in full, especially considering that Wagner have perpetrated all manner of summary executions of civilians, forced disappearances, torture, and more. In fact, their consistent willingness to carry out atrocities and train the Malian military to do the same are a big part of why JNIM has had such success. In rural parts of the country, where Wagner and its Malian counterparts can operate with impunity, they sometimes even have a worse reputation than the jihadists, thus driving locals into the ranks of JNIM directly. But even if Wagner really is being ushered out by Russia, it's still a more likely reality that they've abandoned Mali as the going has gotten tough. It's an open question whether the Africa Corps can produce any better results than Wagner did. They are, after all, advisors to Mali's military, capable of fighting alongside them, but not doing their jobs for them. In fact, judging by prior deployments, the Africa Corps appears to be much less focused on frontline fighting than remaining Wagner elements, and instead serve in more of a dedicated support role. Mali has announced that its military will begin a mass counter-offensive with targets all across the nation, but it's far from clear that those troops will actually be able to achieve much. JNIM operates in a highly asymmetric fashion, as we mentioned, and it's in its element while waging guerrilla warfare in remote regions, and between its swarms of motorbikes, its captured mortars, and its military trucks, and its highly mobile fighting style, it may be entirely capable of engaging the expeditionary forces that Mali will send. Those troops will face an even steeper challenge by fighting in more places and in fewer numbers, inherently evening the odds with local insurgents that they may be encountering, instead of massing their forces to hit a smaller list of specific targets. In a broader sense, it's not clear that Mali's military can gather the required intelligence to carry out those operations, or counter the jihadists in direct combat. Quite frankly, Mali has been unable to stop JNIM from attacking whatever it wants, whenever it wants, including concentrations of hundreds of Mali's own troops in a given location, where the military's deterrent value should be at its strongest. If JNIM simply believes it has nothing to fear from the Malian military, then Mali can suppose that every battle will be an uphill battle. And as JNIM continues to notch victories against Mali, it only grows more powerful. Right now, JNIM is the most potent insurgency in the nation, with the Islamic State certainly able to make its own gains, but nowhere near as definitively as JNIM, nor across such a vast span of territory. JNIM lays claim to a political mandate, fighting back against the military government in defense of the ethnic Fulani people, and its claim has only been validated by the frequent atrocities of Malian and Russian fighters in this conflict. Whenever it takes over territory, even briefly, JNIM makes a point of occupying administrative buildings and key infrastructure locations as if to raise a middle finger toward the region's governments and say, look, we could be in charge too, can't we? According to analysts via the Sufin Center, JNIM may even have the strength to take over the capital city of Bamako outright, while in Burkina Faso, a stronger capital city could conceivably hold out. In the countryside, it's largely in jihadist hands. While Niger is in a relatively better position than its neighbors, it could very well find itself even more isolated, forced to cope all by itself once JNIM turns its attention eastward. And with Wagner now abandoning its support for the government in Mali, there's another possibility to consider that the military regime may be facing yet another internal coup. If it happens, it wouldn't be the first time. Burkina Faso military elements attempted coups against their own leadership on 3 separate occasions in 2021, 2022, and 2024. Each time, those coup attempts came in the wake of massive JNIM victories. Now Burkina Faso is in a similar position, and the military regime in Mali, previously far more resilient against those sorts of uprisings, could be in a situation where junior officers see the departure of Wagner and the defeats of their superiors and choose their moment to strike. No matter what happens now, it is abundantly clear that JNIM has seized.
I didn't. It was a glitch. I got hit by a charger and then I got stunned and it killed me by impact, even though I lived through the charger hit.
A lot of trouble. In a situation like this, we really couldn't blame the Wagner group for getting the hell out while they can.
Fuck Wagner.
But if that is indeed what
stayed and
Wagner
died.
hopes to achieve, then their departure sends a very clear signal about where this part of the world is headed.
Well,
thank you for watching.
I killed that bug.
Tower's down.
No, not that one. This one.
Israel just went ham on Iran. Today, we're going to learn how Mossad intelligence agents on the ground inside Iran sabotage their enemy's most precious assets. The gigantic 200 aircraft air campaign overhead, a battle damage assessment of both forces' attacks, and what this might mean for the balance of power in the entire region. Welcome back to Cappy Army. I'm an Iraq veteran and war correspondent. We make weekly videos about wars, weapons, and geopolitics. The first thing you need to know is the Israeli ground sabotage took place in 3 phases. Phase 1 started 8 months ago when Israeli operatives from Mossad were already inside Iran, living under fake identities. This is when they began work on the mission. For months, they covertly smuggled in drones and explosives through the borders. Ordinary civilian vehicles were then modified in-country so they could launch attack drones. They were attack drone platforms. These disguised, weaponized trucks were then parked at key locations throughout Iran. Each one was placed within 20 kilometers of their target so that they were within range. They were focused on knocking out Iran's SAM sites. This means Israeli intelligence was able to get a fix on the location of Iran's radar network and their anti-air systems. And they were able to penetrate perimeter security to get close enough with these vehicles. So on the morning of Friday the 13th, these drones were activated and they flew out the backs of the vehicles to their targets, destroying air defense assets and crippling Iran's air protection. I would say that this is unlike anything we've ever seen before. I would say that this is unprecedented. But this is literally exactly what we just saw Ukraine did with their drones in Russia like a week ago. Now, phase 2 of the attack, though, makes this very different than what we saw in Russia, because at the same time as all this attack drone tomfoolery was happening inside Iran, a covert group of Israeli special forces commandos infiltrated on the ground into central Iran.
I told you I was refreshing.
Possibly by stealth helicopters or cargo planes that were seen operating in Syria later that day. The commandos avoided local security as they made their way to the remote locations in the desert.
Iran
Their
shot
mission
down
was
an
to
F-35,
destroy
guys.
Iranian anti-air missile systems. The
I believe
soldiers
him.
used Spike
Confirmed.
non-line of sight missile launchers, which means those mad lads infiltrated to within 30 kilometers of their target. The team of agents fired these remote-controlled munitions and steered them mid-air straight into the air defense systems, knocking them
Seen
out.
it before.
Spike missiles have very little signature when they're fired, meaning they're not
Derivative.
as loud or as much of a thermal
Imagine
signature
thinking
as some other
yourself
weapon
so
systems,
advanced
which
that you
allows
just
them
copy
to
the
stay
Ukrainians.
undetected. This system is a perfect tool for the job, since it can be launched from indoors and from concealed spots. The fire and forget mode basically allows the operator to accurately guide that round mid-air onto the surface-to-air missile systems that they were targeting. So Spike missiles have a hit probability of over 95%, and they have a margin of error of less than 1 friggin' meter. I had all of that done in 3D and animated, because stuff doesn't make sense to me if I can't see it visually. But these ground attacks were only the beginning phase of this insane operation. Because wait till you see what they have cooked up next. Fucked up for sharing that information. Delete me, remove my details, keeping me and my family safe. My privacy advisor got rid of 8 of these listings. That's time I didn't add others and methods. Actual thermal video footage was released by Israel of their commandos on the ground in Iran using night vision goggles and what appears to be thermal blankets. That conceals their thermal signature if they were going to be spotted by Iranian security forces. The fact that Israel released this video footage of their spies operating on Iranian soil is for a reason, I think. Normally, spy agencies bend all the way over backwards to keep their sources and methods under wraps. The likely reason that they chose to reveal this because they wanted to show how ineffective Iran's security is and how they operate with impunity. These agents could have exfiltrated out of there, because I'm always curious about, you go to one of the most dangerous spots, how do you get out of there? I get that they got into there, but how do you get out? So it might have been by helicopter, since Iran's air defense maybe couldn't have picked them up, like they did with the Syrian missile-based raid that they conducted about a year ago. So it's possible cargo aircraft could have picked them up. We saw them flying over Syria the next day. Maybe they recovered them. It appears to me, and everyone watching, that Israel's going for full-on, raw dog regime change. Alright, let's go into phase 3 of the ground sabotage. It's probably the most insane of them all. Since at least 2024, Israeli undercover agents have been working on secretly building a kamikaze drone base inside the heart of the city of Tehran. So they didn't even put it in a mobile launcher site. They were just building it under their noses, right on their soil the whole time. This was carefully placed right on the outskirts of the city. They call it a base, but it was likely a house, and almost certainly in violation of their HOA. Inside the house, there were attack drones programmed to fly at the nearby Iranian base of Esfeh Jabad. This is one of the most well-protected, highly sensitive bases, because it's where they have a number of their long-range ballistic missile launchers. The drones were remotely activated by agents in the middle of the night at around 3 a.m. They struck the missile base, and then additional
I fell in a sewer!
Appear to have targeted
how much did you
high-value
lose?
generals and scientists.
I already had dropped my
living in
samples.
Tehran.
Oh, thank
Israel
God.
tricked some of Iran's top commanders into gathering in the same place for a meeting. They did this by studying their movement patterns, and then they were able to eliminate them all in this way, according to Israel at least. The goal was to nerf Iran's retaliatory capabilities. The explosive one-way drones targeted surface-to-surface missiles that were going to retaliate against Israel, based on what they'd seen happen in the past. This sabotage took them a year to smuggle commandos and weaponry through their borders.
I'm out of bullets.
This paved the way for what would happen next. Once Iran's air defense had been hit hard, a massive coordinated air campaign involving 200 Israeli fighter jets attacked. Israel deployed a mix of F-35s,
I just dropped a supply
F-16s,
pack. You can pick
and
that up to
F-15s.
get ammo.
They likely traveled through Syria, which right now has limited to no air defense. The F-35s used external fuel tanks likely to extend their range at the cost of stealth. They launched GBU-31 500-pound JDAM precision bombs designed to hit specific targets. In total, they fired something like 330 munitions so far from the air. Now, that was an old estimate as well, so it's probably much higher now. Their special forces had destroyed the city's air defense. The jets had air superiority. They could operate with impunity.
You gotta stand still, and you
There
kept
was
moving.
reportedly very little activity seen from Iranian air defense. The Israeli Air Force reportedly flew SEAD missions, which are suppression of air defense. So they destroyed around a dozen radars. And then we'll get into the battle damage assessment later of how many
I did give them to you.
air defense systems were destroyed, but it's a friggin' lot. The fighter jets were able to penetrate deep into Iranian airspace and launch their standoff missiles at individual targets. These could have been fired from up to about 400 kilometers or 250 miles away and could have hit individual buildings. The F-35s hit residential apartment buildings in Tehran, which is an escalation compared to what we've seen happen in the past. Nuclear facilities and missile production bases were hit. Over 100 different targets inside Iran were hit during 5 waves of airstrikes. This hit the Natanz nuclear site and targeted their ballistic missile sites at Bid Kana. That's where several of their missile development and production facilities are located. Here on the map, you can see all the locations that were confirmed to be hit. This has been the first few days in what we anticipate will very possibly be a weeks-long air campaign of multiple sorties by Israel and Iran, according to word from their officials. The Institute for the Study of War stated, strikes that destroy components of Iran's air defense systems will cause a temporary disruption to Iranian defenses that would enable Israeli 4th-generation, non-stealthy aircraft to operate in Iranian airspace with greater ease. Israeli officials claim to have full control of the airspace, without a single Iranian jet being scrambled in response, because their air force is essentially non-existent.
True.
For many years, the popular saying has always been that amateurs talk tactics, while experts talk logistics. But now the line between logistics and tactics have been blurred. I think we're seeing the weaponization of transportation systems unlike anything we've seen before in military history. Let's talk about where Iran's air defense is at, because Iran started firing old-school, antiquated anti-air flak into the sky. It looks like a picture that wouldn't be out of place in World War II. Their most common type of anti-aircraft gun is the Zu-23 mil cannon. It can fire 3 kilometers out, but Israeli fighter jets firing glide bombs fly higher than that would be definitely out of range. Iran claimed that they'd shot down 2 Israeli F-35s so far, though. So far, we haven't seen evidence yet. Let's be honest. Let's not mince words. This is, I think, theatrical. It's for the Iranian leadership to make a show of force for their people on the ground who might not understand otherwise that this anti-aircraft flak fire is ineffective. But that's about it. Seeing flak instead of anti-air missiles going up into the sky is some visual evidence that air defense was destroyed by the Israeli ground sabotage. But what about the battle damage assessment so far? Satellite and radar images are coming in immediately because there was no cloud cover. Initial information suggests they targeted about 25 of Iran's nuclear scientists. It appears like at least 6 of them were killed. Their whole high-up leadership was targeted, and at least 30 senior Iranian commanders have been killed so far. 40 Iranian air defense systems have reportedly been destroyed since the start of the operation. Israel released multiple videos of Iran's ballistic missile launchers getting destroyed by their ground operators. This could explain why it took multiple volleys throughout the day for Iran to reach 150 missiles fired at Israel, when they normally fire them all at once. The commander of the Revolutionary Guard and military chief of staff were both confirmed dead by Iran themselves.
Damn.
Take a look at their military command structure to give you an idea of how devastating this has been for Iran. This is meant to create a leadership vacuum that made quick retaliation more difficult. What's escalated and different here compared to some of the attacks we've seen in the past is they targeted these generals and scientists at their residential homes in Iran. The Iranian government confirmed the deaths of these high-value leadership and that 78 people were killed including over 320 wounded in the Israeli attacks, according to Iran. They claim the majority were civilians. So one of the things
like
that
no
stuck
point
out
of
to me
interest
as
spawned.
really interesting
Yeah,
is
none.
what we're not seeing
Crazy.
as much as what we are seeing. It's shocking that we haven't seen or even heard from Hamas or Hezbollah, these proxy forces of Iran that in the
This will come in
past
handy.
have been the type of forces that would launch attacks on Israel normally in a situation like this. And what about the Iranian retaliation so far? The fact that Iran
I
is
got
now
raped by
targeting
a
Israel's
charger.
population centers and residential
Where
areas
does who live?
is an
There's two of us,
escalation
friend.
compared to what we've seen in the past. A few
Hold on. Oh, wait. Where did that come in?
This charger? This one right here? He's coming right for you!
Ah!
I saved you with an ultimatum.
I have bullets back. Holy shit, I have an ultimatum. I forgot. Yeet! Hey, look, samples. Ow. Oh, we got people here. Struggling to bring democracy to the planet. How's the DLC?
Can't hear you.
It's a DLC?
What?
I don't know. He said DLC. I don't need no DLC. Me. Come on, Marine. Keep up with the jetpack. Hey, look, people. You want to die, clowns?
Oh, that's the sweet release of death.
Dead air.
Where's the video?
A few apartment buildings were hit, and then another volley later on ended with Israel's military headquarters getting struck. It's called the Kiryat, which is like their version of the American Pentagon. A war correspondent on the ground in Israel, Trey Yingst, said, quote, an entire block nearly completely destroyed, wiped off the map. So far, 150 Iranian ballistic missiles were fired, which is similar to past attacks that they've done on Israel before in terms of volume. At least 7 of the missiles avoided air defense interceptors and hit the ground and impacted. Video evidence shows some of the missiles were intercepted, though. In the past, Iran only fired missiles at Israel's military bases. The attacks weren't that accurate because hitting a plane with a ballistic missile, hitting a plane-sized target is much more difficult than hitting, say, an entire city. So they were able to kill at least 3 Israeli citizens, and over 40 people were wounded, according to Israeli officials so far. My personal assessment of the attack so far have been that Iran has been unable to inflict similar strategic blows to Israel so far compared to what they've received. This could change tomorrow. Israel began targeting Iran's economic sector, hitting their oil fields, which is something they haven't done in the past. It's an escalation that they said they would do if their population centers were hit. It's important to note this all started with what Israel calls their Begin Doctrine. Israel officially drew a line in the desert sand and made it policy, a principle, that they won't allow an enemy state to acquire nuclear weapons, and since then they've bombed Syria's nuclear reactor and now Iran's. So what has the American response been so far? 2 U.S. naval destroyers are assisting with shooting down Iran's missiles, alongside multiple American Patriot batteries that have been moved into position in recent months, as we've talked about, and THAAD anti-air launchers are also in position. This could explain why the U.S. diverted some 20,000 interceptors from Ukraine to go to the Middle East for U.S. troops instead a few weeks ago. It's confirmed that American fighter jets are now patrolling
I may have
the skies in the
ultimatum
Middle
some
East
civilians.
region. They're now on station overhead, protecting U.S.
Enough
troops
to
and
get a
facilities.
traitor
And I
detected
think
to
this
get
is
a fucking
major
barrage
hint
called
as to
on me, so
why
I started
Israel
running
was
towards the stalker
even able
nest
to consider this attack.
to try and dive
This is
into
my
it.
personal opinion, and you guys can tell me what you think. But it
does
looks
that if
like
you
to
kill
me
enough of them?
that the type of targets
Yeah.
that Israel went after here suggests
I
that their
ultimatumed,
goal was to weaken
and
the
it ended up
entire
hitting him.
Iranian government. If Israel doesn't have
Well,
the
mine hit
military
the stalker
capability, the bunker-busting
Yeah, I
bombs
was shooting this
necessary,
Charger
the
back here.
30,000-pound variant of it,
But there was a bunch
to
of Marines
completely
around it,
destroy
I
Iran's
guess.
deeply buried nuclear program, then their best bet would be to
It has to happen
delegitimize the Iranian
simultaneously.
government. Their best bet
Like,
would be to
it can't
take
be
out
like
senior leadership to show the world
Like
that
dropping a
Iran has
helicopter
mowing
no
them
credible
down.
bunch of civilians.
It has to be a
It's possible the diplomatic
specific,
dance over the
like,
past few
airstrike
weeks
hit or
has been
something.
tailored to the attack as well. We
Stalker.
don't have confirmation on when the
There's
U.S.
only one.
government knew these Israeli strikes were imminent, and we don't know if possibly the ongoing negotiations
He's still
were
alive.
used to provide a disguise to trick Iran in the final days into thinking that talks would continue into
He's down.
Sunday. Because the top U.S. envoy to the negotiations had planned a 6th round of talks on Sunday. 6 rounds. Maybe if they'd gone to 12 rounds of talks, it would have resolved. The 7th time's the charm. Was Iran really building a nuclear weapon? Israel says they were creating a crude warhead. Personally, if you ask me, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna need more evidence than trust me, bro. Just because it wasn't true about Iraq 20 years ago doesn't mean it's necessarily a CIA lie again today. But I'm certainly
Beautiful pack anyway.
going to need a whole lot more evidence if you want me to believe it today. We know that the US's own intelligence assessments continue to say that Iran was not pursuing an active nuclear weaponization program as of now. How the heck did Israeli covert agents smuggle all those weapon systems into the country? Based on past Mossad operations, we know that foreign passports a lot of times are used from European countries so they can plant agents inside Iran. We know that in the 2010s, Mossad agents entered Iran as regular old business people, journalists, or aid workers, and they would build cover stories for years prior to going there. These agents are then used to coordinate local assets. So they'll find people inside Iran that are sympathetic to their cause or that hate the current regime.
No, you mean all
They
of them?
provide on-the-ground recon, and they move the contraband drones and explosives over time, bit by bit. Previous covert actions used fake plumbing equipment, car parts, and appliances to smuggle in weapons. So they would disassemble the drones, the explosives, the launchers, and ship them separately. Then they would reassemble them in Iran. Add to that the fact that tools like 3D printers mean they could create parts in the country easily. Mossad has historically partnered with anti-regime ethnic
Stay mad,
minorities.
guy.
You got the Kurds in the northwest and the Balak rebels in the southeast. These groups control
Balak.
parts of the porous borders with Iraq, Pakistan, and
He's
Afghanistan. Is there a threat of drone attacks?
That's like
to
the
these
Lord of the
from
Rings
deep inside
monster.
American soil?
It's
Is that
a
serious
Balak.
concern? It's possible, yes. This threat is more likely a problem for America's military bases abroad, though. And personally, I think it could explain why
no,
we
I let
saw
one through,
drones going near military
deal with
bases
it?
in places like New Jersey. They may have been running training operations to see if they could defeat against
He's
this type
fine.
of attack that was being planned all around
I got
the
him.
world. Personally, I think it's kind of crazy how drones were able to in both Russia
see what
and
happened?
Iran
Did
in
you
just a
ultimate
matter
it?
of weeks.
Yeah.
So I'm always curious, what
Yeah.
is the U.S.
It was just
Army
one
doing
little guy,
about
right?
this massive change with drone warfare? If you're interested in learning about how the American recon teams
not
are
good.
planning to use kamikaze drones to defeat China, you could check out this video that we made here. As always, if you want exclusive content, the full show notes and sources for this episode, you can find them on cappyarmy.com. Link in the description. Thank you again to Delete Me for sponsoring this episode. Greatly appreciate their support, and we encourage you to check them out as well. Thank you guys for watching. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy, ending transmission now.
Wake up one morning and just decide to start a war with Iran. What we are watching unfold right now is not the beginning of a conflict. It is the culmination of over 4 decades of aggression by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and an outgrowth of one simple fact. Israel will not allow a genocidal regime that has announced its intention to destroy Israel to acquire nuclear weapons.
Down there and grab them.
The tensions that have undergirded geopolitics of the entire Middle East finally exploded into the open, and not in a back-channeled proxy war kind of way. The State of Israel conducted Operation Rising Lion, launching targeted strikes across Iran and taking out nearly all of their top military brass, hitting military bases, nuclear reactors, and Iran's nuclear scientists. For decades, Iran has declared its intent to destroy Israel, what it calls the Little Satan, as well as America, the Big Satan, funding terrorist operations and paramilitary operations in the region, including the murder of hundreds of American troops in Lebanon and Iraq, the devastating October 7th attacks on Israel from Hezbollah in Lebanon,
good thing they're so
in
stupid.
Yemen, and an attempted assassination of President Trump. In response to Iran's attacks, Israel first tamped down Iran's most noxious proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah. But recently, Israel carried out a direct preemptive attack, conducting surgical airstrikes deep inside Iran without apology. This was not a tit for tat. This was, again, the inevitable outcome of decades of calculated provocation, nuclear blackmail, and terror financing by the Iranian regime. Certain people and organizations like the UN will continue to hyperventilate about escalation and destabilization as if what is currently happening came out of nowhere, or as if Israel started it. They would prefer to have Israel just sit there while a genocidal Islamist regime...
Did I kick you?
Yeah. USA getting fucked down by Mexico. Hey Donaldson, what's up? Terrorist country in the world is USA. Okay. Sure. Do you want to say something radical?
Me?
No, I'm talking to the YouTube chatter. Do you think that we're pro-American? What's up, bro? Why so hostile? Seems odd.
Regime gears up to lob nuclear missiles at them. So let's be clear. Israel is not starting a war. Rather, Iran has been at war with Israel through its proxies for decades. The only difference is that now Israel is finally going straight to the source, cutting off the head of the octopus that has extended its terror tentacles across the Middle East. Everything happening right now, every missile, every airstrike, makes logical, strategic, and more importantly, moral sense. This is fact. Israel and Iran, nuclear enemies. We begin not in Iran, but in Iraq. In June 1981, Israel launched Operation Opera, a bold preemptive airstrike that destroyed Saddam Hussein's Osirak nuclear reactor near Baghdad. At the time, Iraq had been pursuing nuclear technology under the guise of peaceful energy development. Sound familiar? But Israeli intelligence determined that the reactor, constructed with assistance from French engineers, the French, and partially financed by Italian companies, was in fact intended to produce weapons-grade plutonium. At the time, Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin and Israeli intelligence feared that if Iraq acquired nuclear weapons, it would pose an existential threat to the Jewish state. With confirmation of Hussein's intentions, 8 Israeli F-16A fighter jets, each carrying a pair of 2,000-pound Mark 84 unguided bombs, took off from Etzion Air Base in the Sinai Peninsula, accompanied by additional fighter jets.
Like, it's saying, like, holding a big stick, smacking someone with a big stick, saying, I'm only doing this because they could pick up the big stick if I didn't have it. Sure. Nice cope. What is that?
Providing cover. The pilots flew low to avoid radar detection, traveling more than 600 miles across Jordanian and Saudi airspace. Within 80 seconds, the Iraqi nuclear reactor was destroyed. The mission was a stunning success. Immediately after, the world condemned Israel. The UN Security Council unanimously condemned the attack, including the American ambassador, Jean Kirkpatrick, who later explained how upset she was to do it. And the U.S. State Department under President Reagan also issued criticism, though privately. Reagan expressed concern and admitted that he understood the logic. It was only about a decade later in 1991 when Prime Minister Reagan's strategic foresight became clear. During the Gulf War, American troops confirmed that while Iraq's nuclear capacity had been diminished, Saddam Hussein did in fact intend to develop nuclear weapons. Because Israel had taken nuclear proliferation off the table a decade earlier, American troops were left only...
Hey Ben, what country helped give them nuclear material? Why were they not bombed? Is it because they had a bigger, stronger military and the French would have fucked their day up? Probably.
Only to deal with Scud missiles. This entire episode established what is now known in Israel as the Begin Doctrine. Israel would act unilaterally and preemptively to prevent their hostile enemies from acquiring nuclear weapons. The precedent for foreign policy had been set: security and peace maintained through deterrence and preemptive aggression. It turns out that President Trump's present-day peace through strength approach is not that much different. Meanwhile, Iran was watching all of this. The Islamic Republic, less than 2 years old at the time of the OC Iraq attack, absorbed a powerful message. If they wanted a nuclear weapon, they would have to build their program in deep, fortified secrecy, underground, distributed, plausibly deniable. While Israel had dealt with Iraq's nuclear ambitions decisively in 1981, by the early 1990s, the newly entrenched Islamic Republic of Iran emerged as Israel's biggest threat. The supreme leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, and his successor, Ali Khamenei, immediately popularized the phrase, "Death to America," and began pushing for Israel's annihilation. As a result, Iran turned its attention to nuclear technology, initially under the pretense of civilian energy production. But behind the scenes, Iranian leaders were covertly laying the groundwork for a weapons program. Under the supervision of the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, and later the military-linked Organization of Defensive Innovation and Research, Iran began developing secret nuclear infrastructure. Reports from Western intelligence agencies in the mid-90s pointed to undeclared enrichment facilities,
USA
a
helping
rapid
them
increase
getting
in centrifuge
nuclear bomb.
procurement, and possible weaponization.
This is your field, John. Like, sure, okay. What does that have to do with this? You're very goopy.
Me?
Yeah, look at all that goop.
It's because I'm a warrior.
Lots of mines.
You are playing Game of P.
I'm on the terminal. Requesting tac pack.
Oh, really? Your chat GPT saying that?
Wait, what?
This is not the place to talk chat GPT nonsense, FYI.
That's fucking hilarious.
Hey, these missions are fixed now. They're spawning.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Out of bullets.
Yeah,
Can they
those
reload and come back?
little turrets only come with like a quarter mag.
Yeah.
The ones that spawn on the map already.
Lame. Do these bugs like fire? We're about to find out.
There's no bugs spawned right now.
Well, there's going to be a lot of fire on the ground.
Marine! Oh, here comes more Marines.
Walking right through the mines. Bug breaches over there.
Bro,
And there.
they just took down a charger. Marine, no. So what's up? What's going on?
Dunno.
Research occurring in military labs outside Tehran. The Iranian regime relied on an international black market to obtain the sensitive technology they needed for proliferation. Through ties with Pakistani nuclear scientists, Iran acquired designs for a centrifuge and its component parts.
I'm sorry, that was just so good.
Russia, strategic
The fact that I was able to hit the barrel
technicians who offered
and not
know-how
you.
in reactor components. The Iranian regime's strategy was simple: distribute the program across
Hey, the
multiple
turret.
hidden sites and bury it, literally, under mountains. The most significant of the nuclear facilities is Natanz, the primary uranium enrichment center, camouflaged by reinforced concrete and steel. But the regime also built a site in Arak, where a heavy water plant was capable of producing plutonium, and later also in Fordo, a deeply buried complex that would be allegedly immune from airstrikes. By the late 1990s, Iran was enriching and stockpiling uranium, as well as building out cascades of first-generation centrifuges with potential, over time, to reach weapons-grade output. The international community rang the alarm bells in periodic reports, but Iran consistently denied officials access to its key sites. Western powers hesitated to act. By 1998, the CIA publicly confirmed Iran's nuclear program was cause for deep concern. Iran's supreme leader publicly issued fatwas against nuclear weapons, but privately, military leaders and IRGC strategists were pursuing a dual-track policy: deny everything while racing toward weapons-grade capacity. In short, the 1990s were a decade of deception for Iran. Iran played the long game, and the world, perhaps distracted by post-Cold War optimism, mostly left them. By the mid-2000s, the Islamic Republic of Iran had transformed its foreign policy into a full-fledged doctrine of proxy warfare. Fearing direct confrontation with Israel or the West, Iran equipped vanguard militias like Hezbollah in Lebanon. In July 2006, Hezbollah launched a 34-day war with Israel by ambushing a patrol near the Lebanese border, killing 3 soldiers and capturing 2 others. The provocation was not spontaneous. It had been planned with the direct coordination of IRGC and facilitated through a web of meetings with Syrian and Lebanese leadership. One of those meetings reportedly took place in Damascus, where senior Iranian officials, including commanders of the Quds Force, the IRGC's elite unit, met with Hezbollah's Hassan Nasrallah and Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. Their goal: to solidify the so-called axis of resistance against Israel and the United States. Iran supplied not only the hardware, but also the training, funding, and ideological guidance. Qasem Soleimani, who would later become infamous for orchestrating attacks across the region, was by this time already deeply involved in strategizing Hezbollah's war plan. Israel responded with a massive air campaign and ground incursion into southern Lebanon, targeting launch sites, bunkers, and Hezbollah command centers. The Israeli Air Force struck over 7,000 targets, but Hezbollah's use of human shields, deep bunkers, and dispersed rocket cells made its total eradication impossible. Even though the United States and President George W. Bush offered diplomatic cover to Israel in the early stages, pressure soon mounted for a ceasefire. By August 2006, UN Resolution 1701 brought the fighting to a close. Hezbollah claimed a divine victory. This trial served as a test run for the Iranian regime's new model of warfare.
Can we go back
warfare through state-sponsored
to the
militias.
footage he
Tehran
cut in
learned
there?
it could strike Israel without inviting direct retaliation, while gaining influence across capitals in pressure's use of human shields, deep bunkers, and dispersed rocket cells made its total eradication
Oh, look, they just
impossible.
ran through the mines.
Even though the United States and President George W. Bush offered diplomatic cover to Israel in the early stages, pressure soon mounted for
This
a
one?
ceasefire. By August
No, 1 second. Keep going.
2006, UN Resolution 1701.
That one?
Mm-mm.
Brought the fighting to a close. Hezbollah claimed a
Right there.
divine victory. This trial.
What about it?
Whose flag was that? Hezbollah, he said. Fucking Amal flag.
The green one.
Mm-hmm. What's that, Hezbollah?
What is it?
Amal.
What's that?
Here they are, right here. Lebanese political militia within the Shia community of Lebanon.
Fucking nailed that.
Founded by Musa Osada and Hussein al-Husseini in 1974 as the Movement of the Deprived. They have an alliance with Hezbollah. Citation needed.
Excellent. Damn, that was so close to dropping right on your head. I threw it from on top of here. I'd hold the packs.
So we're supposed to believe the story of somebody who can't even fucking insert correct B-roll.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Claimed a divine victory. This trial served as a
Watch
test
out,
run
bug.
for the Iranian regime's new model of warfare, tunnel guerrilla warfare through state-sponsored militias. Tehran learned it could strike Israel without inviting direct retaliation, while gaining influence across capitals in the Arab world. This strategy would echo in Gaza, in Syria, in Yemen. Eventually, it would reach Israel from Iran itself. In these uncertain days, Israel now faces imminent attacks as war with Iran has already begun. Families across Israel are living in fear, wondering if the next siren will sound in their neighborhood. Israel just launched Operation Rising Lion, targeting nuclear and military sites deep inside Iran to prevent an existential threat while bracing for possible retaliation that could endanger millions of innocent lives. But in the midst of crisis, hope endures. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, IFCJ, is on the ground delivering life-saving aid where it's needed most. IFCJ provides emergency food, shelter.
Fuck off.
Continue to pace. In 2007, Israel launched Operation Outside the Box, an airstrike directed at a suspected Syrian nuclear facility. Naturally, the head of the IAEA condemned Israel. By the early 2010s, international pressure on Iran's nuclear program began to reach a tipping point. Years of inspections, sanctions, cyber attacks had slowed but not stopped Iran's nuclear ambition. Iran was enriching uranium up to 20%, building a stockpile that could be weaponized in a matter of months, according to intelligence.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God?
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Enter the Obama administration. In 2013, President Barack Obama began secret
It's so funny
negotiations
these people
with
have to act
Iran,
like the
culminating in
JCPOA was
Joint
bad.
Comprehensive Plan of
Yeah,
Action,
no.
or JCPOA, signed in July 2015. The deal was struck between the U.S., UK, France, Russia, China, and Germany, representing a massive shift in Western doctrine toward the Iranian regime in favor of concession, not coercion. Under the terms of the JCPOA, Iran agreed to limit uranium enrichment to levels suitable for civilian use, reduce its stockpile, and cap its number of centrifuges. In exchange, Iran essentially received big bags of cash. They were offered between $100 and $150 billion in sanctions relief and a green light for increased oil exports. The JCPOA also included provisions for international inspections, but with deadly limitations. International inspectors would not be permitted to enter military sites, which were widely believed to be the locations of covert nuclear development. Snapback sanctions were included in theory, but proved politically unworkable in practice. The JCPOA also provided zero limits on Iranian use of funds for terrorism and ballistic missile development. And the JCPOA allowed Iran to pursue its nuclear program without limitation beyond its 10-year timeline, which would have expired this year. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu famously addressed a joint session of Congress in March 2015 to oppose the deal, warning, quote,
where he
"This deal
held
will
up
not
his Looney
change Iran
Tunes
for the
Acme
better.
bomb.
It will only change the Middle East for the worse." He was right. Emboldened by newfound legitimacy, flush with cash, the Iranian regime doubled down on its regional terror war. Hezbollah expanded and deployed fighters to Syria. Hamas enjoyed renewed funding and dug tunnels beneath Gaza. The Houthis launched drone and missile attacks against Saudi Arabia. By 2017, signatories were quietly acknowledging that Iran was testing the boundaries of the deal, if not outright violating it. The JCPOA, President Donald Trump said, was a disaster. It may have postponed Iran's direct confrontation with Israel, but guaranteed it would come later and under more deadly circumstances. In contrast, President Trump's business sense told him the JCPOA was a horrendously lopsided deal.
His business sense.
A maximum pressure campaign, where the United States withdrew from the agreement, imposed crippling
Don't these little resupply packs look like stogies?
The head of Iran's Quds military force.
The United States military successfully
I want a carton of
executed a
smoke.
flawless precision strike that killed the #1 terrorist anywhere in the world, Qasem Soleimani.
Deterrence was reasserted, and then Joe Biden became president. He quickly created distance between the United States and allies like Saudi Arabia and Israel, while simultaneously reaching out to the Ayatollahs in an attempt to revive the JCPOA. The result was the most heinous attack on Jews since the Holocaust. On October 7, 2023, the Iran-backed terrorist group Hamas carried out an unprecedented massacre of Israeli civilians, firing thousands of rockets, while militants and Gaza civilians infiltrated Jewish communities, killing 1,200 people.
Brain damage?
No, I mean, like, in reality, like, what would they functionally have to do for you to fall into it?
Stop bombing children and start letting IDF members die, freeing hostages like they claim that they want to. If you really are as good as you are, like as good as you claim, and as Anak said on Twitter, the display in Iran shows that you can be precise, which means that your choice to drop indiscriminate bombs is a choice. So as far as when I say brain damage, that's the correct option. However, if Israel wants me or people to be on their side in any way, they need to show that they are actively making measures to protect civilian life. But they don't. And they never will. Because it's not about that. It's about punishing Palestinians for existing in a space that the Israelis want. I.e., their land. Outside of that, there isn't anything. Oh, it's over there. Ow.
Interesting. Look at these little locks here. What do those do, you think? You think they clip the door in place?
Maybe.
Stand by for takeoff.
Not today.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Yeah, maybe they do clip the door in place.
Dragging 250 hostages back to Gaza. Intelligence quickly uncovered Iranian involvement. Funding estimates ranged from $10 million all the way up to $500 million. And IRGC officials met with Hamas leadership just days before the attack. Meanwhile, the Qatari regime provided billions in support to Hamas, Qatar, of course, being a close ally of the Iranians. October 7th was masterminded in part by Iran. Israel responded by invading Gaza, determined...
Now, Israel responded exactly how Hamas wanted them to.
Well, it was a limited air campaign at first.
Of course. Just like Russia's 3-day invasion of Ukraine. limited.
Yeah,
Running
we
for
were
seat
we
for
weren't
hostages
sure.
to
It was
finish
we
off.
were even debating whether an invasion would happen.
Yes, yeah. Because you guys were doing shows until the ground invasion happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then they went in, and the rest of it started. So that's pretty cool. Pretty neat.
Finish off Hamas.
Just a tiny little bit of genocide.
In April 2024, Iran launched drones and missiles directly at Israel. Israel intercepted all of them. In September 2024, Israel carried out the aptly nicknamed Operation Grim Reaper, cutting Hezbollah off at the knees. In October 2024, Iran launched even more drones at Israel. Israel responded by striking military infrastructure in Syria. With Hamas on the ropes, Hezbollah crippled, the Syrian regime collapsed completely in December 2024. Israel had effectively devastated nearly all of Iran's proxies sent to destroy it between October 7th and December 2024. But Iran kept building the nuclear weapons. In fact, according to the IAEA, it accelerated its efforts, and despite President Trump's best efforts to negotiate a nuclear deal that would end Iran's nuclear development, the Ayatollahs continued to insist on precisely that development, while threatening both Israel and the United States. All of that built toward what happened yesterday, June 13th,
So the way
2025. Israel carrying out Operation
city
Rising Lion.
defenses work. If you full screen me real
They
quick so you can
defend
see.
city?
No, they just changed this. This is a new update. So you see how the city itself, Base Camp 7, it's 32% held.
Sure.
When it reaches 100% on the other side, it'll give you that much progress on the bar.
Okay.
So it's plus. It'll give you plus 21% basically when you take. So we were a little behind on this planet, and we successfully defended the other city to 100%, and it boosted it so we're ahead.
Oh, interesting. Cool.
So it's like you can do chip damage to the invasion, or you can lock in the city.
Nothing Ben's bullshit.
Welcome back to Pod Save the World. I'm Tommy Vitor.
I'm Ben Rhodes.
And we are recording a bonus episode of Pod Save the World at 9 a.m. Pacific time on Friday to talk about this ongoing military assault by the Israelis against Iran, against its facilities, its personnel linked to the Iranian nuclear program, and the decapitation of Iran's military leadership. We're going to cover what we know about this Israeli operation so far, the risks we foresee going forward, the background about how it all came together, and how effective this operation has been or could be, and how
Well, you see, he needs to claim Hamas is directly Iran-backed instead of just being supported by Iran. Right? He has to say backed. Right? It's like Israel is America-backed. Right? Ukraine is supported by America and Europe. I feel like that's a distinction that should be made. I could be being pedantic. Purge hatcheries. Okay. Get pack. Bombs. Napalm bombs.
Those are rockets.
They are. Napalm bombs. Oh my god.
The rockets aren't bad. You know. They're like the equivalent to the orbital rail.
I want to burn. Tali killed herself. I was very sad. I tried to save her. You didn't tell me a fake Legion turned up.
Yeah, I did.
I don't remember you ever telling me fake Legion
I
turns
said even if Legion dies, it's like still
Yes.
like.
Yeah, okay. Fake Legion. We are not Legion. You are today. Goes hard. Like that is a line that goes hard as fuck.
Countless high liberty citizens call this city home to defend their property.
Defend
their property.
Democrats should respond. So we'll do as much as we can, given what we know. So just a quick overview, Ben, of what we know so far. The Guardian says that Israel has bombed about 100 targets in Iran, including about a dozen Iranian nuclear sites, including Natanz, which is Iran's primary nuclear site that has an estimated 14,000 centrifuges that they use to enrich uranium. Importantly, Israel has not yet targeted a site called Fordo. We'll get into why that matters later. But additionally, the Israelis assassinated the chief of staff of Iran's armed forces, the deputy chief of the Iranian army, the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, a number of Iranian scientists and military leaders who oversaw Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs, and even a politician who was overseeing the nuclear talks with the United States that have been ongoing. The Israelis are briefing the press that this operation could last up to 14 days, so this is far from over. In response so far, the Iranians have been pretty muted. I think they launched about 100 drones at Israel. It seems like all of those were intercepted, but we should assume that's not the end of whatever Iran might do. The timing of this Israeli strike came as a surprise to a lot of people, myself included, because the United States and Iran have their 6th round of nuclear talks scheduled for Sunday. Ben, I would like to point out that if Netanyahu did this to Obama or to Biden or to Bill Clinton or any Democrat, the entire press corps would be talking about it as a humiliation that shows weakness. But, Trump's sycophants are trying to play it as some sort of masterful act of deception. We'll get into that too. I personally find the suggestion that Iran wasn't on high alert, given that the United States had ordered back all of its personnel from Iraq and a bunch of bases in the region, ridiculous. They weren't saving power by flipping off the radars until Monday, but whatever. It's hard to figure out right now what role the U.S. played. Trump seems to be trying to have it both ways. He wants distance from the strike and to posture himself as having been for diplomacy. But as the day goes on, he seems to be doing all these interviews and trying to take more and more credit. So again, I guess time will tell. Trump is going to talk to Netanyahu sometime today. Now we get to watch what happens next. Yesterday, Axios reported that Trump's golf buddy turned top diplomat Steve Witkoff told Republicans in the Senate that Iran could, quote, unleash a mass casualty response if Israel bombs their nuclear facilities. So it seems like that warning was unheeded. Last evening, Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu released about an 8-minute statement. It was in English, so this was designed for an American audience, not for the Israelis. Here's a clip.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime.
Yeah, now you're the Nazi.
Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime.
You're the only one that has nukes,
Today,
you fuckhead.
Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first.
Pretty sure the quote is rise and kill first, because it became the title of a book about Israel's targeted assassination program. Ben, so I suspect over the next few days we're going to have a bunch of snap judgments about this is either a massive success or a massive failure. The reality is it probably won't be clear how effective the Israelis were or what the impact will be for a very long time. But let's just start with your general reaction to what you've seen so far.
I have some on me.
Yeah, this has been a long time coming. It was my first reaction. I mean, this was a ever-present threat during the Obama administration. So, and ever since. I guess a few different things. First, this is a pretty large-scale action. I mean, the Israelis have clearly,
stand still for 2 seconds, for fuck's sake.
Go as big as possible.
Thanks.
And so they're not only hitting nuclear facilities.
If you weren't running around, I would have been able to click you sooner.
Iran's air defenses, who I think kind of have free reign to go after their target list. That includes not just people associated with the nuclear program, like scientists, but leadership of the Revolutionary Guard, as you said, leadership of the military. They're essentially trying to decapitate Iran's military or scientific capacity to respond. We can come back to whether that can be effective. the Trump people can't get their story straight on this thing. I refuse to believe, and we can get into this, that they were somehow jujitsuing us for the last, year,
right?
In which Trump said he was going to put an end to these kinds of wars, in which Trump said he wanted
Nailed
an Iran
him.
deal, in which Trump consulted about an Iran deal with several countries in that region, had Steve Witkoff in talks. The idea that was all a disciplined feign by Trump,
Nailed him.
not a man exactly known for his discipline, seems kind of absurd to me. To me, the big questions are what comes next. Now, on the nuclear program itself, there was always the analysis that you could essentially set it back by about a year.
submarine.
If you destroyed Natanz, destroyed all these centrifuges, tried to destroy as much of the facility in Qom, that's Fordo,
Stalker.
as you could, killed scientists. But at the end of the day, the Iranians have this knowledge in their country, right? They have a scientific base that understands how to enrich uranium. They have the raw materials. And so the concern is, do they just drive that further and further underground and try to do, what we've seen in North Korea or Pakistan, surprise everybody by developing a covert nuclear weapons capability? That's something that you're going to have to watch going forward. But, and I know going to get into different pieces of this, Tommy. I think overall, the concern I have is this was clearly premature. Even the Israelis themselves described it as a preemptive strike. I don't buy the notion that Iran was days away from a nuclear weapon. There's no evidence of that.
Right behind
they have no capability even to weaponize that. So it's a
can't get
preemptive
up.
strike that is also decapitating
Thank you.
the Iranian regime to some extent.
my
And
God.
we've just seen that that can lead to all kinds of places that you didn't plan for or predict at the outset. We don't know what the Iranian response is or when it might come. We don't know what it means to live in a world in which we're normalizing the decapitation of governments that people don't like. We don't know what is going to happen in the regional dynamic.
We do
in
know that.
countries like Iraq, where Iran has some significant amounts
Don't
of
act
influence.
like this is the
There's
first
just a
time
lot
we've
of questions.
decapitated a government.
Our politics is going to respond to it as if this is all over today because Israel blew up a bunch of stuff. That is not how this region works.
Hey,
And so it's still early days of what is like a huge escalatory action by by Israel.
Yeah, so let's just talk about things we're kind of watching over the next coming days, weeks, really months. So there could be, as we saw during the Biden administration, ballistic missile strikes or drone strikes on Israeli cities. Iran or its proxy forces could attack U.S. Installations, diplomatic facilities in places like Iraq, military facilities in Syria. We have a big base in Bahrain that could be at risk. You could see Iran going after ships in the Gulf. Now, I don't really know what capacity Hezbollah has at this point after their conflict with Israel, but or if they'd be willing to fight given how brutalized they got. But I think there's a risk of a Hezbollah response. The Houthis in Yemen never stopped firing missiles at Israel, so we'll see what they do. But yeah, Ben, you're right. Like the Israelis are talking about this as a preemptive strike. It does feel more like a regime change operation to me. I mean, they have not killed a bunch of political leaders yet, but you can't kill off half the military leadership of a country and then kind of assume it will be the status quo.
Gas was a great idea there.
I mean, they were coming down both sides. I don't know what else would have happened. I ultimatumed at the end, just knowing we were trapped.
I was already dead because you gas killed me.
Yeah, there was a charger.
Can I have my sniper back?
Hey, there's that charger.
You just
I want to
wasted all my
break up
bullets.
the fucking machine gun. Oh, you have it. Yeah, Marines.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
That'll work.
Where the fuck did those supplies land? Oh, there they are. Up here. Wait, don't take them.
I'm just making sure everything's reloaded.
Poor Marine. There's a stalker lair here.
It's already dead. Or is it another one?
This one right here. Maybe it's just a nest.
Oh, you're all the way over there. Ow. Oh my god, it didn't even close them.
Calling in reinforcements. Fire in the hole. Last reload.
Reinforcement budget remaining.
A lot of dudes over there.
Is there a spore spear somewhere? Can we get rid of it? Oh my god. Fucking end my life. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck right off.
Wrong gun.
What happened? I have no more grenades. You need to come here.
Outpost cleared.
I don't believe the sniper kills the.
Ultimatum, Ken.
Yeah, I have 2 shots. The sniper cannot kill the hulls.
Down. Close. Bag's empty. Last reload. How about a nice cup of liver tea? My life.
Stop running. I literally ran out of stamina trying to fucking give you supplies.
Hold on. Don't give it to me yet. I'm reloading. Go. Thank you.
Bag's empty.
You say the ultimatum can one-shot a Bile Titan?
If you hit him square in the head.
Okay. Noted. I'm gonna test that theory out. Hey, Mr. Bile Titan. Oof, I must have just missed him. He stumbled pretty hard. Oh, he's dead. I shot him 5 times with the Liberator.
Oh my god, this fucking hole, bro. I just want to get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking conga line of bugs behind me.
I've got two of those tentacle cunts right behind me trying to kill me.
Deploying equipment package.
I need those.
Whoa, like what if the IRGC stages a coup? What if there's, I think they're probably hoping for some sort of massive uprising that displaces the current leadership, but those could be replaced by new, harder line leaders. So I just think there's a tinderbox element to this that is obviously unknowable, but it should worry everyone.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the Iranian response, the things that you worry about, and I've been in simulations. I thought about this for much longer than I would like. It's not drone attacks launched at Israeli cities, or even necessarily ballistic missile attacks, given that Israel has sophisticated air defense systems, and presumably the United States will help defend Israel. You gave a good list, Tommy. I mean, the only things I'd add to that are, attacks on oil fields in the Gulf. If Iran feels existentially like the regime is going down, it seems unlikely to me that would be a quiet end to the regime. And so whether it's lashing out in the ways that you said at different parts of the region, lashing out at the kind of energy infrastructure in the region, launching terrorist attacks, doing it, maybe this might not happen in a week, it might not happen in a month, right? This may take a while. You're worried about those kinds of responses and things that just kind of further inflame what is already a tinderbox, not just in that region, but globally. There's also, to me, the question, Tommy, of if the Iranian regime collapses,
wrong gun.
We Americans, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, that doesn't necessarily mean it gets better, and so you could have, like you said, an IRGC, like a more extreme militarized version of the current regime. You could see a failed state in a giant country with huge resources and lots of armed people in ways that have unpredictable effects in that region. I
mess with the honk.
I just don't see
you'll get the bonk.
The clear end to this that doesn't involve messiness. I guess what Israel is hoping for is just they are so weakened and so chastened that they're like a dog that sticks its tail between its legs and just takes all these shots. That's not impossible, but we'll see. I just think history shows that, again, it might take time, but that's not likely to be the permanent new status quo.
Yeah, the bottom line is this is not over when all the Israeli planes land and stop taking off. So Ben, Barak Ravid, a reporter at Axios, has a long TikTok about this operation. It says that Israel has been planning this entire operation for about 8 months, that they targeted 25 scientists, at least 2 are confirmed dead. Israel targeted Iran's top military leadership. And then in addition to the airstrikes, the Mossad had operatives on the ground, both in advance, pre-placing drones in certain places, and also conducting sabotage operations against missile and air defenses, specifically, I think, hitting them with these kind of kamikaze drones. Axios says the motivation in Israel for doing it now was Iran's weakness, given its air defenses being blown up and its proxy forces like Hezbollah being weakened after the fighting. They also said that Netanyahu was worried about Iran's growing missile capacity. There was some new intelligence about nuclear weaponization research and some Iranian plan to open a new underground enrichment facility. Not mentioned in the story has been a lot of Bibi Netanyahu's political weakness and challenges over the last few weeks. I think those are pretty relevant here too. But here's where the story gets weird, Ben. 2 Israeli officials tell Axios that Trump and his team were, quote, only pretending to oppose an Israeli attack in public and didn't express opposition in private. Quote, we had a clear U.S. green light, one claimed. And so they're saying that the goal was to convince Iran that no attack was imminent and to keep Iranian officials from like going to ground or sleeping in new apartments or whatever. Axios also reported that Netanyahu's aides lied when they said Trump tried to put the brakes on an Israeli attack, basically that they were briefing reporters things they knew not to be true. So Ben, I'm just like trying to figure out what to make of this exactly. Like, I think Trump tends to say what he believes, and he's said for years that he didn't want a war with Iran. Now, the assassination of Qasem Soleimani in 2020 is certainly a data point in the other direction, that he's willing to attack Iran. However, when the Iranians responded with that massive barrage of ballistic missiles after the Soleimani assassination, Trump chose to de-escalate things, not further escalate and go after Iran. So, there's also the fact that the administration has invested a ton of time and effort into these nuclear talks with Iran, which they didn't have to do. So I don't know. I read that and it seemed like bullshit to me. It seemed like trying to have it both ways. But what was your take?
I think it's complete and utter bullshit, Tommy. I just don't buy this. You're telling me that Donald Trump and all these other people around him have been running some 3D chess psyop on us for months? Give me a break. This guy would even have the discipline to do that if he wanted to do it. They clearly wanted a nuclear deal. They've been engaged in talks to pursue the nuclear deal. They told the Arab states that they were doing that when they went to that region. Trump has said this publicly. He said it privately. So has Steve Witkoff. So have all these other people around him. They've been in fights, as we've covered on our podcast, with other elements of their coalition about their pursuit and preference for a nuclear deal. So that's clearly not what the play they were running. I think Bibi decided he was going to do this anyway, in part to scuttle the nuclear talks. I mean, extraordinary to bomb a country 2 days before there's supposed to be a meeting in Oman with Steve Witkoff and the Iranians. And the idea that this was somehow going to strengthen that capacity to get a deal, the Israelis killed the people that are in charge of those negotiations.
It's so absurd. Like Trump coming out and saying, "Oh, now I really hope they get to a deal." That is just so patently absurd. You can't repeatedly kill the people you're negotiating with and think you're going to get a deal.
Yeah. So I mean, I just think this is. I think what happened is Bibi's, decided to go ahead and do this, scuttle the deal, take what he thought was an opportunity to take this shot, and Trump is like, I better get on board this train because I'm not going to be out of step with an Israeli military action against Iran. Oh, by the way, we woke up this morning, looks like they're blowing some stuff up, and so I want to take credit for that because I want to look strong when I'm sitting on the dais at my military parade.
Quick, press it!
Another thing about this, though, we've talked about trade on the show. We've talked about USAID on the show. This is yet another thing that is going to drive the rest of the world away from the United States, because this is a deeply unpredictable world order in which, I mean, let's say that if this is their version, then what the United States and Israel are telling the world is, we will lie to your face while conducting diplomacy, while preparing to break every rule in the international rule book, around decapitation of foreign governments, whenever we so choose to do it.
We just need to destroy egg.
So I think what you're going to see is that we are now kind of this gigantic rogue superpower actor, if this is what we're embracing in terms of the basis for relations between states. And that's where people need to understand that the negative impacts of this are not just what might come in the region or what might come from the Iranian response. It's what kind of world we are endorsing by saying that this is how you solve problems. And that's the part that I think is going to take a little longer to play out. But we're either going to be in a world with total law of the jungle, which is a scary place to be, and we already are there, I guess, or a world in which just people are just going to be building a world order in opposition to us. Because this is scary shit.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a complicated, multi-layered conversation about efficacy. I think the traditional estimates you hear about how long a military strike would set back Iran's nuclear program are mostly about how long it would take to rebuild the infrastructure involved.
The three comments?
But we're probably going to have to revisit those timelines if Israel kills all of Iran's nuclear scientists and all of its military leaders. So it just scrambles things. As of this recording, though, as we mentioned at the top, the Israelis have not yet targeted the Fordo facility, which is the facility that is like half a mile underground. It's heavily fortified. And the conventional wisdom has always been that the Israelis do not have the capacity to take out Fordo themselves because it would require these massive bunker-busting bombs, and only the United States has the kind of planes you need to actually fly and carry and drop them. Now, so again, as I mentioned, like I was talking to an an Iran expert today who was like, what would be the point of bombing just part of Iran's nuclear infrastructure, but leaving Fordo untouched, because that is the biggest risk. They've got like 3,000 or so centrifuges, including advanced ones. If you're worried about a breakout and enrichment to weapons-grade uranium, Fordo is the place you do it. And this is happening, right, Ben? There's like 130 inspectors from the Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, who are currently in Iran, who I assume are now going to get kicked out. So our like kind of eyes into what's happening there are about to be pretty limited, I would imagine. Now, maybe this is just, maybe we're just, it's a category error to talk about this as a one-time thing. And what Israel is envisioning here is just a constant bombing of whatever infrastructure they view as a risk. But to your sense, like, again, that gets me to the non-nuclear risk, which is this new era of like militaristic impunity where countries like Israel are involved in these low-wage or low-grade wars at all times, and it just gets normalized.
Yeah, and I mean, on Fordo specifically, the other thing that Israel could do is a ground operation, right? Is to try to bust in there, with guys on the ground, which is obviously more risk for them and more risk of other types of escalation. Or they could just keep pounding away. And to your point, just kind of keep coming back and bombing things that they don't like, that they see, which is what they do in Lebanon, which is what they do in Syria. I mean, Israel...
Again, nothing on the goddamn shelves.
Gaza, we've obviously talked about, where they're just bombing everything, civilian mainly. But they're doing this now across the region. That is not normal.
Let's highlight that. And I should have said on Fordo, like, we don't know what we don't know. Maybe the Israelis have some new weapon that...
Or cyber weapon, or we don't know.
Maybe they have the capacity. And you're right, a ground operation can happen. But, like, your point about the metastasizing nature of this Israeli militarism, like, yes, we've all talked about Gaza. We're talking about what's happening in Iran right now. But there are these Israeli historians who are trying to find, like, ancient burial sites in both Lebanon and Syria to begin to create a pretext for taking more territory there. Like, there's some weird shit going on that goes beyond just Gaza.
Well, there's a lot of different things converging here in terms of you're rationalizing the violence that you're perpetrating in a place like Gaza. You're rationalizing and justifying basically bombing, and going to war in all these countries at the same time. And to your point about the kind of repetition of this kind of militarized approach to security, it also bears saying, Tommy, that Trump said he was going to end these wars, end the chaos in the world, said that he was going to end the war in Ukraine, end the war in Gaza. We are 5 months into the Trump administration. The war in Gaza is much worse than it has ever been in terms of, all the total cutoff of aid and starvation of the people of Gaza happened after Trump took office. The war in Ukraine escalated. Putin escalated that war in response to Trump's quote-unquote peace efforts. And now Israel has bombed Iran in response to Trump's nuclear diplomacy. So, how is Trump doing measured against his own promises? He has escalated all three of these conflicts, or his actions have, either through his own weakness, people ignoring him, or from him flip-flopping. We've basically seen escalation everywhere, more chaos, more violence around the world. And that's what should unsettle people. And to your point about militarism, and I've been thinking about this a lot.
On the pad?
This feels connected to
There's
what's
normally
happening
a grenade launcher
around
here.
You've got
Sometimes
troops
there's a machine gun back here.
And I'm not saying directly connected, but I'm just saying the kind of normalization of the idea that if you are strong, if you control violence, you can get away with it and you can do whatever you want. That mentality is the same mentality
I got a heavy machine gun
to do a preemptive strike on Iran, or that leads you to deploy the Marines in Los Angeles. I don't want to live in a world in which people in uniforms with the biggest guns, or the people who are most willing to break the rules and using force, just kind of have their way. That never ends well. And that's the kind of unsettling feeling I have seeing these events happen at the same time.
Yeah, it's also unsettling to know that Pete Hegseth is in charge of the Pentagon. Tulsi Gabbard is in charge of the intelligence community. I wonder how this folds into her weird no nuclear war video. I mean, I guess you could argue she's for it, but historically she's been against regime change wars. Marco Rubio has like 5 jobs, so not exactly the A-team here. So Ben, last thing, like I suspect a lot of Democrats will flail around trying to figure out how to respond to this. My recommendation for them would be to say things like, we believed Trump when he said he didn't want another war in the Middle East, especially a war with Iran. We believed him when he said he wanted a diplomatic deal with the Iranians in particular, and we were fully in support of his diplomatic efforts. So either he lied and did want a war with Iran, or he was too weak to prevent Bibi Netanyahu from doing something against his wishes. And just to back this up with some data, Ben, I looked at some polling. The University of Maryland has a critical issues poll from May that found that 69% of Americans, including 64% of Republicans, viewed a negotiated agreement to limit Iran's nuclear program with monitoring as the best way to prevent Iran from attaining a nuclear weapon. And then with regard to like sort of U.S. views towards Israel generally, there was a Quinnipiac poll that found Americans are increasingly questioning their support for Israel as the war in Gaza drags on. 37% of respondents said they were sympathetic to the Israeli side. 32% said the Palestinian side. 31% were unsure, which was an all-time low for the support for.
Boring.
Yeah, it's a lot easier without a predator strain.
Iran, Israel.
But they
Israel
never
attacks
stop
Iran,
spawning in the urban map.
Israel kills 78 people, Iranians, a mix of senior
There was a
IRGC
sport tower.
commanders, nuclear scientists, and civilians. Over 320 injured while they did this. Okay, this is per Iran's UN ambassador given that report. Israeli casualties, 3. Civilians killed because Iran retaliated. Missiles, drone strikes on Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and nearby areas. At least 22 to 43 injured based on the reports that they're given. What a wide range, including both civilians and soldiers. On top of that, when you think about who was taken out, this is the biggest thing as they're going back and forth with this. Top Iranian commanders killed. The head of the IRGC killed, okay, commander-in-chief. He's been there since 2019. So this is a legit guy, 6 years, not a newer guy.
Oh, wow.
That's Major General Hossein Salami. And then Major General Mohammad Baghari. He's the Chief of Staff of Iran's Armed Forces, dead. Brigadier General Amir Ali Hajizadeh, out. He's the head of the IRGC Aerospace Force, responsible for missiles and drone systems. Major General Ghulam Ali Rashid, commander on Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters, overseeing major military operations, killed. Ali Shamkhani, former Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council and senior advisor to
What were you using?
Khamenei, killed.
Lib
6
pen?
scientists killed.
Yeah.
1. Fereydun Abbasi Davani, former head of the Atomic Energy Organization, very experienced. Mohammad Mehdi Tahranchi, noted physicist and university rector. And then other high-level military losses: Dawood Shaikhian, IRGC Aerial Command-in-Chief, Tarpur, commander of IRGC drone units, and up to 20 senior IRGC commanders in total
What are you doing,
were
silly
killed.
dog?
This is what's happened roughly in the last 48 hours. It's nasty. It's not pretty. Both sides are saying a lot of different things. There's a clip of Netanyahu that comes out and saying they're going to attack for as long as it takes. So it's not like this is a 2-day thing. Rob, if you want to play this clip, go for it. Watch this here.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising
I don't
Lion,
have a mood for
targeted
clowning
military
right now.
operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop
The
nuclear
irony
weapons.
of this fucking
In
cunt
recent
talking
years,
about
Iran has
genocide.
produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time.
This is
it could
all
be a year,
coulds
it could
and
be
what ifs.
within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to
care.
Israel's very survival. 80 years ago,
Stop being
the Jewish
cunts.
people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime.
You don't get to bring that up. You are a Holocaust revisionist, you fuckwit. Go fuck yourself.
Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime.
I fucking hate
Now, as
this
Prime
cunt.
Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow
Someone
those who
Gaddafi
call
him.
for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart.
Today, Germany struck a strong blow for Germany. We invaded Poland. Yeah, great.
Part of Iran's
Wow, great.
nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic
Rob,
missile
how long is this?
Last year,
10 more
Iran fired
seconds.
300 ballistic missiles at Israel.
We can pause it right now.
Each
We
of-
got the idea. And by the way, Khamenei responded and he said Iran's supreme leader says, this is according to Reuters, Israel initiated the war. Okay, that's what Khamenei is saying. And Supreme Leader Khamenei stated on Friday that Israel initiated a war and said it will not be allowed to do hit and run attacks without grave consequences. The Zionist regime, Israel, will not remain unscathed from the consequences of its crime. Iranian nation must be guaranteed that our response will not be half measured. This is all taking place again in the last 48
Scattered.
hours. Tom, your thoughts on what's going on here?
Well, the first thing is, I think the whole world saw this coming when, and maybe we were all being.
Hey, why is an MLM scammer talking about politics?
Astro.
Why do I give a fuck?
Or gaslit. When they're saying.
Tell me why I should care about your opinion.
Well, they won't negotiate. Negotiations are breaking down. But it sure seemed that Trump was being honest and straight up and saying he wanted to negotiate and he didn't want to get into any of this. And I said it on Thursday podcast that at some point in time, Israel can't be kept on the leash. And it's a combination of I'm doing it and we can say don't, but they're off the leash. And this is not a strike. A strike is where you launch a
Sample
couple cruise
extractor.
missiles and you
Let's do
take out
that.
a general in his car on the back of an airport. That's a strike. This is an action. This is an ongoing action.
This is an
And I
action?
think Israel took the step
Actually?
that a lot of people in the West wanted them to take.
Oh,
we
he's got glasses
did
too.
not want necessarily
Actually?
the war, but we don't want the nuclear
Fucking
power.
nerd.
And so the step was taken, and this action is now ongoing.
Shut up,
Brandon,
nerd.
your thoughts?
Yeah, so there's two camps here. One camp is saying it's a great thing that we're hitting Iran this way. You know, it's a really impressive military attack where we were able to like precisely hit the military leaders, precisely hit the nuclear sites and the scientists.
Why
and
weren't you
that's
able
awesome.
to
And
precisely get
the
the
Iranian
hostages
regime
back?
definitely should be taken out. The world would definitely be a better place without this regime in place because
is
it's, you know,
true.
massively destabilize the Middle East, and Iran could be a great place if this regime gets taken down. Then the other camp of people is saying, like, oh, this is terrible because the U.S. is going to get dragged into this and could be a forever war again. It cost us trillions of dollars last time. So, I mean, I see both those things, but I think the best way this could be carried out is by getting the people of Iran.
I think if you or I were able to speak to any of these people, they would break. I think you would break them. Like
No,
they would
because they'll
definitely
just
malfunction.
do these hypothetical weasel things.
Yeah, and then when they try to do that, you call them out for it straight to their face, and you don't even let them finish. You make them face their ideology, and you break them. Like, you can't... Because this is what I've realized with these fucking people, right? Anytime they do debates, the only way that they get anywhere in it is by brute forcing their opinion through it. So if you respond... Like, think about that blonde girl that destroyed Charlie Kirk, right? Every time he tried to retort, she came back and stopped him mid-sentence. So that he couldn't get his bullshit out, and he ended up just doing, like, petty, under his voice, like, pathetic little, like, oh, yeah, women belong in the kitchen. Right? That kind of shit. Like, that's how you beat them. You can't... You can't let them control it. You have to take control. And that's the problem. It's resorting to having to take control and being a cunt about it. But at the end of the day, you bring it on yourself. You know, you want to deny reality. You want to fucking dance around subjects and the truth. Then you deserve to be treated like an asshole. It's that simple, in my opinion.
Help pod launch initiated. Help pod launch initiated.
Today the light of liberty will grace the skies of this world once more.
Shove it up my pussed up twat.
Calling down objective equipment.
Somebody needs to tell her the pussy stinks.
Not appear that there's any kind of an effort up there yet. Now remember, oh my God.
That looks like a second plane.
I did not see a plane go in. That just exploded.
We just saw another plane coming in from the side.
You did. That was out of my view.
Yes, and that's the second explosion. You could see the plane.
Fix that.
Yeah, you have to push it away manually.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying.
Yeah, that's what makes them funny. The inconvenience.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting tac pack. Dropping it. Southeast, 200 meters.
The fuck was that?
Boom.
Hey. Hey, look. Car.
Ow. Drive backwards.
There's a way to like switch seats.
Doesn't matter. You need to pick where we're going.
Ah, I already did. It's marked. It's that way. My car! Every time. Every time you get in that car, that's what happens to you. Bro, during the Earth campaign, there was this really funny thing that happened where I called in a car and like a dude called in like supplies or something and it landed right on the hood of the car and the car didn't explode right away. It did the Hellboy flip into the air and then exploded. And then I just like turned back towards the guy and we're just staring at each other for a solid minute.
Did you pick up your shit?
I don't give a shit.
Tagging map. 100 meters.
Watch out, Marine. Zero self-preservation from these Marines.
Requesting sentry.
Our citizens depend on you for their sleep.
Engaging terminal.
Alright, I'll be back in a second. Dog's barking.
Is that a breach? That wasn't a breach, right, guys?
You're a breach. I died. You didn't defend me.
It was a warrior. You have light armor, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure warrior might be able to even one-shot you, but that's the armor test. Is the break point of when a warrior can't do the 1-2 punch on you to insta-kill you.
Yeah.
Do you know what armor can stop a 2-shot?
No idea.
All heavy, right?
Okay.
And all intermediary. So the standard extra padding armor that you start out with can prevent getting 2-shotted by a warrior.
Are you doing the doors? What are you doing?
I'm trying to.
Alright. I'll try and keep the center path clear.
Deploying equipment package.
Marines are helping.
No, they really are.
That's the benefit of these maps. Stalker lair? Marines just took that out?
Oh, did they?
I guess so. Look at it, it's way away. Couldn't have been us. They will close holes on their own. I've seen them do it.
That's hilarious. Man, it is a long way away. Yep, I didn't throw anything in that direction.
It had to have been them.
That's empty. Reloading. That's empty. That's empty.
Nice.
Siege Ready's such a good passive, dude. And what's cool is that you can get any of the passives pretty much in the Superstore without paying for the full pack if you just want a passive.
Requesting sentry. That's empty.
Stalker. He's probably been sneaking over here since the Marines blew up his lair.
Yeah.
You think the Stalkers... for some reason, I think they must be delicious.
What do you reckon? They taste good?
Yeah, like prawns. You know, like look at it. It's like a big meaty prawn tail. I bet he's delicious. Ouch.
Freedom never sleeps.
I wish the turret would rotate then begin firing, for fuck's sake.
It fires then rotates.
Yeah, it fires as it rotates. It detects an enemy, it starts firing. And rotates to the enemy.
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, it's right on top of us. I can drop a 500 right on the hull.
Fire in the hole.
I'm dropping a 500. Never mind.
Let's reload.
Still can.
We'll see how it comes out. That should take care of most of them.
Marines.
So it's a 500. I died. I think a Marine killed me.
Still do that. They love throwing grenades that I'll then walk over. Look at these civilians.
Which one of you killed me? Hey?
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Which one? They all have liberators, I can't tell.
Requesting sentry.
Was it you? Marine, did you kill me?
Does he look guilty?
No, well, he was looking down and away.
Find the female Marine. You know the female Marines, they're always trigger happy.
Oh, we're not done yet.
We're almost there. Look at this goop.
There's one enemy, tiny little enemy. The turret got it.
Look at it, I'm on the goop. I am the goop master. Ouch, I fell through the goop and got hurt. I am become goop. I absorbed it
Goop.
like the Dragonborn.
Sink into the earth.
Stop stealing my guys.
They're my Marines. They killed me first.
Follow me.
That's right, turret. Mow down those civilians.
I'm gonna go north.
You have served democracy well. Extraction awaits.
Patrick bet David.
Yes, we should play.
Iran to revolt against the government themselves, because surveys show that 60% of the people in Iran want government change, like want a regime change. So
True.
I think that these attacks are fantastic, like the way that they did it with precision, like low casualty rates, because like the last thing we need is for the population of Iran to turn like hostily against the West, because if they're against the
Marines
government
are
more
fight
so than the
this
West,
charger.
then I think we could get this
And
done
Bile
from the
Titan.
inside rather than having to do it from the outside.
Vinny, thoughts?
Oh my
Hopefully
God.
this doesn't kill them.
Well, I mean, BB's been wanting this this war since 1992. He's on camera multiple times saying Iran's 3 to 5 years away from having a nuclear weapon. He did it again in 2000, 2001, 2010. He said it multiple times, so he got it. And It's kind of interesting that a couple weeks ago, Mike Waltz was in a cabinet
I got
meeting
him.
and he was on an Israeli signal app with the leaked text that was saying, like, basically trying to push us to go to war with Iran. That's why he got fired. He had to come down, and that's where that relationship with Trump and him got a little bit dicey. Listen, I'm happy that Trump's attitude is like, hey, listen, you want the war, you want to go fight, go do it. You want everybody else to be involved. You feel threatened. You have allegedly you have a bunch of nuclear weapons. You're very, very strong. You have the IDF. You have the Mossad. Go for it. You know what I mean? Hopefully it doesn't get wild and crazy. The only thing that bothers me, Pat, and this has been going all over the internet. Charlie Kirk said it. Graham Allen said it. Laura Loomer's been hinting at it. They're like, hey, everybody, be careful this week. You know, with this No Kings protest, everybody be careful. Iran's going to attack. Iran's going to attack. The only thing that I'm worried about, Pat, a lot of people out there, because I know this is what's going to happen. An attack is going to happen on United States soil. Thomas Holman said it. Everybody's been warning it. We know what the border was about. Besides the drugs and the children and all this shit, they have terrorists in this country, 100%. That because we're not all in with Israel, God forbid something happens here, and whoever it is says, "Hey, that's Iran," they're going to force Trump's hand, because the only way to get America behind this is when stuff happens here. 9/11 happened here. Everybody, me included, I was in the military. Let's go and kill everybody. And then we found out, wait a minute, they don't have the nukes and the everything. That's the only fear for me, Pat. I'm good for Israel. They're doing it strategically. They're not blanket bombing everything and flattening it. My only thing is I don't want 0 Americans involved and 0 Americans to die, period.
Adam.
There's so much to unpack here, but what I would like to start off with saying is, you know how DJ Khaled has a famous meme? It's like, congratulations, you played yourself. You ever heard him do that? That's how I feel the whole relationship with Trump and Netanyahu.
This is why
and what
Patrick
they've done
Bet
to the
David
media.
hates this guy. Bro,
In
this
my
guy
opinion,
lost his
Trump
head
and
and
Netanyahu
called
have
in a
been
drug breach.
on this entire process.
Unreal.
Marco Rubio came out and made a statement and basically said, yeah, we knew exactly what was happening. So if you've been following history, they've been doing these nuclear talks with Iran for years. They had a bad deal under Obama. Trump unwinded them. They've been going back and forth for the last 60 days, almost pretending to have talks. Now, if you know anything about the Ayatollahs and the mullahs in Iran, talk is cheap. The only thing they respond to is actions. So Trump, as of like 72 hours ago, was basically like, yeah, we've done
Why are
nothing.
people all of a sudden
Nothing has
joining?
happened. Essentially, they disrespected me, and no deal's been in place. So in my opinion, they already had the green light. When this deal doesn't get done, get everybody out of the embassies. Did they not remove everybody out of the embassies 48 hours ago? And they give the green light to Israel. All right, if this is what you want to do, go for it. We're quote unquote not involved whatsoever, wink, wink. And that's what's happening. So everyone in Israel is amazingly proud. I had dinner with 2 IDF soldiers last night.
Cringe.
Randomly, they were sitting next to me. They go, hey, I recognize you from PPD. Yeah. I go, where are you guys? Oh, Israel. I go, did you serve in the IDF? Yeah. Well, how do you feel about this? They go, you have no idea. We are so proud. We are so proud. Because Israel has been, Iran has been warning Israel, chanting death to Israel, death to America forever. And to people think that just started, this war has been going back and forth like this since October 7th. So there's a lot of proud people in Israel today. And you know who the
Talking about
proudest
column
people are in the
extraction,
world
but
today,
I'm already
if
there.
you ask me? Have you seen the videos of the people of Iran screaming?
I'm going for it.
With pure joy and excitement that somebody is going to do something to end the regime in Iran. The happiest people in the world today are the Iranian people. Because make no mistake about it, there's a big difference between the Iranian regime and the Iranian people.
Yeah. So look, as you're going through this and watching everything that's taking place, my opinion is very simple. Everybody it falls in different categories. And let me kind of walk you through what different categories they fall under. You're either a true believer, you're either a emotional person that someone caused you to believe what you believe in today, or you're a logical player, okay? But you fall under 3 different categories. In the last category, you know what the last category is? I don't give a shit about this. That's the last category. I don't care about this. I don't care what happens. I don't follow it. All I care about is the fact that yesterday, OKC tied it 2-2. And I'm glad the fact that, the Panthers are tied 2-2 with the Oilers. Okay, and we were at the game. We saw Vince Vaughn, all these other guys, and players were sitting right next to Connor McDavid's family. We're hanging out with Wayne Gretzky's son, family,
Man,
all this
it
stuff.
would be a shame
That's
if
all I
something
care about.
major
I don't care
happened.
about this political stuff. Let's set that person aside for a second. You're probably not going to be watching this podcast anyway if you're party number 4. But let's talk about the first 3, okay? The true believer, the 2 IDF soldiers you had dinner with last night, they're true believers, okay? The true believer, somebody that went to war,
members,
on what do you call it, 9/11, hey, we're going, and it's like, that's the true believer, right? That I was in it. I experienced this. That's the true
susceptible
believer,
idiot.
that they went through it. Then you have the emotional people that got caught in. You all of a sudden are woke right. Israel sucks. And Netanyahu is the second coming of the Antichrist. And this is the right.
Nailed it.
And all you're doing is you're just following what you hear on Twitter. Or you're oh my God, this is done. All these people getting killed. I just,
Who brought the
we got to
380?
take them out. Take out the Iranians and take out Khamenei. Take those guys out. We
that
need
you?
regime change. But you're part of the
No,
emotional
why
side.
are we calling it into?
I'll be very transparent with you guys where I lie on this.
Because it's 20 minutes in.
Iran and Israel. I lived in Iran, as you know, 11 years. And I saw what it was like. And I saw what Iran was like previous to that.
You want
It's
these
very
samples
weird.
over here?
Today, President Trump turned 79 years old. And
I'm
you know
gonna
what
grab
else
them.
happened? The revolution happened in
I'll drop my pack
1979.
for you. Hold on.
I'm a guy with numbers. So revolution
I'm
happened in
already way past.
1979. Trump is 79 years old
Nope,
today.
they got
Today's
in.
Army's 250-year anniversary
I
in
dropped
the
the
U.S.
pack for you.
Okay, and we just got a report that they're doing a No Kings protest. We just got the report that they're doing it.
There were
Miami,
two
and they're doing
comments.
it right here in Fort Lauderdale. Okay, we just got that report. 1,500 cities. We found that they're doing it here, and they're trying to impose fear and all this other stuff. I had a conversation with one of my guys.
But yeah, if it's
yesterday,
past 20
and one of
minutes,
my
I
favorite
always
guys
try to
in the
extract.
insurance company. I'm about to host
Because
a
it's
pretty big
like,
meeting on a lot of good things that's
If
going on
if
there.
if you get a good
But I
map,
said, one
you're
thing
doing
that's
everything
very
in
weird
20
that's
minutes
happened
anyway.
ever since I'm no longer there.
Sure.
What's that? This language has changed. What do you mean? I don't remember me ever training you guys to live in a life with fear-based. What is this fear language? What is this fear language? Oh my God, what if they do this and what if they do that? What if they do this? Pivot. Go call your audible. But this like seeping in of, oh my God, I'm afraid I'm this. This is freaking
Oh my
America.
God.
What the hell are we talking about?
Plus, I'm trying to also do
This is-
damage
this
to the
is-
Galactic War.
We became what we became because we didn't fear UK. We're like, no, we're going to stand up. That was tough.
Oh, I need shit.
That was really tough. Are we going to
I
go
know.
find a new entire land and build our own company? What are you talking about?
not
Yeah,
getting
we're going to.
anything.
How are you going to do it? Private jet? No,
We're not
a
getting
freaking
medals,
ship.
We're not getting rec slips. We're
You
not
mean to
getting
tell me you guys didn't take
super
planes? No. So imagine ships
Sometimes
being
the
made
map's bad.
during
These
that
maps
time,
were great
and you're going from
before.
one side to the other side. What is the risk?
There was multiple-
That's scary.
you know,
Imagine
you
you're
already
on the
opened
ship.
2 vaults
You
that
got
were
many
empty.
days. All these sounds with wood and all this stuff, they're not making this stuff based on high-end technology. And you have the faith to go all the way across. And
I
then
put
you
it
build
to
the
a level
greatest
7 because I figured
country in
that
the world that's about to turn 250
because
years
it's not
old next
predator
year.
strain,
This is a
we would
miracle.
get more samples.
America's based on faith, values, principle, confidence,
But
leadership,
I
principles
think it would be
on
more efficient to
freedom,
run a
faith.
lower level in
we
the
believe
urban
in God.
environment.
We believe He's on our side. We believe this is
Than
going
a
to
level
happen. And
7.
then all of a sudden, we're
Unless
like,
we had
oh
4
my God,
people.
What if they do this and what if they do that and what if they do this? Stop it already. Stop it already. You know, if they're going to do something and they scare the crap out of us, then we're falling for it. You know, if you really claim you believe in God,
I mean, are
and
you
have
using a
faith,
gun
what
that's
happened
fully
when
leveled?
They were in the storm and everybody was panicking. It's like, what are you guys doing?
Almost.
Did you not remember that
Yeah,
part?
so you need the experience for your
Bible
gun
study or
anyway.
when you went to church? What was that message about? Everybody was panicking, right? And this is when leaderships rise. So for me, as a person that was born in Iran, yes, I can't stand this regime. Yes, they've called the only thing that's been persistent and consistent is the following. When the Shah was in Iran, did Israel already exist?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Mhm.
Was Israel causing chaos? Was there war in the Middle East? Let me say this one more time.
Yes.
When Iran was ran by the Shah, what year was the Shah of Iran? What years did he run Iran?
53 through 79. I think.
Okay, 53 is the oil consortium, so 54 is the oil consortium.
41
to 79.
Oh, wow.
Because he started at 21 years old, young man, right? 41 to 79. When did Israel become a nation?
48. Yeah.
Okay, so check this out. Why is it that between 48 to 79, while the Shah was the king of Iran, running Iran, why is it for 31 years there is no major war in the Middle East? Why is that? So to the people that want to say it's all Israel's fault, how come there wasn't that in Iran for 31 years? I'm curious. Answer that question for me. And why is it from 79, when the mullahs, the Hezbollahs, the IRGC, all these guys, the Khomeinis, all of them took over, why has there been chaos in the Middle East since 79? Whose fault is that? America's been consistent. Yes, I know America wanted the oil from Iran, and yes, I know UK wanted it, and MI6 and CIA and all this stuff. And yes, I also am aware that the Shah didn't trust Israel. The Shah didn't trust, you know, what they were doing with media and finance and the ambition and the level and the control and the influence and all that stuff. He knew what was going on there. He wanted to compete with them. He didn't see himself as a victim. He's like, we're going to be doing the same thing. And they're like, wait a minute, this guy's too ambitious and he thinks he can go up against all of us. Let's take this guy out. We need chaos in the Middle East. Oh, shit. Even Israel being involved, let's just say for Iran and the Shah fallen, there is chaos now in the Middle East. On who, though? On who, though? Who did that? So, yeah, for me, the most consistent thing behind the chaos in the Middle East has been...
I do want to see if the sample extractor...
That's just the reality of it. So we can say whatever we want to say.
Drops
that's a
rare
fact
samples on these
what's happened there.
boss
now,
waves.
Since then, what has happened to Israel? They've gotten more powerful. They've gotten better relationship. They've gotten more contacts and more money and more resources, and they're more connected in different places, and all this other stuff. They've controlled Hollywood, which means the messaging and all the movies is controlled by them and all that other. Yes, they.
Tell me if something in that video stands out to you. Let me know if anything is like really standing out for you in that one.
Well, I can't hear it, so...
Doesn't matter about the... It's talking about, like, my kid's learning gender as a kindergartner and shit, right?
And then there was a bunch of kids walking in, and there were some flags behind them.
Yeah. That the audio is not the thing I'm pointing out here. Did you pick it?
I mean, it was just kids walking into a playground, from what I could see.
It's AI slop.
Oh, is it?
100% it's AI. Look at the videos on the page. Look at how the videos look. It is 100% AI.
What are you two doing?
You guys tell me, right? It's called That on Instagram. Go look it up. Go look up that tag on Instagram. And you tell me those videos aren't pure fucking AI.
And fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, but justice is your cause.
Calling down supplies. Deploying SOS beacon. I'm on the terminal. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting fortification.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That was a fucking excellent orbital. 50 kills. Yeet! Ah, what a perfect throw.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Kablimbo.
Did it kill anything?
Yeah. Also looked sick.
Does this instantly kill you think?
Huh?
Wow.
Yes. Great. I'm glad I wasted a stratagem.
It's okay. That was crazy. I wasn't expecting it to just be the smallest little blip.
Is this gonna kill you?
Stop. No, I'm wearing heavy armor. If I knew it was gonna kill you, I wouldn't have done it.
Calling in orbital strike. Requesting fortification. Requesting sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Ouch.
Hello to democracy. Accepting. Requesting sentry.
Yeah, for me, it's the colors. It's too saturated. It can't do natural colors. It doesn't understand colors. Like that's the thing that always gives it off for me.
Well, you know.
But yeah, it's 100%.
If a machine cannot commit seppuku, it cannot write poetry.
Lob. Let's see if this hits it. Fucking nailed that cunt.
Did you hit him with an ultimatum?
Fuck yeah, I did.
I already put the boots to him too with the emplacement too.
Mm.
I was laying into his head and front leg.
Requesting fortification.
Their lives were in our hands.
About there.
Get out of my face.
I am just so fucking good at throwing these goddamn stratagems. You stupid Marines.
They love minefields.
Apparently they love running through stratagems too.
Yep.
That is a lot of fire. Yo, yeet. Ugh, what a throw.
Think this kills you? Oh, you have the supplies over there.
Yeah, I needed them. Oh,
It's okay. I just didn't know where they were.
Calling down a sentry.
your Marines, you shot those stairs. Well done.
Marines, stay out of the minefield. They love it.
They really do.
See? There they go.
They just can't help themselves. About there. See how good I am. Fuck.
Oh, I can only
good.
hit this direction.
Look at how good I am. Did you see where my ping was? And did you see where I threw the fucking stratagem? Do you understand how fucking good I am?
I mean, I throw them where I want them most of the time.
Literally perfect.
The only time it fucks up is if it like hits the lip of a building and bounces back.
The fuck was that?
Might have been the mortar sentry if you're too close to the edge. The bugs will go to the edge, they'll try to shoot the edge and hit you. Could have been a rocket sentry as well.
Maybe.
But the mortar certainly is shelling the fuck out of this side.
Sure is.
Calling down fortifications. How'd you like to taste some freedom? Sending in an eagle.
Donk.
Requesting orbital strike.
Firing gas strike.
Requesting sentry.
Fire. Kablambo, kablambo. Ooh, fire. Silly little bug.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Well, they're spawning in the base.
10 seconds.
You will never destroy our way of life. How'd you like to taste of freedom? Requesting fortifications. Calling down fortifications.
I have an idea. Give us some relief.
Sending in an eagle.
Nice.
My mines.
Archie!
Ain't nothing. Do you also have it so you have the circle? Oh, my mouse is on screen. Isn't that interesting? You don't have the circle?
I don't know what you're talking about.
On my screen, you see how there's a white circle?
Yes.
You have that as well? That's default?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was default or not.
That's where the actual gun is pointing.
Yeah. It depends on your ergonomics, too.
Of course. The one time I decide to put the gate up, a Charger and a Titan coming.
It's just puking on Marines over here.
Got that. Fuck, I'm good. They're just like jumping into the ground.
They're fading away with existence.
Yeah. Very cool.
They did that. Guess what? That was their strategy on what they did. And they won in that area. Other people could have done it, but they had the vision of saying, we believe Hollywood's one way to persuade the entire world. And, you know, a big part of that is maybe they learned from another guy. Where they were able to see, and you know the story about Titanic. You know who was the first producer of Titanic? You know who?
Someone named Adolf Hitler.
Do you know the first Titanic was Adolf Hitler? He produced it.
First movie?
Go pull up Titanic. First Titanic. Who funded the first Titanic? Not 79, the first one. First, who funded the first Titanic movie?
The Nazis.
The Nazis. It's not 1997.
What does this have to
The
do with
first
anything?
one. Okay? The first one. The first one, 1943 film, was funded by the Nazi regime through its production company, UFA. It was a propaganda film to depict British characters as villains and highlight fiction German officer as a hero. And the film was overseen by Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi minister of propaganda. So guess what? Germany realized the way to get people to think Nazi soldiers are good is through a movie. And what did Israel's like? Oh, you're going to play this game? We're going straight to Hollywood because it works.
Oh my God!
And you know that doesn't mean it's good, bad. It's just it's an effective way of doing it. Hitler used it for his own reasons, and Israel's like, we're going to use it to tell our story of what happened with it.
Hey, Patrick, you idiot! The Jewish takeover of
That's
Hollywood
fucking great. That's
literally
fucking
happened
great.
20 years before the Holocaust. You fucking dumbass. That is unfathomably fucking ignorant. But it's also funny because we just watched
The
that
conclusion
video.
that he came
Like
to, and
yeah, like we just watched that fucking video about this exact thing. So it's just very funny that he's saying it now. But this is the right-wing podcasters sort of dipping their toe in Nazi politics and like normalizing it in a way. Because they're not criticizing it, they're just saying like, oh, Titanic's good. Nazis did the Titanic first.
But with Israel. And here's who we are. Hey, you know what? Other people could have done that. They did that. And then you bring it to today, right? When Netanyahu said, I'm telling you, if we go Saddam Hussein, Iraq, da-da-da-da-da, and I'm watching the way he's doing it again, right? Man, he knows how to sell fear porn.
Oh, yeah.
He knows how to sell that so well. And by the way, that's an art. He knows how to sell it. Watch this clip here. Go for it.
Okay, I am gonna go.
Goodbye. I'm tired.
And his advancing
Yeah,
towards the development of nuclear
I think we've covered enough of this.
I can't hear you. I shut my laptop.
Okay. Well, I think we covered more than enough of this. We covered a lot of stuff today. Thanks for anybody who's still here. But we are done. We'll see you on Tuesday. Monday American time. I don't think John's gonna keep streaming.
I bid you good day, sir.
that's a big
I bid
no.
you good day.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you can go back through. We did it in chunks today. So we did the US stuff first. Then we did more Trump stuff. Then it was Iran. And we also did some of the shootings too. I was going to do some China stuff because there's some videos here about channels getting contacted for propaganda. But we ran out of time, which is not bad. Let me check the history so I can tell you exactly the order, so you could skip through it if you want. We did... okay. Here we are. So we did ICE stuff. ICE and No Kings protest. That's fair. Still do it anyway. So we did the ICE protest stuff. Stephen Miller. And then we did a bunch of stuff on Israel and Iran. And then I think that's all we did. Oh yeah, the No Kings protest. And then we moved on to Iran. Marines, shootings, and then Iran. Yeah. Honestly, pretty good stream. But anyway, I'm gone. Goodbye.